Preface. The following book is based on personal experiences, discernment, spiritual guidance, discovery and learning from what others also have testified as to their journey. The release of this book is only for those who are waking up to realize their world is a simulation. Therefore the items I present in this work today are going to reveal that we are not living inside reality, but it is a virtual reality. I do not nor can anyone claim total accuracy when speaking of things that are beyond our local consciousness awareness level. However, with the use of the Spirit of the Father, one can do their own homework and begin to see what has normally been unseen. These conclusions are what I have been able to tie together to create a valid theory as well as interlock them with my own personal experiences to verify its authenticity. My purpose is not to tell you what to believe but to offer insight into realms both higher and lower. My hope is to awaken greater insight within you and reveal the keys within, to enable one to access tools to decipher the world around them and the higher worlds beyond. Some of my theories and postulations may hit roadblocks of uncertainty, and when that happens I will offer you my best guess in trying to piece the entire puzzle together. Your job is not to accept and believe every word I write, but to use the information to stimulate your own gnosis and awareness while discovering an even greater vision along the way. This is the final book in this series. It will begin to define our true reality and the illusion we have been subjected to. This work is a work of faith and love. I cannot express this enough. I am not doing it for some personal glorification, recognition or financial gain. I am giving you my life's journey with its experiences and many trials and tribulations along the way that have come to help me learn what the majority have not yet comprehended. It is one thing to reveal what has happened to our world, and why we may be here while having to experience this illusion. It is quite another thing to begin to understand what and who we really are. We are super beings with consciousness that are experiencing and learning as children must learn. Everything we go through is that to help us better understand who we are, where we came from, and what our true objective is. Everyone knows in their heart that something is very wrong in this cosmos. That this universe is screwed up into obliviousness. And yet still the many refuse to dig into the depths of where this realm originates and why. Too many want to believe the lie that this is God's creation and we are in a battle of sorts to dominate and finally control this world as some sort of battle in combat. Yet the same ones refuse to realize that this type of mindset never works. Evil always prevails when one is matched against the perceived enemy while trying to conquer the other. It is and always has been the good and evil game. If you think about it, return to the 14th century when local wars were common and each culture were all fighting for the same Christ and killing one another on the battlefield using swords, knives, catapults with fire, and deadly spears and arrows. Blood was spilled violently, families were destroyed, and cities sieged, powers changed and the remnant trotted on the battlefields. And all for what? Because each side believed they were fighting the enemy for their God. They even wore similar crosses as badges of faith to extol the virtue of their Christ, which was basically the same Messiah having different colors and schemes all spilling blood. Nothing has ever changed. We have become seemingly more enlightened, more technologically advanced, and yet we still do the same things for the same reasons. And none of it has made us wiser nor has it any bearing on who we really are and what we are doing here. In fact, it is condemning the soul for an eternity of an existence of hard labor in the devil's death camp. How long will we continue to operate on nothing thoughts, where we just continue to repeat the same diabolical destruction of the past well into the future and we never seem to learn by our lessons and mistakes? These books were not written to destroy anything, only to build. Some may contend I am out to destroy religion, Christianity and the Bible. This is not true. All of that has already been accomplished in one form or the other, without any help from me. I am here trying to rebuild what religion was intended to be from a spiritual point of view and place a magnifying glass on the Bible in such a way where it divides asunder that which was placed in error, and then reinsert the truth where within it becomes a living truth rather than a sword of destruction. Christ spoke in parables and he taught mysteries, none of which was ever fully understood. He even said those that have ears will not hear, and those that have eyes cannot see. And yet somehow, we believe the Bible is the perfect Word of God and that it has not been countered with deception of any kind, which of itself is insanity. Christ warned us. He taught us the truth if we would only listen with our ears and see with our eyes. He said the parables were written to make sure the enemy didn't understand. He spoke in mystery all the time to give codes only to those who would have the keys to decipher them. Strangely, the Bible is filled with the knowledge that mysteries were spoken, and then it never gets around to revealing what those mysteries are as in their interpretation. This is because we are to unravel the code by the keys given to us. It is not supposed to be handed to us on a silver platter. And what have we witnessed via the Bible is that it is the single most paramount work that has been used to create more wars, bloodshed and death than any other vehicle, all because many have been led away from the truth and began following error. And why is this? Because most are failing to reject the error and they have become compromised by a false spirit. Some of the verses have led to so much evil and darkness, all because people are told they must adhere to things that they can barely comprehend. As an example, 2 Peter 2:18, and this voice which came from heaven we heard, when we were with him in the Holy Mount. Now as we enter this verse supposedly written by Peter, the first want to address something that is extremely important, that was also written. We have also a more sure word of prophecy, whereunto ye do well that ye take heed, as unto a light that shines in a dark place, until the day dawn, and the day star arise in your hearts, knowing this first, that no prophecy of the Scripture is of any private interpretation. We read this and proclaim dogma, and yet what was written was a misaligned view, or at least has been mischaracterized by many people. The fact is, all prophecy must indeed by its very nature be of private interpretation, or personal understanding, simply because it was written in codes and symbols. If you cannot interpret them correctly, then who will? Are we to place our trust in mere man to decide for us what these symbols mean? And if it is not for private interpretation, then it would have to be group interpretation where someone else reveals the meaning. However, this reveals the fact that we do not really know, do we? We must believe what others tell us. Are we to believe that individually, privately, that we do not have special access to the Holy Divine Spirit? Of course, the answer is, by the Holy Spirit shall these things be revealed. Nevertheless, what we are being taught is that the Holy Spirit only works through certain people, and this is the deception that leads one unto perdition. If it is not for any private interpretation, then no one can know what it means, because it is all symbols and codes, which is confusion, the very spirit of Lucifer. Now I realize that Peter may have been intending, if he wrote this at all, to reveal that the prophecies are not to be interpreted privately as if there is no higher power beyond the message or intent, and someone just makes it all up. However, when one writes things in symbols and codes and then they tell the people they do not have the right to translate them on a personal level of understanding, leaving them vulnerable to whoever decides what these codes mean, then clearly this will only lead one into confusion and deception. And what is odd is that we are being told that Peter wrote this book, but did he really say this, or was it just misinterpreted falsely to lead people astray? Was this really Simon Peter, or was this an added delusion? Again, I have told you to look at the codes and use the keys within. How can any scripture dealing with prophecy not be for private interpretation when we are all told to use the Holy Spirit to understand, which comes to each soul individually, privately? It is not the soul that is creating the revelation, but the Father within the soul that is revealing the truth of its significance. The only ones who would restrain another from accessing the truth within comes from a group mind that is bent on an agenda to deceive and make sure no one else grasps anything other than what the group extols. If we cannot access the truth behind the verse because it cannot be of any private interpretation, then what use is there of the Holy Spirit? How do we discern? How do we know? We must ask ourselves, just how does the Holy Spirit function? It works within you as it aligns your spirit unto the spirit of the Father and Mother and then reveals that which was not understood prior. The Holy Spirit does not work through any other source except it come from the Father and Mother through the vine, which is the Christ. As I revealed in an earlier book, the Divine Spirit comes from the Father and Mother through the main vine as Christ and then into the branches, which are the children. There is no other way that this can operate. But notice the Holy Spirit in these verses is being trumped by the wild card. Read it again. Until the day dawn, and the day star arise in your hearts. Why would Peter say such things? Peter finished this by saying, "For the prophecy came not in old time by the will of man, but holy men of God spoke as they were moved by the Holy Spirit." Well, if the Holy Spirit is revealing the prophecy, then the Holy Spirit must reveal its meaning. But what is wrong with this verse again? It states it was the holy men of God who were moved by the Holy Spirit. This gives a false foundational belief that the Spirit of the Father and Mother only functions through a certain special type of person. No man is holy. Christ said not to call any man good, that only the Father is good. I have come to realize Christ said, "The Father, nor Christ is of this world." And no one knew the Father back before Christ revealed him to his true offspring. Explain to me then, how can the holy men of God have understood the truth of the Father, if they never knew the Father? So, who were these holy men of God who translated these prophecies for us? As I have said, all through my works, the Father was not the one who was leading these men, whether good or evil. It was always Lucifer. You see, any other way leads into a control factor where humans are being controlled rather than the individual using the Holy Spirit privately. When this occurs, people become compromised and then end up allowing someone else to dictate to them how they should function in life without the use of the Holy Spirit. But look again at the trump card revealing something is wrong here in these verses that supposedly came from Peter. Why is he saying, "Until the day dawn and the day star arises in your hearts"? What is this? What peculiar language is being used here? It almost sounds a tad New Age, and yet people gloss over this, never really interpreting the meaning because they are told they do not have the right. Again, what is the day star at dawn? It is the morning star, and it is Lucifer. It is almost as if every time something false was added, it is stamped and signed by its author, Lucifer. Let us return to Revelation 22:16-19. I, Jesus, have sent mine angel to testify unto you these things in the churches. I am the root and the offspring of David, and the bright and morning star. And the Spirit and the bride say, Come. And let him that hears say, Come. And let him that is athirst come. And whosoever will, let him take the water of life freely. For I testify unto every man that hears the words of the prophecy of this book, if any man shall add unto these things, God shall add unto him the plagues that are written in this book, Revelation. And if any man shall take away from the words of the book of this prophecy, God shall take away his part out of the book of life, and out of the holy city, and from the things which are written in this book. Once again, we see the morning star giving his signature. And then it goes on to say, if anyone adds unto this book or takes away from this book, they are going to suffer great punishment. Yet the entire book of Revelation is written in astrological symbols that have multiple meanings. The entire book of Revelation is a book of riddles, symbols and puzzles. It was designed to keep the reader ignorant of its true meaning. It is led in astrological cryptograms, which most people do not understand. It is also Middle Age in origin. This damnation was written to make sure you didn't understand its true meaning. It was not done to make sure you properly give credit to where credit is due. The entire book of Revelation was written to make sure a select group in the secret societies can ferret out the gnosis via the clues given, of the symbols, so they can be the interpreters of their own clues. Revelation is a code book. That is why it is called Revelation, meaning to reveal. And yet at the very end it condemns anyone attempting to add to or remove anything right after the morning star is declared. You walk into 10 different Christian religions and ask them to tell you what the book of Revelation really means. I assure you that you will get 10 different answers from people all saying their interpretation is correct. And yet they all teach it is not for private interpretation. The reason it is confusion is none of them are teaching how to use the Holy Spirit to reveal these codes. It is all about someone else telling you what they say it means, and thus no one knows anything. Talk about being hoodwinked. This is confusion, the spirit of Antichrist, the spirit of Lucifer, which by the way is the dawn and day star, also known as the morning star, or the sun, which is 666. Lucifer literally can be translated into the fire of the sun. We are told that a book which writes in symbols must not be privately interpreted, nor can we add to or take away from these symbols. As an example, if the beast is a seven-headed dragon, then that must be what the beast is. A literal seven-headed dragon is one day going to come roaring out of the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and take over the world. Of course, I have proven that is not what it means in Book 3, and all it takes is for you to test the fruits of my proofs and verify it for yourself using the Holy Spirit. However, without forming any other conclusion, the fact remains, one must add to or take away from the symbols to extract the truth. If one does not do this, then one must seek for the seven-headed dragon as a reality and believe it cannot have any other meaning, which will lead to unraveling a person's ignorance in trying to unveil the real gnosis. And the ignorance will continue to dominate that soul that has been divided into the heart of deception. Thus, the truth is, if we do not extract the meaning by adding to the symbols and or taking away from them, we shall be deceived and will suffer the deception and punishments that Revelation reveals. Talk about it all being backwards, damned if you do, damned if you don't. So many people have no clue what Revelation means or who is really behind this book of secrets. They are deceived because of taking the word of its meaning from someone else rather than looking inwardly towards the Holy Spirit. It has never been my intention to destroy anything. I am trying to rebuild what has already been destroyed. These series of books will play a very important role in opening the mind and heart to the Spirit. And there is one truth that I am here to reveal today. My work and my job is to reunite you with the true father and mother of each of our heritage. Can anyone in their right mind really condemn a message that teaches one to try the spirits, test the fruits, seek for the truth and eliminate error? Be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. Or do you believe that it is proper just to believe it is all true because it is written in this little black book that contains 66 works and there can be no other revelation, of which no two minds agree on any one thing within its pages? Now which discourse makes more sense? Book 4 was designed to reveal a higher reality well above this world and beyond. It is to share truths of a greater awareness that will begin to open the mind and spirit to an awakening. I want people to use their imagination, their sense of knowing deep down what is right versus what is wrong. I am opening the door to worlds beyond belief, and all I am asking you to do is look through it. Our world is revolting, and like so often before, this world is ready to die of its own fecal matter absorption. The world is poisoned beyond repair. And it has suffered through the ignominy and lies, and continues to do so, even though everyone knows in their heart that the world is sick. People are dying from disease, war, and desolation. Children are being slaughtered all over the world and are disappearing. Famine controls a large block of the planet when there are wealthy people who own and control 99% of the world's wealth and will not lift a finger to help. Animals are being slaughtered and tortured for no reason other than some sort of sick-minded fetish. The world is putrefying. It is disgusting, and yet people still want to defend its very nature, still believing it is the father and mother's world, when it is so obviously a demonic hellhole. There is nothing good here, no, not anything. Even that which seems good is still part of the ignorance that is leading people unto their own destruction. Religion teaches to be fearful of going to hell, and yet not one in a million understand we are already in hell. This is the fiery torment of the soul, this is the eternal destruction and damnation that continues to deceive everyone from one age after another. Yet if you can convince others that hell is of some distant futuristic model, then they will never question the hell they already live in. This is what the true Christ came to warn us about. This was the message from the Father. That the true children have entered hell, the grave, the earth, and they are stuck having no clue that they are trapped in the living artificial cycles of death. My message is to free the mind and soul to enter the gates of paradise once again. Business people have a saying, if you continue to do the same things repeatedly, then expect the same results. Our world is proof of this insanity that nothing ever changes. We keep moving through cycles of destruction and then relief, and then destruction and then relief. We live from one war to another, always seeking for the proverbial victory above all victories, and yet it never happens. We never win the final war because war is the victor in this world, not peace. If we continue to follow this path, nothing will ever change like it has never changed from the past. There is nothing new under the sun, everything is a repeat of what has already occurred. Nothing has ever resulted in a positive global change. Whether you agree with me or not is immaterial. Nothing is ever going to change. We shall enter destruction and then we shall enter relief, and then the cycle will repeat, and many will die for many more to be reborn in time. The only thing that will ever change is those who awaken and leave this realm behind forever. My friends, the program we have been given doesn't work. It wasn't meant to work. It will not succeed. It cannot prevail under its own claws. It is designed to trap souls eternally between good and evil. The only benefit of this world is to prove to us it is a failing dogma, and then and only then can we eventually awaken unto our change. Only you can awaken now and become free from this parasitical madness, but you must begin to recognize that it is madness or you are destined to repeat history. If you see this world as something to desire, you shall never break free. People that will read my work will be told that it is nonsense, it is crazy talk, and it is the delusion of the mind leading unto insanity, while never seeking the true spirit to unravel this quest. Of course, this is what they will say because they have to protect their senseless world of death. Just like when people say there is no such thing as conspiracies. This is the most ill-informed statement ever made in the face of reason. Our entire world is a conspiracy. Everything that has ever occurred is a conspiracy. But when the conspirators tell people to look the other way, what greater damnation is there than the conspirators telling the people there is no such thing as conspiracies, and like robots the people agree all in one mind, that is, crucify him. Just like I was watching this show the other day where this so-called expert came out and said, there is not one shred or piece of evidence over thousands of years that prove we have been visited by extraterrestrial life. It amazes me how anyone can keep a straight face while saying these words. But those people who rely on empty reasoning will say, that is correct, and never realize there are millions of pieces of evidence proving, not only have we had extraterrestrial life visit here, they are already here, right now, and they dwell among us. And I can guarantee you one thing, either the person that said this is one of these invaders, or they are so dumbed down living a life of illusion and delusion that they have no internal quality to even discern the simplicity of basics. It even states in the Bible that the God of this world will send strong delusion on the people because they hated the truth and loved the lie. This statement above is proof of strong delusion. Sadly, though most people are governed by nothing thoughts, meaning they cannot discern nor think for themselves, they are under a trance state of mind and are being controlled by nefarious forces. The evil that is being committed on this planet is so destructive and so dark, even beyond most souls' ability to imagine, that if the world were to discover the truth there would be a mass panic of unparalleled dimensions. However, the people live their lives with their head buried deep in the sand. They don't want to know. They are not interested in finding out. They just want to be left alone to fulfill their life in ignorance. And thus, ironically, they are being totally controlled. Well, that is what free choice is all about. No one has the right to force you into accepting anything. This is your true divine right. But rest assured, having free will in ignorance will indeed demand that you have no free will at all. You will have what is called governed will, where someone else or group is leading you by the nose, as sheep being led unto the slaughter. It is my desire to awaken anyone that is sick of the same manipulation that has occurred from our historical past and begin on a path of true freedom by taking back controls of your soul within, towards your future. These books reveal this manipulation and teaches one to realize, those who are controlling this world in darkness have one concern in life, and that is to make sure you do not find the access key, to leave, by continually keeping your attention on the external and rejecting the internal. I am not teaching you to fight, or rebel or cause anarchy. I am revealing the true origins of the children of the Father and bringing back the reality of who true children really are. And then leading one to restore the true fruits of the Spirit to help you awaken from the deception of the illusion. Those that honor these fruits of the Spirit will discover their true calling and will witness their change. Those who reject this to play more war games will continue to receive the bitter pill of death, life after life, in the illusion. If there is one thing that I can leave you with today and forevermore that might help you, it is this: those who are truly trying to help you will always give you the keys to help yourself, they will not try to do it for you. Christ said, "I am the way, he that follows me shall find life eternal." He never said, "I will do it all for you." This is the Luciferian doctrine. We must follow the Christ within. No one can do anything for you. It goes against the divine mandate to not allow for free will choice. Without free will choice, one can never become perfect as their Father and Mother in heaven above or within. You must choose to awaken, to find life eternal, and then seek for it, walk towards it, and follow the way, no matter how difficult the path is. Christ set the way back to his Father and Mother and our Father and Mother, and he told us to follow. He did not ever say, "Sit back and wait and I will get this done for you." When you follow someone, you must walk behind them on the same path they are taking. If the path is filled with trial and tribulation, you must also walk ye in it. If there is one thing I desire to leave you with, if any human, soul, angel or God comes to you and tells you to look to a source beyond yourself, to others for help and aid, then expect nothing more than what you have always received. The blind leading the blind, wherewith both will fall into the ditch. For the only one that can truly change you, is you via your own Father and Mother within. And everything that is real and valid will always come from within you, never outside of you. There is no group, no political party, no religion, and no scientific academia that will change who you are internally. They can aid, and even help, but the change must occur from within. These trappings are designed to make sure you keep the status quo and never rock the boat externally. And thus, you will be paralyzed under nothing thoughts, always hoping someone else will be your hero, your guide, your force of reason, and safety in numbers. When in truth the hero is already within you, called the Father and Mother of eternal glory through the divine Son, who has led the way unto your glory, that which shall be revealed in you upon your awakening. Not outside of you. Are you ready? Chapter 1, Perfect Humanity. We have now passed through a series of 3 books that have explained in no uncertain terms how our world came into being, why we are here, and what is the ultimate goal in our lives. However, all of this had to be explained at the level of awareness where most can comprehend the extreme violent nature of our existence. Book 1 in this series was created to help one understand how we exist in a garden, and how 2 seeds were planted, one was good, the other evil. It can be expressed another way. One of the seeds was of the light and the other was of darkness. The earth represents the darkness likened to being buried inside the dirt. When one begins to grow, they begin to appear in the world of light where the sun shines upon them, yet only metaphorically represented as heaven above. However, we learn that just because there is light above the ground doesn't mean the light is of purity or is of the true source. There can be light that is also of darkness, or of false light, or a virtual reality simulation. Our world is a copy of something else that is being projected into what is called the third dimension. And the real light does not come from the external, it comes from the internal, within you. Our world is like the negative of a picture or an inverted picture. It is the shadow that is produced when light gives off its reflection. We then learned how the father and mother have their own children. They were created out of the same substance of reality that the divine parents reign within. The soul that exists within the avatar body in these lower worlds is also a reflection of the spirit essence of our father and mother. The soul or son in a sense reflects spirit and is the son and daughter of the father and mother. Remember when Jesus said, "I and my Father are one." He was revealing the truth about the projection of the soul from spirit. The spirit is the father and the soul is the offspring. We know in our human world that when parents have children, there is seemingly unlimited progression of how many children a family can have, especially down through the generations. We also know when children are born, they also grow up and become likened unto their parents, and oftentimes have their own children. And this goes on throughout all generations of this realm. Therefore, many offspring are produced in this realm, and every one of them are human sons and daughters of their human parents, and all of them are also one with or equal to their human fathers and mothers as they age or come into their own. The process goes on and on seemingly eternally. Yet it is all part of teaching us the divine plan of who we all really are. The soul which is connected to the body via the silver cord represents the son and daughter of the spirit creation of the Master Creator. So as Jesus stated, we may also decree, "I and my Father are one." The soul is the projection of spirit. The soul, although eternally connected to our spirit, is temporarily separated via illusion, to become more aware in greater and greater magnitudes. In a sense, we as the spirit want to learn from a myriad of other experiences, but instead of going there ourselves, we simply send a probe that can gather all the information by proxy. I remember the movie, Star Trek the Motion Picture, when Earth's people had sent the Voyager probe into space to gather as much information as possible from the universe. It was long forgotten and generations of humans were born and died until the crew of the Enterprise could discover this long-lost probe deep in space. It indeed had gathered all the information imaginable. Based on this story, the probe then wanted to mesh together with its creator, but didn't know who that was until the right source could supply the proper keys to crack the code. The probe wanted to take all that it had gathered and learned and then return to its creator that had sent it out, and then the two could become one. Via this revelation, the creator was humanity represented as the father, and the Voyager was the probe represented as the son. So, the father and son came together in a brilliance of light manifestation and the two integrated as one. The creator and the son became one in the same. We are like probes that were sent out from the spirit essence to gather as much information as we possibly can, and then we can reunite with the father and mother, our very own spirit consciousness that sent us out to sacrifice ourselves, in a sense, by the illusory disconnect from reality of life and entering a virtual reality of death, and then return to become one again. Our soul is on a journey gathering as much information as it can. To learn, grow, and then become. When our journey is over, we go back to the Father and the two become one in the same. The soul attaches itself back into the loving arms of its divine parents, as in type, it sits on the right-hand side of the throne of the Father. By now it must become obvious that there are many fathers and many sons, or many spirits and many souls. Each soul is attached to its own father and mother in what we may call our higher self. Each of our spirits that sent us away as the soul also represents our personal father and mother that is also attached to its creator, and so on and so on. The mystery of the code of this volume of books is to reveal, the Christ is the perfection in spirit representing the divine Son, and is the seed bearer at the perfect humanity. The seeds from the Christ are the spirits that are projected as consciousness in development who were planted in the real Garden of Eden. Each spirit is connected directly to the Christ, as the soul is connected to its spirit. Each spirit has sent its soul probe into other worlds, realms and dimensions to learn as much as it can. What we are witnessing here as perfection is ever expanding, never ending. It is always growing. learning and becoming. Thus, wisdom is an act of progression, never stagnated, always improving, thereby building divine character. Therefore, the Father and Mother through their divine Son, the Christ consciousness, is an ever-expanding and fruit-bearing family. What we can gather out of this is what the ancient Gnostics understood as the perfect humanity. The perfect humanity were the perfect spirits that came out of the original or the only begotten or first begotten of the Father as the Christ. And then each spirit projected out of itself souls they would eventually help and aid its spirit to become, like Christ, as co-heirs being formed in the spirit that projected the soul to represent a completed son and daughter of eternal perfected design. All the fruits of Christ brought about as seeds are perfect, and always remain perfect. But when the spirit, seed sends away a part of itself called the soul or the son/son, the soul leaves perfection and can enter, if it so chooses, imperfection, and then begins to gather as much information as it possibly can, and in due time will return to its Creator with more fruits or gatherings during the many harvests. The soul is the projection of the spirit from its original seed, and its job as the offspring is to produce more fruits to gather for its projector as the Father and Mother that is now becoming likened unto the Christ. As the seed acquires all knowledge while gathering fruits, the spirit grows in greater wisdom, knowledge and perfection. Everything the soul, seed gathers that is needed for the spirit is gathered into the spirit for all eternity. All things that are not of perfection or good, that the seed has produced, are rejected and left behind, being toiled under in the realm it has visited, where it had acquired this imperfection. Thus, all good works are forever sealed where moth and rust cannot harm them. All our good works and discoveries are forever sealed in our Father as new fruits gathered in each harvest, which is the building blocks of Christ, whom sent us. Each soul has a spirit Father that lives and exists in perfection within them through what is called the Divine Son as Christ, and Christ is helping them as a personal mediator. And each of us are in type the Son projection from our Father. However, this is not the time to limit your thinking. What this book is about to reveal is going to be beyond belief. A mind-blowing experience. As you begin to walk down the road of the correct code, you will begin to understand, as any human parent, no spirit is limited to how many souls, children one might have. As a spirit, there is no limitation. Each spirit could send out an infinity number of souls to gather and learn as likened unto a thought, to gather more fruit. These souls are not limited to one world or even two, or even one or more dimensions. A spirit further and the mother can send as many probes as one desires into all realms, even at the same time. Each probe is in type like a son, daughter of the Father and Mother, and each soul of the same soul group is related to one another as brothers and sisters, in type. And all are related to one another in the overall family. Thus, we have the origination of the tree of life. It is a family tree. Now learn the mystery. The souls are not individual spirits, they are simply part of their spirit as offspring gathering more fruits unto its higher self using this projection. What this means is, you and me at this level are part of a group soul that may be as many even unto infinity. We are but a fraction of our true spirit. Therefore, we are incomplete, and that is why we lack so much. We are a very small part of who we truly are at the highest level. The perfect spirit is what its projected soul group really is at another level, at a superconsciousness level. So, when you see yourself, you are seeing your Father and Mother, at a much lower level, an extremely dissected level. Just like in humanity, fathers and mothers have children which go on to become father and mothers themselves, this is all part of the code. Each time a new group is built from the original group that started the process. Everyone begins as a child and everyone has the potential to become also likened unto a father and mother, having the same authority, same recognition, same benefits, and equal inheritance. Thus, a child may eventually say, when they have awakened unto this truth, I and my Father are one. Christ was speaking to Philip when Philip asked Jesus to show them the Father. Here was what the Christ said, John 14:9. Jesus said unto him, Have I been with you for such a long time that you do not know who I am, Philip? He that has seen me has seen the Father. Then why do you ask to show us the Father? Christ asked them, Why do you ask to see the Father? If you have seen me, you have seen the Father. Jesus was acknowledging the mystery, in that the Father is the higher self to the Son. It is the Spirit to the soul. It is the Creator to the probe. What you must begin to understand is there is an unlimited number of souls that spring out from their spirit counterparts. Just like a gardener can plant a myriad of seeds year after year, each spirit may send out many souls to gather much information, fruits from all walks of reality and illusion. And all souls sent out by the same Spirit are all related and directly infused together in some aspect. And each one is connected intimately with the Spirit of the Father and Mother as one. Imagine a wheel that has many spokes and all the spokes are connected to the hub of the wheel. Imagine the hub of the wheel being our divine spirit essence sending out probes into the outer portion of the wheel, which extends all over in a vast array of different realms and dimensions. Now imagine that each spoke, although a unique probe of itself, is part of the same spirit as being one with the same. And each spoke will one day return with its loot of knowledge and information that it gathered over time, having been separated or broken, and then be integrated back into the hub of the wheel as one. This process takes a very long time to produce self-willed perfection. Ecclesiastes 12:6. Or ever the silver cord be loosed, or the golden bowl be broken, or the pitcher be broken at the fountain, or the wheel broken at the cistern. Then shall the dust, body, return to the earth as it was, and the spirit, soul, shall return unto God, the Spirit, who gave, sent, it. Now imagine each probe returning to its superior essence, and that all probes even though they were separated and unique have all now returned back to their spirit principle as one, returning back unto its particular spirit of the perfect humanity. Is it so hard to fathom reality like this? That we are multidimensional soul, children as in type, probes that are sent away as sparks of consciousness from the main hub of the wheel or from the spirit of creation? Our true spirit consciousness never gets its hands dirty, so to speak. It just sends out consciousness, probes that we may call offspring, or microlights of consciousness to receive data from all realities or illusions. In a sense, souls are like messenger angels. As an example, imagine you are having to contemplate a decision that is either right or wrong. Doesn't the mind have to enter both aspects before it can correctly make the proper decision? Don't we have to observe the evil to choose what is good? This is a spark of consciousness having to enter darkness via the mind so that it can make a proper choice. In a higher sense, when a probe is sent out, it must allow for the darkness of evil so that it can make a correct decision to choose the light. This day I have set before you good and evil, you must choose. However, to make the proper choice, you must consciously become aware of the evil that you have entered into, so as to recognize that this is not the direction that you desire. Being consciously aware does not make you part of the evil, just aware of it. And to become aware of it you must know what it is, at a conscious level, which means you are recognizing it without becoming connected to it. The soul is the consciousness awareness, or spark of light that was sent by its Father to become a sacrifice to get dirty in a sense, so that it can examine all possibilities. And while the soul is examining these potentials, it often chooses of itself to walk in the darkness rather than light. As the soul does this, the spirit is learning, gathering, growing and becoming without it ever really attaching itself to that which was invalid. And as the soul continues its long journey and eventually makes the correct decisions over time, this is more fruits gathered unto the spirit of the main hub of the wheel, or from the branches, as from the vine of the tree. Is it really that hard to fathom that we the soul likened unto the Voyager on Star Trek, that we may in fact be gathering as much knowledge as one possibly can and sending it back to its Creator while the Spirit Father never leaves perfection? Why is this unique relationship spoken of as Father and Son? We also know that due to the true spiritual makeup we have the feminine divine, or the part of our consciousness that we may call the mother or daughter. Each of us by necessity have played both roles of male and female via our dual identity as male and female energies. It must be like this because we make up both portions as one. When we fell to this earth, a part of our higher consciousness entered this world examining masculinity, and part of ourselves also examined femininity. We are both, from the superconsciousness level. However, we take upon the split consciousness that separated when we fell to play act, as both parts during our probe adventure. Thus, Eve came out of Adam, so God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them, and the two separated, and then by default the two entered marriage, and it symbolically brought the separation back together as one. The husband and wife is symbolic of two souls reunited as one, from their origin, within the perfect humanity, as the dual father and the mother. Yet why do we see it explained this way? And yet when you think about it, this is the perfect analogy of how the spirit operates. Our higher self always remains in perfection. It is pure consciousness and it has not fallen. Before you can grasp anything further, you must acknowledge that spirit is energy consciousness. It is not form, nor is it of limitation, as we see ourselves now. It exists as all-knowing and all-aware via its probes of consciousness. Our true spirit mind is divided into an endless number of sparks that reaches out and gathers as much knowledge and wisdom as possible. How else can anything be all-knowing unless it is accessing all forms of knowledge, thereby gaining wisdom? The all-knowing Father and Mother send their sons, daughters or parts of their consciousness into realms as a sacrifice of their very own being to get their hands dirty and then return purified, and then they re-enter perfection as it enters back into the one consciousness, and it melds back together with the purity of mind and spirit. Is this so hard to contemplate? In all reality, is this not what we do all the time, gathering information from other sources into the mind? When we take simulated tests, as I have stated, like a flight simulator, you as the ultimate mind sends part of your awareness into this simulation to gather and process information. The mind acts as a processing unit to be part of the actual training, as in type, one feels and believes they are truly flying a jet. Yet we know you are not really flying anything, but a simulation. You never left the confines of your cubicle or training agent. Only part of your mind has taken this journey to access what is needed to learn. And then when the operation is over, that part of the mind re-enters the entire mind and the two become one again. It is important to finally understand what consciousness awareness is, how the mind truly develops and operates. As René Descartes said, I think therefore I am. The consciousness in its ultimate state is unlimited awareness. Yet it is broken down into a multifaceted expression of micro and macro awareness levels. Just like we have awakening consciousness, sleeping consciousness, subconsciousness, and a superconsciousness. These values are part of us all the time, but due to our local level of awareness we only perceive via a limited portal or window of awareness at any given level. There are things going on all the time that enters our awareness, but only that part of us which is aware, is operating on a conscious level. The rest is buried, hidden or unseen. Our subconsciousness holds information that we have received via the body, mind and/or soul mind. However, the soul is in another dimension and it is aware at another level. You might ascertain that the fourth dimension is where our subconsciousness operates from. Something akin to the Tesseract cube. It is aware fourth-dimensionally, or deep within you. However, your consciousness that is aware at this level, is third-dimensional, a local or outer awareness. The mind operates in multi-dimensions. Or our consciousness operates in different realms all at the same time. Yet each micro-consciousness only has the awareness of its local realm and below to some extent. I would conclude that our ultimate consciousness is broken down into even more parts. And it exists in all dimensions at the same time, even parallel dimensions. Our life here operates on a conscious level of awareness as to what is occurring locally. Our subconsciousness operates in what we may call the fourth dimension and dream state awareness. Our superconsciousness is the ultimate awareness level, knowing all things to the extent at its level, which it operates within. Our superconsciousness would then be our father and mother, not the father and mother per se, but our personal father and mother. So basically, what we are saying is, that what our spirit sends away, that which we may call the son or daughter, is simply a fraction of the spirit's mind becoming aware at another level to access what is available there. And just as we do not completely enter any dimension as a consciousness, but more of a fragmented consciousness, we never really leave from our outpost of total consciousness awareness, we just divide and continue to divide, accessing as much knowledge and wisdom as we can. Thus, become you therefore perfect as your father and mother above. How is this even possible unless we become all-knowing via information gathered, and then we are tested and trained? So as the Gnostics spoke of the perfect humanity, this was the creation from the Christ, the only begotten, who became the first begotten of all seeds that now can produce more fruit through their seeds called souls. Each spirit of the perfect humanity is in type likened unto Christ, yet not quite formed into Christ until the transformation. And each spirit creation of Christ is individualized and will always remain individuals. However, each soul that these individualized spirits send forth are not individualized, meaning you and me at this awareness level. We are but fractions of the whole, and one day we will return to our individualized spirit and become one again. The perfect humanity is equal to and are co-heirs to Christ, and are also likened unto Christ as the plants that produces more fruit towards perfection. Perfect humanity as the children of the originators, which are also the great father and mother, or the ultimate superconsciousness, never ceases to exist, nor do they wander off and get lost. They are simply pure consciousness, and each one develops as they send their souls into the vast array of dimensions and worlds to produce more fruits of even greater awareness. We now know that the seeds of consciousness are knowledge, wisdom and awareness via the awakening. This is what we as the true undefiled Christ Spirit are gathering at all levels. Knowledge is the choice between good and evil, perfection and imperfection. Wisdom is the ability to make the correct choices, to choose properly. Awareness is the level of consciousness that we have based on our local surroundings. The awakening is realizing that we are part of an unlimited consciousness, and via the knowledge we are accessing will form wisdom eternally unto our divine spirit. Chapter 2. Perfection allows for free will. Has it ever made you wonder, why does the father and mother allow evil to exist? Why do they allow horrible tragic events to occur? How can they allow little children to perish and suffer insurmountable pain, agony and disease? Why is it they would allow their children to be without memory and constantly stuck inside a horrible manufactured loop of utter dismal deception and failure? You must understand that what souls are going through from our perspective seems tragic and horrible. People can argue this matter and say it is unfair. And yet many of these same people believe in a soul's damnation after one life of decisions. What seems more unfair? To constantly be given chances to change and become transformed internally, or to be extinguished after one lifetime of bad choices and horrible blunders. In perspective, a soul that has no memory doesn't even know they have been reprocessed. Ask yourself, would you be happier if you as a soul were destroyed in a past life due to your faulty behavior? Or would you be thrilled that you have another opportunity in this life for succeeding lives to readjust your circumstances to produce fruits meet for your success? I do not believe that you would have preferred to have been destroyed. I think you would be ever so grateful that you have this opportunity again, now and in the future, to make right what went wrong. We have all asked these types of questions. We have all cried and demanded answers as to why we must suffer if we truly have loving guardians. How can anyone allow what takes place in this world and claim to be benevolent, merciful and loving? It is time that the truth be known that the divine perfect spirits do not micromanage their souls of consciousness, or fragmentation of their minds. They must allow the soul's free will to choose and explore along with the unintended consequences. It is all part of the process of learning and gathering information. If you do not turn over the rock to see what is underneath because you are afraid a serpent might be there to attack, then you will forfeit needed information. However, if you do turn over the rock and get bitten by the serpent, then you also have gathered important information. Many cultures can live with deadly wildlife and secure a state of happiness in spite of all of the potential horrors that exist. The reason is, knowledge and information was passed down through the centuries where others learned through the hard knocks of life as to what happens in all situations when dealing with these circumstances. If it wasn't for the one who suffered at the hands of a serpent, let's say, then the knowledge of those that had to deal with that situation would have never been learned nor passed down for others to assimilate. And the problems would be repeated. So, in truth, we do learn from our mistakes. Scientists gather information all the time by testing and experimenting and developing a thesis and theories on what to expect while in the process of learning. Sometimes you must crawl into the smallest, dirtiest places to decipher what is happening at the lowest levels. Just as a world seems simple enough, we witness matter and all that we can visualize. Yet when we dig deeper we realize that matter is made up of atoms and molecules, and at the deepest levels we become aware of protons, neutrons and electrons, all moving and spinning in what may appear to be a random uncontrolled event. And deeper yet we realize it is all some sort of coalesced energy. We then study the motion and learn about the awareness level even at the most mundane portions of existence, and then we develop theories and postulations as to what is truly occurring in the highest regions of existence, as they tend to parallel one another, as above, so below. We then recognize that there is some strange sort of similarity within the smallest atoms as it is within outer space itself, where stars, planets, galaxies all seemingly operating like the smallest cell or atom, spinning, rotating and moving in a constant seemingly choreographed cycle. We then begin to comprehend that energy or the father at this level begins with the atom, or atom. It is the formulation of all life as we know it. As from Adam, which is the primal energy, comes matter or Mother Eve, that which is developed out of the same energy. We examine these things to learn, and we need to tear apart everything to discover how it operates. Just like an automobile engine, as we attempt to build another from an older model. One would need to tear it all down completely to the last screw or bolt to recognize how it operates at every level and what is causing it to function by a process known as back engineering. We learn through various methods of trial and error, good and evil, right and wrong, on how to rebuild perfection. If we tear down an engine and try to rebuild it and then it ceases to function properly, we then must start all over again. Somewhere along the line we made a mistake, we committed an error and thus resulted in a stalled operation, and then we go back or return to do it once more. The goal is to get it right, perfection. Do we cast the builder of the engine into an eternal hellfire for screwing up? Or do we attempt to try again in hopes we can learn this time how the engine operates in its perfected state? Sometimes we make multiple mistakes. In fact, we may make the same mistake repeatedly, while trying to ascertain its functionality. Like with anything we do in life, perfection or skill comes from a myriad of misfortunes and mistakes. It comes from a myriad of bad choices, and often these choices are in ignorance, revealing one just doesn't understand yet. When we train to lift weights, we are building muscle. However, it takes repetition, friction, and a constant drive to continue to do that which produces pain and suffering and all sorts of agonizing torment until we finally master our desire. Suffering is part of the development as to processing all things including error while retaining truth when living in imperfection and corruption. It is by the process of one perfecting themselves while using this corruption that produces suffering. It reminds me of a scripture that was added into the Bible to confuse. It states that God does not listen to sinners. John 9:31. We know that God does not hear sinners, but if anyone is God-fearing and does his will, he hears them. First of all, there is no one that is not a sinner. If the Father did not hear sinners or even listen to them, then none of us would be heard. This one area has caused more grief in religious groups than all areas combined. John 1:8. If we say that we have no sin, we deceive ourselves, and the truth is not in us. Okay, so which one is it? Very strange. Now John is saying if we say we have no sin we are lying. Then how in the world would God listen to any of us, since obviously, we are all sinners? By implication what was really being revealed was, those who deny the Father and His will and continue to live in error without regard to the process. It is those that have a spirit of rebellion, and it is that type of spirit that the Father will remain disconnected from. Just like in school, if a student has problems gathering information and producing knowledge of which the teacher is offering, constantly missing the mark, the teacher will continue to listen and hear that student because they are trying. They just are not comprehending yet. However, to the contrary, if a student is unruly and could care less what the teacher is offering, well, obviously, that student is not going to be given any help because the teacher does not see any potential via the mentality operating from within that student. Ironically, the same disciple who wrote the earlier verse where the Father does not hear sinners also wrote this other verse where it reveals, everyone is a sinner. Obviously, poor editing or misrepresentation was purposefully created to deceive. Notice two conceptual errors within the first of these verses which reveals nefarious alterations. Just a slight alteration can increase lifelong misery. It says, God does not hear sinners. Of course, the Father hears sinners, because we are all sinners in this fallen condition. But the God of this world damns all sin and condemns often without any mercy. Secondly, it says, only those who fear God and do His will. Again, fear is not part of the fruits of the Spirit. No loving parent would ever want their children to fear them. Fear is of the dark side. And it is used by evil to bring about more calamity. 2 Timothy 1:7. For the Father hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power, and of love, and of a sound mind. Again, which one do we follow? Thereby, I have been revealing how two different seeds were planted within the Bible to create confusion. It doesn't take much, a word here or there out of place or being misrepresented, can still harm a soul. These appear on the surface as very minor, but the devil is always in the details. If any soul was honest they would know they are sinners. And then to read that God does not hear sinners, that forces the soul into separation and into some limbo world that creates a destructive mindset that leads to more sin and failure. When a child knows, and believes their parents will forgive them, it allows for mercy to reign in the heart, and then the child will always tend to do better. On the contrary, when a child believes they are not forgiven, nor will the parents even listen to them because they have failed, I guarantee in every single case this child will give up desiring to please the parents and will maliciously do the opposite. This is because, when one has failed and they have no reprieve of that failure, then why try to succeed when it offers no reward? Remember, fear is the opposite of love. If any god or angel demands fear, it is not an offering of love, but of control. It is imperative to comprehend this at its deepest levels, because it is one of the most powerful and principal truths, and that is the divine parents do not want control, as if we were their slaves. They want internal desire from us to do what is natural for them. From the very beginning our divine parents allowed for free will choice to produce fruits and character. However, the possibility of going the opposite way was also available, it had to be to allow for choice. The gods of the lower realm demand control and mandate obedience through the rule of law, because they are not agents of the rule of love. Any time subjugation is enforced, the fruits of the Spirit are revealed as those of the fallen angels who are filled with pride and jealousy. One must be ever so vigilant when reading through the scriptures to separate the truth from error. If you do not, you will be compromised with the error. The wording of the verses prior are set up in such a way that creates confusion. The verse itself may not be wrong per se, It is just worded incorrectly so that more than likely will be mistranslated or misunderstood, creating greater delusion in the future. I know people that believe they can never be forgiven simply because they bought into the lie that the Father will not hear them anymore due to their sins and failings. They try ever so hard to be this perfect person, and in their heart, they know it is not possible, at least here. So, they see this battle as a losing battle and they fear their God will never forgive them. They are literally scared to death of their God, and they have deep fear in him instead of recognizing this higher power as their unconditional loving Father and Mother. This is because of scriptures like this that they believed in and drank and ate all of it, not realizing there was poison in the drink that had to be filtered out. I remember when I was a kid learning to play baseball. I loved the game, but I was not very good at it. I trained and worked out daily to learn and develop skills, to understand secrets of the game so I could become a better player. After hundreds and thousands of hours, I began to show skill and form. Soon I began to have abilities that many did not have. Eventually, I became so good at the sport, I could have played Major League Baseball. There is one absolute truth about this world, and that is without errors and mistakes that we make, we could never gain greater perfection. I want that to sink into your mind. We don't start out perfect in this realm. We learn to develop perfection via our many failures, via choices that we make. Just as the seed of a plant must first die in the darkness of the earth, it must follow the process to eventually produce fruit in heaven. It is by those things we fail to achieve or accomplish which teaches us how to be perfected. The last thing our father and mother would ever do is get in our way to achieve success in whatever realm we are experimenting with. Because this is the goal for all of us. The idea they condemn us because of our failures is the byproduct of a false doctrine. Without the chance to fail, we could never succeed. As a child, we learn to walk by falling down time and time again, until we build the necessary talent and build the proper momentum to succeed. But why do we fall? If we are divine perfect spirits, then how is it possible we continue to fail to achieve even the most mundane abilities? Because we are not divine spirits here, but a byproduct of the spirit as a soul who has been given limitation and are being controlled. Our job is to learn through this process to eventually overcome everything that the dark ones are throwing out at us to cause us to stumble and miss the mark. And this is the most pivotal key. We must learn and grow unto ourselves. No one can accomplish great feats for us, because then it would not be us that is achieving success. As an example, if you are in math class and are about to take a test. If you have not properly trained to pass this test and you end up cheating by copying the answers from someone else, the mathematical equations will not be part of your awareness level. And thus, in life, if you ever return to the area where you need to have this information, it will not be there because it never became part of who you are. What good will it do anyone if someone else is taking our tests? If we were cast into a hell because of failure, then what chance is there to succeed? We witness horrible atrocities all the time in this world, and sometimes we scratch our head wondering how these things can be allowed to occur. And yet, we fail to surmise that all events, good or evil, are being orchestrated because of free will. If we did not have free will, we would not be allowed to learn from our mistakes. If we were forced into perfection or even into error, neither way allows for the soul to develop properly. Anytime a soul is forced into doing anything, then it is not the soul that is achieving success, but it is the controller. Perfection is a process in working. It takes time to build and rebuild through the various limitations that have restricted us prior. It takes effort and strength to overcome adversity, which is that to strengthen us. Trial and error is a process that takes a very long time. And along the way many failures and mistakes will occur. When going through the process of trial and error, we do not hold on to error. As an example, when one learns to ride a bike, after they have succeeded at this feat, one does not have to relearn how to ride a bike all over again every time you get on the bike. That which was a problem or a trial for you ceases to exist after you accomplish the feat. When it's stated that your good works are saved for you where moth and rust do not corrupt, It is revealing once you produce that which is good from all the error. Then you never have to look back and relearn all over again what you gained through a long process. It will always be with you well into the future. Trial and error is a process of learning until you master the operation, and then and only then the trial and error ceases to exist, and perfection is developed. My friends, the father and mother will never separate themselves from you due to the errors that you commit. That is as ridiculous as saying that if you drop a fly ball in baseball then you will never be allowed to play again. Many do not realize what sin really is. We spend all our time judging it, but we never understand it. The true definition of sin in both the Greek and Hebrew comes from the term, to miss the mark, to slip up, to fail. I want everyone to read this again and again. Sin, by definition, is a mishap, mistake, slip up, or failure to achieve perfection. Sin in its truest form represents a lack of perfection. All sin is errant behavior that produces failure, which lacks perfection. Yet ultimate growth cannot be achieved without sin in this realm of both good and evil, because the body is sin. Therefore, we must overcome our very own bodies. To accomplish any goal, one cannot achieve the goal without missing the mark. However, once the goal is accomplished, the many mishaps are no longer part of that process. It has been overcome and is simply unnecessary anymore to continue to repeat. Now it doesn't mean you may not fall again after learning. It just means after you know and learn, it is not part of the process anymore. Whatever time it takes that we must live in these bodies, we will always come up short. However, there is something occurring deep at another level, which I will explain soon. Yet some may scream that falling from a bike does not compare to murder, or rape, or even other horrible sins. How dare I compare them? The problem with your thesis is, where do you draw the line in learning or going through the process? Obviously, if there is murder and rape, it too must be overcome. If people are always forced to stop committing horrible crimes by eliminating the people who commit the crimes, then the crimes will never be eliminated. Then what will they ever learn? How can they become perfected in growth if they cannot fail in the process? We live in a world of error mixed with truth. The entire world is designed to allow for error as the process of being able to choose. This world is not a happy-go-lucky place. It is hard, and it will walk all over you if you fail to grasp the inner secrets. Again, I repeat, perfect character can only result from failure in this world. As you can plainly see for yourself, the father and mother do not intervene to stop any type sin in any form or matter, unless it is an error of ignorance and the sin would be too harmful for that soul to assimilate, at this point. They allow it because the only way to learn that these attitudes and failures are faulty is to experience them without them becoming part of you. How can you learn the depth of love without experiencing hate in this realm? How can you learn true success without experiencing failure in this realm? Now understand, hate of itself does not teach love. We learn love by witnessing what is missing in the spirit of hate. Failure does not achieve success. Success is wrought by the knowledge that something is out of balance in failure. Overcoming sin is the building block to perfection. Sin is abhorrent behavior because it is a failure. But without sin, one can never access perfection in character as growth without building character and growth. It is impossible in this realm, since it is impossible to be without sin here, since sin is programmed into the body of corruption. However, once perfection has been achieved, there is no longer any need for sin. Sin must by law of free will be allowed to exist in this lower world to achieve perfection. But sin cannot be part of perfection once perfection has been achieved. Sin must be purged before perfection can prevail. Just like when a child learns to walk, they stumble and fall constantly until they finally learn to achieve balance. And then the child will never have to fall again. Now in this world of sickness and disease, issues occur and events can go backwards or be reversed, but this is due to this faulty realm. It is like an elderly person who cannot do some of the simpler things they used to do. This does not mean they are failing, or lost what they had. This is all due to the body program. What they already had will never leave their spirit. However, what we are speaking of is when we finally achieve balance in life, and once we create perfection from failure, then we never have to enter failure again, unless we are reprocessed and reintegrated back into the realm of death because we failed to achieve prior. This is called grace. Before you can reach perfection of character in this lower world, you must travel upon the road of good and evil that Lucifer has created and designed. It is impossible any other way. Once we have chosen to be here, we must by law fulfill what is expected of us, or we will remain here for what will seem as all eternity in death. Remember, within this series of books, I revealed how Lucifer was given the full sum of wisdom, but he wasn't given character that he had to accomplish on his own. The problem is he failed in direct knowledge of what he was doing against spirit, and there is no forgiveness of this type of failure. We do not and cannot sin against spirit because that part of us is separated to make sure we succeed, so we fail via the soul level until that can be brought into a process of perfection, and usually we fail without knowledge of what we are really doing. Perfection of character is what is achieved after one has failed repeatedly in the lower realms, and then one learns finally to never repeat the mistake, and thus character is attained. Why do you think the Father allowed his Son to enter the world of sin and take upon all sin unto himself? I will explain this mystery later. Again, I repeat, the true definition of sin in the Bible through the Greek and Hebrew means missing the mark of perfection, as representing failure to achieve success. Everything we do in life is a series of events that begin with failure that hopefully and eventually will lead to success. Everything is missing the mark until we can perfect our condition. The Father and Mother allows us to have free will choices so we can learn to walk and become perfect. They will not force anyone to comply or obey. This has an adverse effect on the results. This is how we know that the God of the Bible is not the true Father, nor is he benevolent, because he damns mistakes and forces perfection without missing the mark, which is not possible in this realm. And then fear is created, not the perfection of love. Thus, it creates the law of bondage, which condemns the aspirant without further chances, instead of the law of freedom to learn where we fail and then learn to achieve better results. Does the Father and Mother want us to sin, want us to fail? Absolutely not. It isn't any parent's desire that we fall or slip up any more than it is anyone's desire to watch their little toddler fall to the ground and bang their head while trying to walk. Yet the Father and Mother does indeed desire that we eventually learn from our many mistakes, our sufferings. As it says, "Become you therefore perfect even as your Father in heaven is perfect." It is a process, it is not a one-time deal. It is not possible to ever obtain perfection in one lifetime. The Father and Mother realize that to achieve this success we are going to fall down continually. To micromanage or even to stop one from committing mistakes is a cruel master indeed. Because before one can walk they must learn balance, to have control, to use their abilities to eventually achieve bipedal hominoid status. However, if one is trying to subvert this by declaring that mistakes are ultimate failures, then one will never learn. We would all still be crawling around on our hands and knees. The idea that one mistake or 10 mistakes or 100, 1,000 or even 1,000,000 can result in everlasting death is condemnation. Christ taught us never to judge, because the resulting action only brings judgment upon ourselves. Judge not that you be not judged, for whatever measure you judge that same exact measure will be allotted against you. The reason it states, exact measure, is whatever you produce in the way of thoughts against another, it will only come back to haunt you. The judgment is reciprocal. It must come back to the one that judges. Therefore, we are instructed by Christ to forgive someone who sins against us, not just one time, or even 3 times, or even 7 times, but in truth we must forgive 70 times 7 times. Now who among you has ever been sinned against by the same person, of the same exact sin, 490 times and yet still maintained a forgiving heart? It says, the Father judges no one, that all judgment is turned over to the Son. Everyone has taken this to represent that Jesus will be our judge and condemner. But Jesus also said, I have come not to judge the world, but to save. This misaligned view is not what this implies. It reveals that all judgment is given over to each of us, as the soul/son, daughter, to judge ourselves through various attempts of failure to finally achieve success. Each of us become our own judge in the process to learn perfection. When we fail, we judge ourselves to get back up and try again. We must maintain vigilance in the eye of perfection. Those who cannot show mercy and forgiveness, will also not obtain mercy and forgiveness, because the same measure or lack thereof is brought upon the one who fails to achieve what is right. Therefore, I have stated all throughout these books that we should condemn anyone, no matter how heinous their crime may be. However, condemning the sin is not condemning the person. We must condemn the failure to allow for ourselves to achieve success. There is a law of cause and effect, and anyone contravening this law must receive the results thereof, whether now or later, or even in another life. Chapter 3, Laws of the Dimensions. It has taken me a very long time to grasp what is really occurring in our experiences we call dimensions. As time has elapsed, I have come to realize that each dimension has its own set of laws pertaining to its own field of awareness. The third dimension is dark and thick as in density, and it is very gloomy, as it reflects the lower mind realm fourth dimension, but it reacts as a density or somewhat akin to clay. The laws here are very slow and methodical. It is very compact, and due to its viscosity, it shields us from being aware of the higher realms. We have laws here that are only applicable to this dimension. Physics, gravity, light and sound travel, as well as the five senses. Everything here is based on its own set of laws. We must obey these laws or we will pay the piper. The fact that we must eat and sleep are all based on laws of this dimension. The body we wear is a machine, and it must restore its energy every single night via sleep. The human body is an avatar system that operates in this field of awareness somewhat like a computer. It has a circuitry board called the brain. It is an electronic field that sends information through the holographic cells into all aspects of the body. It has its own monitor called the eyes. And it has its own audio system called the ears. And it has its own touch screen system. Within the brain everything is in files, somewhat like a computer stores information in files within programs. People that can organize the files of their brain like we do in computers excel in memory, thought activation and knowledge retained. Photographic memory is simply a brain that is very organized. As we grow older and continue to keep our brain organized and properly filed, we will retain information throughout our lives. Sadly though, this is not often the case. Most are never taught that the brain is a hard drive in a computer, and that the files must be stored properly and organized. We know what happens when we get clutter in our computers. The computer bogs down. It doesn't run as sharp as it did when we first bought it. Often, we must clean out our excess files using other external applications because they are like trash built up that have little to no connection with any of the other operating programs. Soon the computer can become so scrambled it loses its integrity, and often we either do a total hardware clean and restore, or we simply buy a new computer. However, buying a new brain is simply not an option. When the brain continues to access and gain information throughout one's life, we often become lazy. We never realized we needed to file the information in an orderly fashion. We just allowed it into our mind without filing it or storing it properly. One may wonder how one stores their files in the brain. It is via your thoughts. Each thought is in type like a file. Simply mark your thought as if you are labeling your file, and then proceed to enter the available connecting information that applies to that specific file. What happens when one does not label their thoughts properly? It then turns into junk files that appear everywhere discombobulated, that seem to have no relation to any other operating program. The brain begins to bog down and the memory creates lapses, as in type the random access memory we have in computers called RAM speed. As the computer is trying to sift through all its information, it often skips important files and then important operations can cease to function. When the computer has too many files all operating at once, with tons of disregarded files laying around doing nothing, then there is an overload of the RAM speed. The system can literally freeze and often there needs to be a reboot. We witness this all the time when we get nervous or fearful. This is because our files are scrambled, and we do not have easy access, especially in taking tests. We often become fearful and we scramble through our trash can in the brain to try to find the answers. Fear and doubt is simply an overload of information and there is not enough clear access to the desired material that we need and we become mentally askew. With age comes more and more clutter in the mind. Like computers, they only have so much hard drive space that is usually available. And even though our brains are magnificently structured to retain megapetabytes of information, eventually after years and years of throwing more and more information into the brain's hard drive, sooner or later it will begin to freeze programs. We begin to lose memory. Things we may have known earlier seem missing or misfiled. After a while we simply learn to forget as a way of life. Our minds have so much information stored but it is in disorder and cluttered. It is amazing once you begin to realize that our bodies are a virtual computer that allow us to operate in the third dimension. Everything then begins to make perfect sense. Have you ever had a sense of nostalgia where maybe you were listening to a song and it brought back memory of not only a time in the past, but you could even visualize and smell the essences and odors of the very moment that this song triggered within your mind of this past event? Nostalgia is a mixed feeling of happiness, sadness, and longing when recalling a person, place, or event from the past. And it seems as if it happened yesterday, but it may have been decades earlier. This is called a filed memory that was organized. During an event in your life that these events occurred, you filed them together in one operation, due to the emotion of the event. A song, a smell, a thought or even a memory could trigger that event again, as each of these were filed together as one program app, in single file. If all files in the mind were so clear and clean, we would all be walking geniuses with photographic memories. It is important that you understand, the law of the third dimension operates under its own power. The laws here do not apply anywhere else. As we learned in the previous segments about sin, that it represents missing the mark. I revealed that sin is part of the process of growing in greater perfection. Everyone sins, it is part of how this system operates. Before one perfects an action, they will indeed fail time and time again. However, I didn't mean to make light of crimes like murder, rape, greed, seduction and lust. These are sins that lead to darkness and an abhorrent behavior. Now learn another mystery: when one goes lower and lower in density, one becomes filled with murkiness. Thus the fourth dimension represents the day and the third dimension represents the night. As we drop to these lower densities, we become more apt to follow darkness as a way of normalcy, never realizing we have fallen into deeper temptation. One might say that a little white lie is innocent compared to murder. We tend to bring on judgments as we analyze and label the sin. And yet all sin is missing the mark of perfection. As one might conceptualize that a tiny little white lie could be God telling you, "Oh, by the way, I wasn't planning on saving you. That was just an inside joke, sorry about that, Chief." Suddenly, how do you barter with any sin? All of them have great ramifications. However, there is no doubt that certain sins carry greater punishments. For an example, murder extinguishes someone else's activity in this realm. Telling a little white lie doesn't seem to affect others in the same sense. We give degrees of punishments based on what the sin accomplishes or destroys. And we tend to label sins towards how we believe they affect us in this world. The world we live in comes with its own preordained and created laws. And just because one may not be blotted out of eternity, it doesn't mean one may not suffer punishment for their crimes. In this realm, punishment is an accepted force against what we decree as sin to be. Therefore the third dimension comes with its own laws. Yet these laws do not affect someone in the fourth dimension or higher. As example, if one is executed or murdered, the very next second they awaken is as if nothing happened. All that occurred is your third-dimensional trip was cut short. One way or the other you were going to be removed from here anyway, but because you broke a law here or were the victim of a lawbreaker, you were removed more quickly. Therefore, I revealed S.I.N. As an acronym, it is really a program called Assimilation Interactive Network. The simulation is our experiencing this world. The interactive part is our personal connectedness in this world and how we operate using this body and mind. And the network is self-explanatory of it being a programmed matrix. Sin is in our programming, it is part of our design and makeup. You can't come here and be without sin, it is impossible. Now some may contend, wait, Jesus didn't sin, and he was in one of these bodies. Actually, this is a misnomer. Here is what it says. 2 Corinthians 5:21 For he hath made him to be sin for us, who knew no sin, that we might be made the righteousness of the Father in him. First of all, it is saying, for he hath made him to be sin. What is this revealing? When we came into this body of sin, we entered sin. We became sin. We entered the world of death. Each of us who have entered this world, became sin by reason of our being exposed into the body of sin and death. Next it says, who knew no sin. Again, this does not say, Jesus didn't sin. It is revealing that Christ knew no sin. It is past tense. Prior to Jesus coming here, the Christ in him knew no sin. He had nothing to do with sin. Sin was not part of his character or being at all. The scripture implies that Christ took upon all sin via the man Jesus, by entering this body of sin. Now, to understand this better we need to backtrack a couple of verses. 2 Corinthians 5:19 to wit, that the Father was in Christ, reconciling the world unto himself, not imputing their trespasses unto them, and hath committed unto us the word of reconciliation. This is revealing that sin is not imputed upon us, that it was through him that removed the penalty of sin away from us and we become reconciled. As I have said, sin cannot be imputed upon us, because we are experiencing this realm from another state of mind. What Jesus did was reveal this to those who use the Spirit to understand. He didn't remove sin from us. He didn't die for our sins. This is simply a false understanding. However, he did do all those things to reveal to us that sin cannot be imputed upon the true Spirit children of the Father, as they truly are the seed of Christ. Do you recognize the difference? Christ cannot remove nor can he make perfect by fiat simply because we say his name or believe on him. He made this clear as I have revealed through these series of books. He has said countless times, saying Lord, Lord, or believing on him is useless unless we do the will of the Father. It says many will come in his name doing great miracles and still deceive the people. What Jesus was revealing is the condemnation of the law does not apply to the true seeds once they awaken to realize who they really are and begin the process of the transformation. Christ set the way, he set the standard, and he revealed the path back to the Father and Mother. He could not do all these things for us by fiat, because it is not part of the plan. Jesus said, "Follow me, walk ye in it." There is a path. There is a journey we must all follow, which he has already established. If we do as he did, we shall also succeed. The Luciferian doctrine teaches us that Christ did it all for us, so we can sit back and bring in our unearned rewards. This is ludicrous, and it never works, thereby revealing it has been a return trip repeatedly simply because people are believing in the lie. Christ never said nor even intimated that he was going to pick us up and haul us on his back over the path and we didn't have to do anything. This is the lazy man's way to heaven and the result has been, all aboard, return tickets only. Now let's examine another key point, Hebrews 4:15 For we have not an high priest which cannot be touched with the feeling of our infirmities, but was in all points tempted like as we are, yet without sin. As I have stated that the Bible has been salted with a mixture of truth and error all through it. Our job is to use the key within to decipher the code, otherwise we will simply add the entire mixture into our awareness, leaving nothing but confusion. The book of Hebrews is one that is extremely suspect from beginning to end. Calling Christ a high priest is very Hebrew and Israelite. It deals with sacrificial lambs and blood offering, which we have seen throughout this series is not something that belongs to the Father. In this chapter, it speaks of God as the God of the seventh-day Sabbath, as well as the creator of this universe. We now know who this is. Identity revealed. Calling Christ a high priest denotes a diminishing of rank. For the high priest is under the king. Who is the king if Christ is the high priest? The truth is Christ is not our king nor our high priest. He is our shepherd, he is our friend, and he is our brother and father alike. My friends, there is a megalithic difference. A high priest is one who lords over you. A friend and brother is one who entreats you equally and the same. Getting back to what sin is. Paul spoke about the body is dead because of sin. Sin is part of the body's programming. Christ had to clear the way for all the true seeds by having to exist in this realm as we do, even through multiple incarnations starting with Adam and ended with Jesus. The above verse states how this high priest can have compassion because he was tempted in all ways as we are, but then it says, he had no sin. That is tantamount in saying, I was tempted in all points, but I was perfect, I never made a mistake, I never messed up on anything. So obviously, I can show compassion. Oh really? How can he show compassion when he didn't succumb to the temptations? How could he have been of the flesh in the body of sin and not know sin? How would he know what we are like if he never sinned? What sin does to the mind, body and soul is a weight beyond anything temptation can bring. If I am tempted to murder someone but do not follow through because I realize it is wrong, then how does that compare to one that does follow through and does commit murder? The two things are not even comparable. During Jesus' life, he was accused often for breaking the law by the high priests in his time. He broke the Sabbath, he was a blasphemer, and he mingled with the sinners and wrongdoers. Time after time Jesus broke the law of old. But his sin was a sin of reform. Meaning he did not sin against the Father, nor did he sin against his fellow man. His only sin was a sin against the perceived law, which is the same law that has condemned us all. It was the law that he changed from a materialistic and physical law of rules, to a spiritual law of love, mercy and forgiveness. The ancient law carried no mercy, carried no forgiveness, and it especially was not a law of love. It was a law of do's and don'ts, which could never be adhered to by anyone. Remember, I stated above quoting from the verse that when sin is prevalent it won't be imputed on you. This means a sin can be committed and it won't stick. It won't be brought against you. Why is this? Because when one sins it is based on the laws of this universe created by Lucifer. It is a sin of the body program, which is dead. That sin will not be imputed unto one who lives by faith under the spiritual law of love. That sin will simply be stuck to the body and at death will be toiled under with the body, but the soul will be free from the sin, unless the soul becomes attached to the sin. More on this in a bit. This is what Christ was teaching. He was teaching the law of love versus the rule of law. Under the law of love Christ did no sin. Under the rule of law Jesus was a sinner like we all are, because he came into the flesh, and became sin. Notice I separated the two. When I spoke of Christ I said he did no sin. Of course Christ cannot sin, and sin is not part of the Father or the Son. However, when I spoke of the nature of sin I referred to Jesus because he was the human part that was sold under sin. Now here is the catch-22. If one does not rely on faith for forgiveness of their sins, then those sins will carry over unto a next life but not be remembered. Being in the flesh is because of paying a penalty, due to sin. If we are here we are paying the penalty. No one is free from that. It is not by the works of the law one is severed from sin, for the law judges you as guilty because of being in the flesh. Therefore, it is by faith in the Father that we are justified in spirit so that the sin won't be imputed. For the works of the law condemns you no matter what you do, but our faith in the Father is our release from the body of death, which was condemned by sin in the first place. Now the fourth dimension has its own set of laws. They cannot be executed or adhered to like they are in the third dimension. However, one of the attributes that is uncannily ironic is that when one is sentenced to be executed or removed from here, on the other side of the veil, one is often returned here by law for failure to achieve perfection by the same law. The laws of the fourth dimension demand one returns to the scene of the crime but given another chance to work out their disorder, which can never occur under the rule of law. The problem is, memory is removed and everything you did was taken away. So, chances are you will not even know why you returned and often will commit the same crime again and again because the sin is attached to the soul like a parasite. The truth is, there are two laws in motion. One is called the physical law, and the other is a spiritual law. Often when we transgress laws here, it is due to the body of death bringing about the imperfection. Christ taught during the Sermon on the Mount that the difference between the old law wherewith the gods of old brought them unto the people, versus the new law, wherewith Christ brought them unto the people, was that the old law was of the flesh and the new law was of the spirit. He declared, under the old law, when one killed they were judged by that law. However, under the new law, hating someone without cause was a breach of the law of love. For what the mind can conceive the heart will follow. Again, adultery was condemned of old, but the new law stated, even if you lust after someone the adultery may have been committed anyway. Once again, if the mind can conceive it the heart will follow. Therefore, there is another type of sin. It is a soul transgression. It is when the soul commits sin. Hatred, violence, sedition, greed can all be an unawakened soul's transgression beyond the body. What this reveals is, even if you leave the third dimension via transgressions committed here, those same sins may linger with you even when you enter back into the fourth dimension, because it stays within the unawakened conscious mind. Sin can attach itself to a soul like a parasite invading a cell. A soul's mishap is when it has a wrong spirit, a spirit of transgression. If you hate without cause, it begins to form a pattern around your soul. There is a sin of the body that can be removed when we leave here, and it can easily be forgiven, forgotten and removed. However, there is a sin of the soul that cannot be removed until it is rectified from within. And it cannot just be forgiven. It must be removed from the soul. Physical death cannot remove a past sin via the soul's transgression. It must be overcome via life's circumstances. Therefore, we are given grace or more time to reform. The Bible speaks of an unpardonable sin, or a sin that can never be forgiven. Again, many have mistranslated this thinking it means the children of the father and mother can never change or be forgiven. No, not at all, this is not what this means. When the idea of a sin that can never be forgiven was brought up, you must understand the context of why Christ brought this up and to whom he was speaking to. Jesus said, "All manner of sin and blasphemy shall be forgiven unto men." However, the sin against the Holy Spirit can never be forgiven, not in this world or the world to come. Some have defined this as a sin committed wherewith you knew it was a sin and you did it anyway. Well, if that was the case, then we have all committed the unpardonable sin. Everyone has sinned in the face of knowing what they were doing was sin. There is something going on here that Christ is trying to reveal. Remember, I have revealed in this series of books, it was stated that when Jesus was speaking to these same people he called them the children of Satan. Who were the children of Satan? It is revealing about the fallen angels. Now why is this important? Because the angels that fell did so because of their rebellion against the Holy Spirit. They did not fall in the weakness of the flesh, they fell in the totality of the Holy Spirit, by blaspheming. Matthew 12:32-34 And whosoever speaks a word against the Son of Man, it shall be forgiven him, but whosoever speaks against the Holy Ghost, it shall not be forgiven him, neither in this world, neither in the world to come. Either make the tree good, and his fruit good, or else make the tree corrupt, and his fruit corrupt. for the tree is known by his fruit. O generation of vipers, how can ye, being evil, speak good things? For out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaks. Mark 3:28-29 Verily I say unto you, all sins shall be forgiven unto the sons of men, and blasphemies wherewith soever they shall blaspheme. But he, meaning the children of Satan, that shall blaspheme against the Holy Ghost hath never forgiveness, but is in danger of eternal damnation. What you must understand is that Christ was pointing out that the people he was talking to were the children of Satan, aka the fallen angels. They blasphemed against the Holy Spirit long before this world existed, by rejecting the true Spirit, knowing full well what they were doing. Christ is revealing the truth about the two seeds. Those of the father and mother will always be forgiven, for they are the sons of men, because they have not nor can they blaspheme the Holy Spirit in this condition. So, all manner of sin and blasphemy will always be forgiven. He is speaking of the two trees, the children of Satan versus the children of the father and mother. Therefore, he said, a bad tree cannot produce good fruit. Meaning once the blaspheming has occurred it is not possible to make good out of what went bad. Either the tree is good, meaning the children of the father and mother, or the tree is evil, representing the children of Satan. All manner of sin will eventually be forgiven and blotted out for those of the good tree, but those of the evil tree cannot ever be forgiven, and are in danger of eternal damnation. So, what did he tell them, O generation of vipers? How can ye, being evil, speak good things? For out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaks. He is telling these people they are the fallen angels of old that were planted next to the good seeds. These are the snakes and serpents. There are variances of sin even with the children of the Father. A sin which is of the body does not necessarily attach itself to the soul. And when the soul dies the sin is automatically removed. Because it was the body's influence and weakness that brought about the sin and the soul never really agreed with it anyway. However, certain sins that attached themselves to the soul cannot be instantly removed, because it is attached to the soul itself, but not the spirit. The strange thing and the most ironic thing about our returning to life here without memory is just due for a soul's attached sin. This is what Satan and Lucifer do not seem to understand. To them they have us as prisoners in their little shell game. What they fail to understand is even though they know the body is weak, and they know the body will always fail, and that the laws of the Old Testament were laws of the physical nature, they believe they have us trapped, but by the very nature of being imprisoned, the children of the light will eventually awaken to their kidnappers. There was no way to fulfill the law of the Old Covenant as stated. Because death is always the ultimate reality in the flesh. And death is by result of contravention of physical laws or weakness of the body. Eventually the body must die by the very nature of this dimension and its laws. Lucifer and Satan came together as light and darkness, good and evil, right and wrong to create an ever-ending process of life and death. For as long as you are here, you are being judged and sentenced to death. In fact, coming here was a death sentence in the prison of this body. The only difference is it doesn't seem to be applied right away, because we believe we are alive and not dead. Lucifer is the law of the fourth dimension and Satan is the law of the third dimension. Each dimension has laws, and from the overall perspective, Lucifer is the light or sun and Satan is the dark, or moon of night. This is the polarity tree of good and evil. Law versus adversary. The very fact that we are here is a judgment unto death. We were condemned already the moment we came here as dead men walking. You ain't leaving this life without paying the sentence of death. In their expediency to judge us to a continual cycle of life and death, they fail to understand the mystery of why the Father and Mother allow this. The reason we return is via the virtue of grace. It is when the sins of the body become the sins of the soul that we must return to rectify the problem. And even though we fail to recollect a past life, or our sins of the past, the sin of the soul is not removed. The same problem that drove us to fail before is always within us again. As an example, when Christ brought up about forgiveness, it had to do with illness and bodily health issues. The key was he was revealing that certain medical issues are the direct result of a type of possession from dark spirits. He would heal people of disease because he cast out the dark spirit that was causing it. This is a sin of the body, and can easily be forgiven. There are a multitude of sins of the body. Often most sins are a direct result of the weakness of the flesh, and once removed from the flesh, the weakness is not even an issue anymore. It died with the body. On the other hand, there is a weakness of the soul, meaning a sin has attached itself to the soul and the soul brings it into life within the body when it incarnates here. This is a karmic sin of the soul, and it cannot just be blotted out, it must be purged or balanced through life's experiences. It must be eradicated from the soul's consciousness. Karmic sins stay with the soul long after they leave here, and these sins continue to attach themselves to the soul lifetime after lifetime until the soul can overcome them. Therefore, children are born with some issues that lead to severe problems mentally, because they are bringing back with them the problem they once had. If it is not a sin of the soul, which means a sin of the body only, then it can easily be removed when the body is removed. If it is a sin of the soul, which means a sin attached upon you, then it must be purged. Soul-type sins are sins of the mind, physical sins are sins of the body. However, having a new life, new family, new surroundings and new environmental conditions, one can learn to overcome a sin of the soul by having to deal with this problem under new circumstances. It is true that certain sins cannot ever be instantly removed. It must be removed or at minimum dealt with by life's actions. But through life's vigorous training method, eventually all sin will be rectified because no sin can return to the spirit. The soul cannot move on until it changes or removes all contravention of spiritual law, or at least to the degree it will never create a problem again. Demons and fallen angels have fallen into what is called the unpardonable sin. They can never be forgiven because the sin is a sin within the spirit of perfection, which means they fell from spirit. It was a willful rejection, not a missing of the mark, not a mistake, nor was it an accident. It doesn't mean they cannot change. However, their change is not going to be easy. It will take great effort. Remember, Christ said, they are in danger of eternal damnation, which means eternal separation. It didn't say they are eternally damned. It said they are in danger of it. It reminds me of the story of Darth Vader on Star Wars. How he was the perennial evil that seemed to destroy everything good in his path. However, the love of his son caused some sort of change within his soul. At the end, he was with the same ones he tried to destroy, because he changed that evil that was present within him and returned to love. I Corinthians 6:12 Do ye not know that the saints shall judge the world? And if the world shall be judged by you, are ye unworthy to judge the smallest matters? Know ye not that we shall judge angels? How much more things that pertain to this life? Again, we realize, all judgment is given to the Son. In this case it is being referred to as the saints, which in truth is the perfect humanity. It speaks of the saints that bring judgment upon the universe, or the world, in this case called the cosmos. This is the cosmic realm of the universe. But notice also it says, the saints will judge angels. What angels will the saints judge? Now the term here is not mean condemnation per se, it means to decide the fate of, whether for good or evil. It is a decision that must come down. The angels that did not rebel would not need a decision like this. So, this is referring to the fallen angels, which will be decided as to what their fate is, by the children of the Father. Why would the children be allowed to have this decision over the angels? Because they overcame them in life. No matter what they threw at them, they learned to love instead of hate. They learned to have peace instead of war. The children then become the arbitrators in the Father's kingdom. Who better to make this judgment than the very ones who overcame the dark ones and this world? I feel that as long as the children of the Father and Mother are within this training realm, For as long as it takes, it is possible our influence might be able to help some of the fallen angels change, and if not now then later. Nevertheless, I want it understood that a spiritual contravention of law is simply the soul denying its own reality. I wanted to reveal how important the fruits of the Spirit are in Book 1. When one is allowing these fruits to be part of their soul level, there is no law that can condemn you. Even if a physical law condemns you, you are still free. The law of bondage demands death. All have broken this law. There is no way to escape the law of bondage. Eventually it leads to death, like a river moving downward as a stream eventually it finds the tributary. Isn't it interesting? Using this term tribute reveals it is something also you must pay as, giving a tribute, like a tax. Well, eventually we all must pay the piper. Even Jesus was put to death, although he fulfilled the spiritual part of the law by the fruits of the Spirit, he was still condemned to death. No one can escape this law. However, once one is freed and can rise above the law of the fourth dimension, they will never have to be part of this realm again, and then they can return to paradise. The laws of the dimensions are all different, and once we get beyond the fourth dimension, we will no longer be under the laws of polarity where good and evil are meshed together as one. Chapter 4, A Soul's Free Will Choice. As we maneuver through the dimensions, each one gives us an access portal based on its energy laws or vibration. However, it is important that we understand that every dimension either has an access port or blocked port. If you do not have the frequency keys to a higher dimension, then you will remain where you are or go lower. Whatever mental aptitude you have, it will connect to the dimension that will most be likened unto your awareness and conduct level. Maneuvering from one dimension to another is as easy as metal being pulled by a magnet. If your soul entertains dark thoughts, it begins to pull you into the dimensions that allows for dark thoughts. One begins to gravitate towards that which is like. If one begins to espouse to higher thoughts, it then is attracted to that dimension that allows for the higher vibrations. Like a child, everything is new. We must learn to walk, learn to talk, learn to comprehend, and most importantly we must learn the laws along the way on our journey. As a child, we are going to stumble and fall more often than not. Thus, we are more attracted to the lower dimensions as we go through the process of learning. Those who have come to these lower densities are the spirit's souls who are in the process of learning. Each dimension is a dimension of the mind, or consciousness awareness. If you have hatred in your heart, you will gravitate to that dimension that feeds on hatred as a magnetic polarity. If you have more love in your heart than hatred, you will then be attracted to higher things of higher dimensions. It becomes imperative that we realize the Father and the Mother gave us free will and planted us in the fifth dimension, which we will learn more about later. And our decisions we made from there reveal how we have ended up here. Now some will say, wait a minute, I thought you said the Father and Mother planted us in this world of death. Now you are saying they planted us in the fifth dimension. This is true. We were planted in the fifth dimension as spirits, but due to our decision-making process, which was given to us by our divine parents by the law of free will, we gravitated to lower levels via the thought probes called souls. Although the divine parents didn't place us in this world, they knew this was the direct result of where they did place us as a result of our decisions and choices. Our divine parents knew we would be lured into these worlds as children are fixated and attracted to games. They planted us in the real Garden of Eden, or also known as Paradise. It is just like human parents know pretty much what a child is going to do by previous repetition of other children as well as themselves. The fifth dimension is a neutral world or paradise. It is a world of imagination, concepts, theories, beliefs and wonderment, but it is a world of perfection. The fifth dimension is perfection, and it is real. It is not an illusion, and we are the arcs of light, or sparks of energy that inhabited it before our fall or enticement. We are conscious energy beings. We do have a body, and we do have form at that level if we so desire. Yet ultimately, We are still a fragmented consciousness awareness of our spirit. The fifth dimension is not the ultimate, it is just the middle ground on our journey. The fifth dimension is the middle plane between the lower realms and the higher realms. It is the doorway from reality, into the doorway of illusion. We will learn all about these doorways. This dimension is where perfect humanity was seeded. This is where our spirits reside before the ultimate change in the Christ child occurs or the transfiguration. I have visited some of the higher dimensions during out-of-body journeys of which I will speak more about. It is an awesome beautiful realm. It is so real, so vivid. Everything is in perfection. Whether it is a flower, or a tree, or even a blade of grass. It is magnificent. It is not about cities, and human habitations, it is more about beauty, and harmony and study and growth. It is a place for the consciousness to dwell, not the body. As any child begins to form its character, its beliefs, its awareness, it begins to experiment. Some children become unruly, others are peaceful and kind. The middle realm begins to unlock the depth of our soul's journey as to what we are to become via the Spirit's passion to grow and learn. As any parent knows, children love games. They love virtual realities. They love role-playing. Children love to experiment. The reason we are like this at this level is because that is what we are truly like at higher levels. The very notion that children are like this obviously begins to attract them to worlds of fantasy. As the child begins to follow the world of fantasy, it begins to be attracted to the lower density, called the fourth dimensional mind realm. There is nothing wrong for a child to experience, to play, act, to seek and learn through games and virtual realms. The problem is, getting lost in the fairy tale entraps the soul, and instead the soul loses its connection to reality. Years ago, there used to be a game played at colleges that was called Dungeons and Dragons. I do not know if they still play these games at universities. However, when this used to be a trend, college students would get so absorbed into the game they forgot who they really were. This was not some small issue. Some of these kids got lost in the game and some even died because of getting so enmeshed into the false reality. Children fantasize about playing roles, like cowboys and Indians. It seems innocent enough until the characters become real. Years ago, there was a movie called Westworld. It had to do with a vacation trip to your favorite fantasy role-playing world. Whether it was Westworld to play act as cowboys, or other types of worlds, like Roman world, medieval world, etc. As they entered their favorite worlds, they were given weapons of the day, and could play act with other people along with robotic characters that seemed human on the outside but were being programmed from the inside. These Autobots could act as if they were truly of whatever period one chose to experience, but they were not able to harm you as a vacationer. Well, at least that was the premise of the idea. Soon things changed and the characters were indeed harmed as the robots began to take on a mind of their own as interactive agents, and were no longer responding to the stimuli of the programming. Soon vacationers were being killed. The interesting thing about all of this is, the fourth dimension is truly a fantasy world that allows one to role-play anything they desire. However, when those who began to be drawn into darkness began to control the game, suddenly, this fun free-willed entertainment park became a prison and a zoo. Strict rules were beginning to be added to the games. The objectivity had a more daunting feature as the games itself became real in the mind. And suddenly more rules were added and then changed the game to literally create a loss of memory while playing. Now the games take on a totally different light. When one completely loses reality to exist within a playground of illusion, they are then controlled by forces beyond their own knowledge base. However, as with anything concerning virtual games, none of this occurred without our acceptance and free will. As the games got more intense, the problem was souls remembered who they were after they left the games. The role-playing didn't hold as much power over the soul because they always knew who they were. But what would happen if we were allowed to forget, even for a small period of time? It would make the game more interesting and give it a much more of a real theme. There was a television show on the new version of The Outer Limits that was astounding. It dealt with this scientist who created a virtual reality machine that could take convicted criminals and instead of wasting space at prisons, they could create the entire sentence for the prisoner inside a virtual reality simulator. As an example, if a prisoner was convicted and now must serve 35 years in prison, this machine could simulate serving a prison sentence for that duration of time, but in reality, it was only for about 2-3 hours. Now one could imagine that if we were told that coming into this world we would live a life for 75 years give or take, but in reality, it was only hours figuratively speaking as there is no time in the fourth dimension, or as we know it here. But a short span of time would seem preferable to a long span of time in playing the simulation. Suddenly it doesn't carry as much burden in retrospect because in our reality of thinking, we believe it is only a short amount of time, but in the simulation, it could last many years, and even decades. We might believe that spending a few hours is worth it to engage in this virtual simulation, even if we have forgotten who we really are. The key motivation would be it is only a fraction of our awareness in time. So why not spend 75 years in simulation? None of it is real anyway. On the surface, it seems safe, it seems quite stimulating, and it may be desirous for the soul to experience. The problem is the catch-22. Understand, experience is what is real, whether the simulation is real or not. The experience is always real. It affects the soul consciousness by having to live through the experience. Just like a dream is a simulation, but the experience is real. Having a recurring nightmare can affect the mind and spirit, even though nothing about the dream might be real. Or was it? Just as some have written stories of Beyond the Veil how people who died violent deaths had a more difficult time recovering, and many get trapped in the lower-based mind realm repeating their earthly demise continuously. Even though none of it was real, the experience prior surely left a powerful image on the consciousness to cause it to reenact the familiarity of the same event, like waking up from a bad nightmare. I have witnessed these lower mind realms and they are truly horrible. I will not discuss it here, but it is truly an ugly horrible experience to witness. The amount of real time one may spend here is but a fraction compared to our life in eternity. A soul has been given the truth about the simulation so that the soul can make a choice as to whether they desire to spend this time in a virtual reality game or not. What is a couple of minutes when you have eternity, right? It is all a choice, and the soul was given the truth about the causality of the virtual reality game, but the soul doesn't understand until they experience it how it will affect them in ways beyond their own knowledge base. I am only giving you possible reasons why a soul would give up all memories to come to this world to be subjected to all forms of experiences and yet not having recall as to what happened prior. The game becomes more lifelike, more real, it takes on a life of its own. To experience sleep, to experience eating of foods and the sensations of the body, and to experience pain. All of this is new to the soul. However, if a soul knew it was all fake before they ever entered here, even though the experience would feel real, they would know it wasn't real, at least initially. Now what if there was a catch-22 that a soul was not aware of nor prepared for? As an example, a soul is told they would spend 75 years in this illusion, yet the time spent is not real. It may be only a few minutes or even a few hours as we might understand or ascertain time for our awareness level. What if the soul is told these experiences will teach them, give them greater awareness, and offer abilities as well as an evolution of their soul? One might say, likened unto advancing in levels in a game. Now think about it. One plays games today. We see it all the time with these PlayStations, Xbox, and Nintendo etc. Nearly every one of these games comes with levels or degrees of advancement. The object is to evolve in the game to the highest level. What if the soul is told this also, that coming here and playing this earthly game is an evolution of sorts? One can advance to higher and higher levels. The whole purpose of these dimensions is to help souls become perfected. And the way this is accomplished is to train by trial and error. We all make choices, not all our choices are good ones, but they are choices nonetheless. The choices are to lead us to perfection based on our faulty choices that need to be changed. The offer of coming here was valid, in a sense. We are learning, we are growing, and eventually we can change into our true divine oneness. There is a considerable problem that we need to be enlightened of. What if the game has its own advancement levels within the game itself, and it does no good to the soul to advance back to the spirit? Alarm sounds, red flag alert. As an example, in the game one might advance to the highest levels by destroying all perceived enemies, and becoming a warlord or god in the world of that game. Well, in truth this was advancement, but how much did the soul really advance? As it states, if one gains the whole world but loses its soul, then what has it profited them? The fact is, a soul can be deceived by the lie in believing that taking of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil will help that soul to advance, and become like God. Remember, for God doth know that the day you eat thereof you shall become like the gods, knowing good and evil. However, the soul fails to understand the deception. Advancement may be wise, it may be good in most situations unless where one progresses towards is not the goal, nor is it even in the right direction. Becoming king of the world is not a true advancement. One must deny themselves and deny the thrills and glory of the world to establish a better glory. One must deny self. Like when Satan took Christ to the pinnacle of a high place, and he offered Christ the entire world if he would bow before him. Christ refused to advance to the top as was the offer. He chose to give up everything instead, even his life. He knew wherewith the true advancement lies, and it was not this fake world. Nothing that was offered to him here was going to take him away from what the true goal was. When a soul comes to earth and desires to experience this lifelike game, what they immediately learn upon coming here is one must achieve worldly success to become a winner, to achieve greater glory. It makes it all more realistic when one realizes that worldly success is only fulfilled by the few, whereas the mass majority never attain to this success, and thus they live their entire lives failing to achieve even a little. The problem is, when the carrot is being held out before you daily, making you believe that it is all possible, one will continue to seek for the proverbial Pandora's box of worldly successes, believing this is our true achievement. So now our basis of coming here has been corrupted to maneuver a soul from its true awareness into this facade of the world. And the soul spends all its time trying to succeed in the world and not trying to build upon spiritual traits and character, which in fact is the ultimate reason for coming here. Sadly, there was another catch-22 that we were not told about, because we were too excited about playing the game. The objectivity of this game was that you cannot be aware of who you really are while playing the game. That would be quite unfair. Your memories would have to be removed and your abilities and power would also have to be removed. However, the game will only last a short amount of time, as we were assured. The problem was, the soul never asked the $1 million question. After I spend this short duration, will my memories and abilities be restored? Now we begin to understand the depth of darkness one could fall into. That it is true, the game might not last long and the soul might not be subjected to it very long. Nevertheless, what happens if the soul does not awaken even after the game is played and finished? The soul could literally be stuck in blackness, meaning unaware of its reality for eternity. What if the soul returns with only its game memories and still has no real knowledge that the soul is asleep or in a comatose state? The tree of knowledge of good and evil represents both darkness and light of the soul. It is what the soul must go through to learn, and to eventually choose to come out of this addiction of this nefarious, diabolical, corrupting drug. The soul returns after they play their little game. But upon returning they learn that they must go back, that they failed to fulfill their goal in winning the game. The soul is still sleeping after the deep sleep that they chose to go under to play this game. All the soul really has is partial memories of its earthly life. It doesn't even realize who it is anymore. Now the trick of the trade is to get the soul to believe they have been here many times before, and in truth that is correct for many. This is when the soul learns they are revolving. It is called karmic accountability but with a twist. The soul however is not learning about their existence prior, they are simply learning about more lives in the illusion, or delusion. Past lives and recall of events of other worlds' journeys is not theoretically advantageous for one that needs to eventually break away. All this does is prime the well to return again and again to the world that we now believe is the epitome of reality. Therefore, laws are given, even by the lords of the shadow. They must show a pretense of truth while they set out to deceive. I have revealed this repeatedly throughout these books. Just like the God of the Old Testament, he gave laws, many of which were proper, wise and good. The problem was he forgot to tell you that part of the makeup of a soul is trial and error. You must comprehend a mystery that so many fails to realize. And that is evil dark magicians will use good laws to trap souls by their own ignorance. Why do you think governments spend all their time writing and creating new laws? A soul is going to fall as part of the process. However, these gods took license to bring about the law which indeed will be contravened, and then they have your soul locked eternally. Because the law stated, one sin represents death, which means living eternally in the world of death, or eternal death. It is impossible to fulfill the law perfectly because it has already condemned us, from previous lives. Of course most do not remember that. The very fact one is inside the human body reveals they have already fallen and failed to achieve perfection. It stated that before Jacob and Esau were ever born, God hated Esau and loved Jacob. Romans 9:10-13. Not only that, but Rebekah's children were conceived at the same time by our father Isaac. Yet, before the twins were born or had done anything good or bad, in order that God's purpose in election might stand, not by works but by him who calls, she was told, the older will serve the younger. Just as it is written, Jacob I loved, but Esau have I hated. We learned that Esau losing his birthright was by treachery and deception, none of which the father and mother would have had anything to do with. However, this God chose Jacob over Esau even though Esau was the promised child. It stated, even before they did anything good or evil, prior to them even being born, it says God loved Jacob and chose him over Esau, whom he hated. The reason this was done is in prior lives Jacob had excelled to please this God whereas Esau didn't. This judgment was not given as a choice of righteousness, but a matter of fact of previous lives via higher and more pure bloodlines. We also have learned Esau was the carrier seed for the true Christ to enter this world. Obviously, the gods would not like that and be totally aware of the detriment to their plan. So, before they were ever born, before their seed could be established, the God of this world was not going to like the fact that Esau was the true carrier seed, because this is Lucifer's world and Satan's world, and they do not like it when they are being outmaneuvered and upstaged in their own game by the true father and the mother. Therefore, it said, it was God's purpose of election having nothing to do with the works of the people themselves. Since when? Since when is it not because of the works of the people? Why would any God just choose arbitrarily one in advance before the person proved themselves worthy? It means that God chose in advance who he was going to use as the carrier seed, and he needed to figure out a way to steal it from Esau, the rightful owner and chosen one. Yet strangely as it all played out, even under the total deception against humanity, the true Christ still came through Esau's seed. Therefore, the gods had to set up false Christs to make sure their plan was not disclosed. And to do that they followed through with their own false lineage via the royal blue bloodline. The Bible speaks of reincarnation all through it, but since the days of Constantine and Justinian all knowledge of reincarnation was blatantly covered over, and anyone believing in it was deemed heretical and were made anathema of Christ, which meant being cursed, denounced, or excommunicated by a religious authority. Just like when Jesus healed the blind man, his disciples knew to ask, who committed sin as to why this man was born blind. They asked, is it his parents, or the man himself? His disciples at the time already began to understand enough about past lives. Jesus even asked them who the people thought he was from a previous life. And the answers came forth as, some believed he was a prophet of old, others thought he might have been Jeremiah, and others believed he was Elijah that was foretold to come. The people of his day, including the very disciples themselves, knew about reincarnation as a matter of fact. I mean, why would the people of Jesus' day be discussing who Jesus was from a former life if they didn't understand transmigration of the soul to some degree? And to make matters even more challenging, they also knew Jesus had been reincarnated, and Jesus did not lift a finger to quell this theory. In fact, he brought it up in the first place. He asked them who they all thought he was from a former life. If they did not understand this, then I would think many of his followers would have been thinking, what is this guy drinking? When the disciples asked, who committed sin that the man was born blind, they knew of the two laws that could be considered responsible for this event or peculiar punishment. The law of old brought by the gods of the shadow, established right in the 10 Commandments that God visits the iniquities upon the 3rd and 4th generation of those that hate him. What this means is, wherewith Jeremiah even supported, is that the sins of the parents could pass down to the generations of the children after them. Jeremiah knew a time was coming though when this would be changed. Jeremiah spoke of it as a parent eating sour grapes and the children's teeth are set on edge. This revealed the sin, or DNA corruption, being passed down to the children due to the laws that their parents had transgressed. He explained this would change in the future, where each person would eat their own sour grapes and their own teeth would be set on edge. Meaning, they would be responsible for their own sins, not the sins of their parents. This was all part of the old covenant. When Christ came and established a new covenant, he revealed a person is responsible for their own sins, not the sins of their parents. And it was also believed that when a person is born sick, it is due to past sins. The disciples rightfully queried, who committed the sin that caused this man to be born blind? Was it via the old law where it was his parents, or the new law, where it was due to the man's own sins? Obviously, that would have been a stupid question if there was no knowledge of reincarnation. Because how could the man have sinned if we were born blind to cause the disease? Did he somehow commit a grievous sin inside the womb? It obviously had to mean from previous lives. We are rewarded or cursed based on the gods of the shadow's desires and not what we perform in this world, whether it be good or evil. Our actions of today have little bearing on the results of yesterday. The gods decide what they want before we are ever born. That is why they take our memories away. Therefore, instead of starting again where we left off, we end up having to go back to school starting from grade 1. My friends, we did not fall when we sinned in this life, nor did anyone fall when they failed to do what was proper. We fell when we chose to come here, by free will. And yet it was a process that we needed to go through, as is the process of the soul. Inside of us is planted the true DNA spirit of the Father and Mother. The spirit within leads us to follow what will be good for us. We as children love to play games, so the opportunity to play games was offered as part of the package. And like here in this world, games work very well in attracting children and even adults. They can be used for very advantageous reasons or extreme detriment to the soul. The Father and Mother placed us in the 5th dimension and allowed us to make choices by free will in what I call the middle realm. They knew these choices would lead us to the worlds or dimensions as it fit our nature, and the lower dimensions were created as in type as an amusement park for souls while our spirit remains always at home. Neither good nor evil was created when these dimensions were created. However, these lower dimensions, unlike the higher dimensions, allow for free will choice to experience evil and darkness as a potential via those choices, until we finally realize it is not the path we should take. And then finally we will forever only choose that which is right and good. Now don't get me wrong, I am not saying we won't have free will choice beyond and in the higher dimensions. I am saying we will no longer choose darkness and evil once we change permanently. Eventually the soul will learn, even though it is sleeping, that choices made have resulted in traps and tricks, The day will come when the soul is awakened and realizes the true scope of what has happened to them because of these choices. Eventually the soul will learn, and the con artists who trapped the soul here will eventually lose control. This is what darkness doesn't understand. Eventually evil eradicates itself. It cannot survive unless something is feeding off its energy. And it takes more and more energy to feed evil to where eventually the soul will indeed learn they are trapped. It is like the day one awakens to the fact that they have so many bills they will never be able to pay them. They got stuck in a trap and mire that took years to build, but now they realize it is impossible to break away from, and now they know they are trapped in jail. Evil always loses in the end, because it must feed on itself. Therefore evil eventually destroys all evil. Therefore, during the time of the harvest, evil is at its greatest height. It is everywhere and seeking more and more souls to devour. The problem is when evil becomes paramount. By nature it falls back down to the ground. All empires have fallen from their apex or pinnacle. We have learned this from Book 3 about the beastly kingdoms. All of them have fallen because evil cannot continue to sustain itself. Evil will always go after another likened unto it and devour it. Evil people can never trust their own followers, because being evil reveals there are no rules, and eventually evil destroys itself. As more and more turn to evil, more and more feed upon themselves to where it all comes crumbling down and the process begins anew. The father and mother allow us to be trapped here by our own free will choice, and it is also why they do not offer hands-on to remove the darkness that is controlling here. They want us to learn. What better way to learn from choices that lead to a false path than to realize it will never succeed? Now for some it might take a few lifetimes, others it might take hundreds and thousands of lifetimes. It all depends on the stubbornness of the soul. Eventually the soul will get tired and sick of the process and seek for paradise reborn. Chapter 5, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. I titled this chapter Mr. Toad's Wild Ride because when I was kid this was a ride in Disneyland. I do not know if they still have it operational today, but this particular ride began in the 50s. I loved getting on this ride more than any other. At the time roller coasters didn't interest me, as well the scary haunted houses were not my thing. I remember as a kid, certain rides were limited to the age and size of the child. One must be a certain age as well as be a certain height. If you were not old enough or tall enough, certain rides were taboo. As I got older and went back to Disneyland, the first thing I wanted to do was get on Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. The problem was, it was not as fun as it was years prior. The ride was simple, it was childlike, and it was for kids. I thought, why did I love this ride? I always wanted to go back and get on this ride again. However, I was disappointed. It did not have the thrill it held over me when I was younger. I then decided, this was not for me. I wanted something more adult-like, something more challenging, fearful, and spooky. I wanted to try something else. The moral of the story is, what we cherish when we are younger changes through life, and most of the time it is because we lose interest. The excitement is lost. We then seek for something else. Life is a process of disappointments and yet always seeking for the epitome of excitement and thrills. Yet life teaches us that eventually all things fail to achieve the greatest of importance. And that is internal joy via balance and perfection. In our youth, we as children have play toys, and these toys were very important to us at the time. As we get older we look back and wonder how such limited things held us mesmerized in such a state of trance, because it appears foolish to us now. As we age our toys become more tantalizing, thrilling, and more exciting as we constantly look for the ultimate thrill. Our toys are no longer little dolls and stuffed bears, but cars, ATVs, hang gliding, mountain climbing and speed boats. Sadly, the thrills always seem to lessen via time, For some they diminish faster than others, because eventually time wears down the soul until it realizes all things in life lose their thrill and ultimately everything loses its interest. Because in the world of good and evil there will always be something lacking due to a lack of perfection. We eventually learn life is limited. What we seek for, what we truly desire we used to have in the higher realms. We were in a sense gods compared to this world. We could fly, we could read others' thoughts. We had what seemed like amazing miraculous powers. We gave all of that up to play these childlike simulated games. Now granted most souls in human form do not remember this, they have forgotten who they were and what they could do. But deep down in their soul they continue to seek for that which was always part of their true nature. In time, after many lives a soul begins to slowly awaken simply by desire and choice of wanting something more. A soul begins to realize this world is nothing but limitation and error and smoke and mirrors. The soul slowly awakens to the fact that there is much more to seek for than this limited realm. It begins to realize this world is failure from the beginning. It is filled with wars, animosity, hatred, disease and so much more that was not what any soul truly desired. And although there is beauty, opulence and some harmony, it fades over time because everything deteriorates here. The greatest proof that we exist within an illusion is age, the law of deterioration and decay. From the moment we arrive in this world via this tiny little bundle of joy wrapped in soft blankets that covers the moldable soft and smooth skin, the soul transitions within the illusion of aging. From this tiny body, it morphs into this aged almost leathery carcass, and loses all of its luster and beauty in time. The illusion of time and the illusion of age occurs ever so slowly and yet the soul itself never ages even a day. However, the illusion of deterioration as the body begins to crack, break down and feel pain, all of this is added to the sensations to create the belief in an artificial reality as somehow being real, that we are not only getting older but we are dying in the process. From the appearance of the shell of the body, to the hair and skin, all of it is decaying into that which it came from. And eventually the body will literally cease to exist and become as dust and ash being blown about to and fro, while it is eventually toiled back under the earth, as if it was never here. The very body we wear is in a lifelong deterioration mode in which the skin and bones we have when we are younger have long since disappeared, as is the regeneration process which constantly produces new skin and bones. Eventually though, all of it perishes in time as the RNA is rewritten. We are simply a walking DNA computer program that is bound to the earth in a simulation process from birth to death and cradle to grave. As time moves forward, we scan our mirrors which reveal the god-awful truth of our decay, where the wrinkles become exposed and age lines and other detrimental bodily features rear their ugly head. We fight to remain young but the body will not take heed. Our hair begins to change, becoming brittle and coarse, sometimes turning grey and silver and even pure white. And for some it completely disappears. Bodily skin features which were once tight and secure, begin to droop and fail and lose its luster. Over time, we begin to see ourselves as old, unable to do the things we could when we were a kid. Where we once could run and play, now we can barely walk and some even need an aid to do that which was natural, but now has become nearly impossible. The illusion has convinced us that we have completely changed, and yet it is all a big fat lie. The soul within always remained the same. It is still the heart of a child inside the body of death. Yet the soul will be released from this death having not aged a minuscule second but will return to its original luster and beauty. Aging is our proof that this world is fake, because the soul is not what is growing older, only the body based on the internal clock along with the illusory world is decaying. Nothing keeps its luster, everything decays in this dimension of death. It is because the mind is being forced to believe that decomposing of our realm is real and our thoughts over time are recreating a world based on this illusion that we do not desire. Yet the soul chose this world so it could experience the simulation of reality using both good and evil. Now that this experience seems all too real, it morphs into sadness. and the soul realizes that it has wandered down a path that it truly never desired. It is beginning to awaken just like that child inside you, that the toys we once had do not have the same thrill now. Life seems boring, life seems like a drag. No matter how great you might have succeeded in worldly terms, everyone eventually comes to the awareness that life is ultimately futile and it offers very little in return. Like Solomon bantered, he despised the fact that he became filled with wealth and power, and he realized it was all vanity. That in time, he would die and all of what he accumulated would be passed down to someone else who never did an honest day's work in their life, but somehow, they pleased God. Remember, Jacob whom I loved and Esau whom I have hated. It matters not what you do in life, it matters who you are pleasing for whatever protocol that has been instituted. We live, we die, and we experience pain, suffering, ignominy, hurt, sickness, disease and so much more. Eventually the soul awakens to the fact, what am I doing here? What is my real purpose? However, seeking for the ultimate is never easy. The rules of this game are difficult. The strict essences of this dimension based on a thick density has us captured with balls and chains, and it appears hopeless to ever break free. As we seek for answers, the game begins to readily supply them. The game controllers are those who have mastered this game and love keeping everyone else under their power and control. And when they realize souls are beginning to question the game and their authority, then they must tend to the scene quickly and end this so-called radical type thinking. So, they offer answers via religion, science, New Age, politics and a plethora of systematic ideas to steal you away once again. And one begins to believe they are breaking away from the perceived controls of the world and becoming enlightened. The sad fact is, the same ones ruling this world are also giving you these illuminations. They cannot afford your radical thinking to start affecting other souls. So, they need to nip it in the bud or at worst keep control of it. Everyone that seeks for new ideas and new experiences who get trapped in the fundamentals of these facades always believe they have discovered their eureka, that is, I found it. Sadly, they know not. They just entered another trap filled with rules and guidelines that keep the soul locked into a new adventure. Everything that is offered to the soul will always be a trap, because it is outside or secular or even external dogma that is given to shut the soul up or keep it quiet. It is designed to keep the soul locked into nothing thoughts and forbidding them to reattach to their true source. People believe science and religion are two opposites, yet never realizing it is the tree of good and evil. It is all a deception. Think about it. Science contends that religion is foolishness, that it bases its reality on faith, whereas science is based on fact. Those that truly understand both mind dimensions of science and religion realize that each one is truth mixed with error, as is the reality of this world. And both rely on faith as a fundamental decree. Each believes in what they cannot completely prove, but it fits the postulations. They both are governed by dogma, which locks one into the confusion of Antichrist. Dogma, although always revealed as a religious protocol of faith, is also the term science uses when they state their facts are absolute. The reason science nor religion can see eye to eye is because they both are under dogma, rules of the game, which means that nothing outside of their set dogmas will be accepted. Thus, those who are seeking for enlightenment have now been restrained in even a deeper darkness than before. Why? Because now they are told that they cannot even reason through against that what they are involved in, because they are told it is an absolute and there is nothing they can do to break away. They are stuck again, but this time in quicksand. And why did this occur? Because the soul was beginning to awaken. Science and religion are simply a polarity of one another. Both exist to deceive each other. Science refuses to see facts that some beliefs in religion are accurate, even via the power of faith. And religion refuses to see facts that some things in science are also accurate, even when it rejects their divine conclusions. It is the round robin of confusion that has controlled this earth, all because souls fail to access the truth only one way, and that is within themselves, without having all of these controls telling them what they can or cannot do. Then comes the new age, the new religion of the enlightened ones. This is the new dogma that does not solely follow science or religion. It offers a new and more exciting thrill that we belong to a higher power, and a force that is beyond this realm. And unlike religion, they speak of no darkness, no evil, all is here for our benefit. Everything is here for our good, which in reality is sort of true, but it is also being used for massive deception. Evil is here to teach us what is wrong. However, if you have been lured by the idea that nothing is evil, then it is impossible to see where you have gone wrong, and thus will never attempt to change. The New Age teaches us we are directly connected to God as some sort of common body. That God is our higher self, that we are all one. Again, there is truth within the deception. The New Age was created by the same dark forces that created religious and scientific dogma. It was done to capture those souls who were beginning to acknowledge who they truly are, and then trap them again into a new special dogma. That the knowledge of good and evil is all good. And then to top it all off, New Age teaches we are all gods. We do not need anything else. And then they separate the soul from the most important aspect of who they really are, the father and mother. And they fail to acknowledge that they are imperfect seeds of their divine parents in transition. And granted, as you have learned by now, that the father and mother is each individual soul's higher self. This is very true. But the soul is separated until they can return with the fruits. The soul of itself can do nothing except the father and mother work in them the good fruits. As well as, the New Age teaches nothing about the father and mother, they instead falsify it all by teaching that God is one source that we are all part of, and we will all return to that source again and be enveloped into that one source. They then falsify the mother as being the earth. According to them, Earth is Mother Gaia, and she is our sustainer and protector. It never occurs to them they are worshipping an illusory god that is completely and solely fake. Again, everything they say is partially true, but the lie and error is so embedded and mixed in this truth that one fails to see the obvious. That what the New Age is teaching is, we are all Borgs. That is a Star Trek term representing biological organisms, and will all be assimilated back into the one, having no unique spirit to our divine reality. My friends, we are all unique. We are all spirits of the Christ, the firstborn among many. Thus, we are the perfect humanity. We exist as spirits in the higher realms, not just a single spirit. We are many and we all came from the one. But we are not going to be absorbed back into the one. That would defeat the purpose of creating a family and individuality. If the process was to absorb us all back into the one source, then everything we are accomplishing is useless. The soul itself will return to its spirit, which from the beginning the spirit was individualized. Each of us as seeds of the soul, are part of our father and the mother spirit. And we will return to them, as they are the true fruits, or true Christs of the perfect humanity. Each spirit has many sons and daughters, as souls, seeds, just like each dad and mom may have many children down through the generations. Each are unique, each are individualized as they represent their individualized spirit, and each are precious. Just like the children of humans are not reabsorbed back into their mom and dad. They go on to have other children, which in turn have even more children down through generations, which will become houses for the soul seeds who have chosen to come here. Try to understand this. We were created as spirits and we exist as consciousness awareness in a dimension below the originator creators, as the perfect humanity. However, ultimate personal perfection in knowledge and wisdom cannot be created. It must be gained as fruits of our labors. Therefore, the spirits were sent into the neutral realm of the fifth dimension to begin the process of growth. Our spirit father and mother, which are our personal identity, remain where they are as they send part of their consciousness into these lower realms. We were neither good nor evil, we just are. as the ultimate Father and Mother created us as spirits, in their image and likeness of spirit energy awareness. We also create offspring called souls. It is through our souls that we access greater and greater perfection in wisdom and character. Our souls are a spark of energy that our spirit emits that goes out like a probe to discover and learn and then returns to its source with the knowledge and information which then allows the spirit to learn and grow and become more perfect. In our true state where we are the individualized spirit, we are not going to be absorbed back into the originators. We will always be individual children of the Father and Mother via the Son Christ, the creators. But our souls, seeds which is part of who we truly are, will be brought back into the fold of our individualized spirit, because every soul is part of the individualization of their spirit creator. I hope this is not too complicated, as we see in the diagram below. 1. Father, Mother, originators. 2. Christ, Son, firstborn among many. 3. Perfect humanity. The Spirit's individualized children as also the Father and Mother at the seeds. 4. Souls, seeds, probes of consciousness of the Spirit children, which will return to their individualized spirit as one. What is perfection, without errors, flaws, or faults? Perfection does not mean ultimate, it means a process, but when we are perfect, it means we are without error. So, our spirit is without error, as it learns from the soul who abides in error to build character to ultimately resist error. These souls are the perfect spirit's children in retrospect. Now the soul is likened unto the children of the Father and Mother as it is part of their DNA sequencing of energy awareness. The soul is separated from the Father and Mother to enter realms where they can learn, where our spirit will not enter. As I said before, no child of the Father and Mother will ever fail, because it is impossible. They never leave perfection, they never enter error, only their children nor sparks of light do, which ultimately build fruits that will always be part of the Spirit eternally. Therefore, it is imperative that you understand, that the soul or son, daughter is a spark of energy light that emanates from your individualized spirit. It is you at another level of mind awareness. The soul is part of the spirit. The soul is connected to the spirit, but is separated in mind for the journey to learn. But while separated, the soul can experience sin without it being connected to the spirit, even though it can attach to the soul. Thus, we know the secret of the Christ. The Christ and the Father are one and the same, as the same energy essence is in both. However, the seed of Christ can be sacrificed into the world of good and evil and take upon the sins of the whole world and then return to the Father and Mother in perfection after it has overcome the world via the long process. Now are you beginning to understand the great mystery? It is also expedient for you to comprehend even a greater mystery. If the spirit of your soul can send out one soul, why can't it send out many souls, many children? Understand the mystery, each soul is a fragment of the spirit that sent it. If you have seen me, then you have also seen my Father. The spirit is individualized, but the fragmented souls are not. There can be many souls of the same spirit, and all are one. But the individualized spirit comes from the ultimate Christ and the ultimate Father and the Mother. There are many spirit children, there are even more souls, for each spirit sends out an unlimited number of souls. When you look at yourself at this level, you are simply a lower fragmented mind of your higher self. Our life in this prison-type hell is only but a single limited experience of our spirit. We are involved in so many activities it is not possible to even reveal them all. And the place where we are experiencing here and now is but a tiny fragment, a piece of sand on the beach of an ocean, of what we are and where we are exploring. If the higher self sends out hundreds, thousands or even millions of souls, they are all directly connected to each of our individualized spirits at another awareness level. The souls are not individuals, they are in fact you and me, experiencing another level of awareness from our grand divine personage. You must try to separate who we are in this human form compared to who we are as spirit beings. Now just because you are the soul of the spirit and one day you will be grafted back into your spirit, doesn't mean you have disappeared or ceased to exist or somehow you are blotted out. It is said that we are rewarded according to our works, and the rewards are sent to heaven where moth and rust do not corrupt, waiting for our reuniting with them. How do you think this is possible? It is possible because the good works that we do are transferred back to our individualized spirit self even while the soul seed is still learning and overcoming. Our works are not just hanging in limbo somewhere in heaven. They have been inserted back into our Father and Mother as fruits gained. A soul is simply the spirit at another level of awareness. The spirit is you, the Father is you, the Son is you. But the soul is being allowed to learn via this method and then return unto itself at a higher level, bringing with them all fruits as well as all of its souls, brothers and sisters of the same Father and Mother Spirit, together forming the ultimate perfection of knowledge and wisdom. Thus, now we can understand that the soul is the spirit at another level. But the soul exists in imperfection while the spirit exists in perfection. Just like the body containing the soul is of corruption and the spirit is of incorruption. When the individualized spirit produces a soul, it can produce many souls or many sparks of light from within itself. And every one of them is you at another level. The spirit part of you is the individualized part or child of the originators through their Son the Christ, that is the Father and Mother. The soul in type is also of its father and mother, which is the individualized spirit, but the soul itself is not individualized, it is a fraction of the whole and will one day come back together as being part of the whole, which is your individualized spirit, thereby the transfiguration as the Son is reabsorbed in the Father and the Mother to become them. Therefore, you truly are individualized even though while being separated into many part souls you are not. As an example, there are 4 people, John, Mary, Bob, and Ellen. Each are individualized. Now all 4 decide to enter a simulation to acquire a job through various testings and different modes of learning via several virtual reality simulators at the same time by sending part of their mind into each program. Each of the minds are taking on its own illusory world via the simulation and having to learn many different traits to acquire the ability to access the job. However, there is still only 4 players, even though there are a multiple of minds well beyond the 4, as each one is interacting and learning through multiple tasks. But every one of those minds in the simulation, even if it was 100, 1,000, or 1,000,000, were all part of the 4 players. And when the game is done, all of the external data will return back into the internal fold. And voila, what you have left are the original 4. But now having accessed much more knowledge and wisdom. What we see of ourselves here is a very incomplete version of who we really are. We are in the process of a change, and this is how it is occurring. When you are absorbed back into your spirit, you do not become someone else, you change into a greater, more glorious being, but it is still you at a higher level. Now let's say, John, Mary, Bob and Ellen are all brothers and sisters who have gathered much information via their mind consciousness awareness as they learned lessons, and their father is Christ, and his father is the ultimate creator or grandfather. Therefore, John, Mary, Bob and Ellen have now also become equal to Christ as co-heirs because they finished their training. And all are heirs of the ultimate, the Father and Mother. This is the difference between the soul and spirit. And therefore, there can be a perfect humanity while their souls live in imperfection. And thus, we now enter the truth of parallel dimensions, where souls exist in multiple levels of existence to learn from even more sources. Chapter 6, Parallel Dimensions. I have had some amazing experience in life, and every step of the way the Father has taught me so many incredible things about our world, simply because I allowed myself to learn. I would never stagnate, nor would I ever get into a spirit that I didn't need to grow or learn more. I continued to learn and amass much information throughout my life to enable me to understand many things most have not ever even heard of before. So now I want to take the time to share some of these momentous experiences that helped guide and change my awareness, that our world is not real, it is a virtual reality. It was some time ago when I had experienced the strangest phenomenon that I had ever witnessed. It was about 9:30 in the morning. I was waking up getting ready to take my wife to work. I had a difficult night getting to sleep and was tossing and turning. My wife had to be at work about 10 a.m. and so I decided to get her to work and come back and lie on the couch in the attempt to get some more needed rest. I dropped her off at work, which was about 2-3 miles away, and immediately upon getting back home, I laid down on the couch and turned over into the cushion and prepared myself to return to the world of dreams. It couldn't have been any more than 10-20 seconds after I turned over on the couch, I heard a noise coming from the back room. I immediately turned back over facing out towards the living room, and I noticed my dog Samantha, who has now passed on, lying down peacefully and calm without a care in the world. My first internal reaction was, if there was a sound, Sammy would have heard it and she would have alerted me to the noise. Yet she was peacefully lying down acting as if there had been no clutter. Again, I turned over and got myself into position to fall asleep, and then it materialized again. However, this time there was no mistaking it. I heard a noise coming down from the hallway leading into the back bedroom. I popped back up with a greater sense of urgency, and again recognizing my dog was not responding to anything, I knew this was an impossibility. If we were the only two entities in the house, then any noise would have alerted her keen sense of alarm, warning that her area is being intruded upon, and the barking would begin. Yet there she was, calm, and seemingly unaware of any sounds coming from within our domain. As I sat there now at the edge of the couch listening with more interest, and then instantly, I heard it again, the sound was obvious, that there was something or someone in our bedroom. There was no doubt about it. I then, now with a tad more concern, began to summarize the event in my mind by asking, why isn't Samantha responding to this sound? How is it possible she is not hearing it? I came up with only one answer. There is only one potential reality, that my dog was acting deaf and dumb when there was an obvious intruder in our home. And my only theory was, it would have to be my wife, and Samantha would be aware that she was there. Yet I knew that was an impossibility. I just took her to work and returned, and not more than a couple of minutes had passed. My little theory had holes in it. And my best attempt to reason this through was to get up and find out for myself what strange thing was occurring in our house. I eased off the couch, walked very slowly through the kitchen, subtly down the hallway, and as I was close to the bedroom, the sound was consistent. There was someone in our house that shouldn't be there. Who was it? Why were they there? Who gave them permission to enter my little world? Slowly, as I was about to enter the confines of the bedroom, I noticed the sound was coming from the back corner of the bedroom. I then edged around the corner with my head peeking around ever so slowly, and to my absolute shock, my wife was ironing clothes on the ironing board. I walked in alarmed, in a state of shock, and she calmly said, "Oh, hi, did I wake you?" I looked at her wondering if I was losing my mind and asked her, "What in the heck are you doing here?" She said, "I am ironing clothes." I replied, "No, I don't mean that. How is it possible that you are here? I just took you to work." She didn't even bat an eye. She said, No, I finished my shift and came home." Not accepting her response, I immediately said, "There is no way. I just dropped you off at work not more than 10 minutes prior. There is no possible way for you to be here." Again, seemingly having no awareness that I am very agitated about this, she stated, "You obviously fell asleep," she said. "At 2:30 p.m. my shift ended and I got a ride home." I responded with sheer disbelief, "No way has 4.5 hours gone by." As I barked out, "I never went back to sleep. I was awake the entire time. And if your story holds water, why didn't you call me? You always call me to pick you up." At this point, I am looking down at my watch realizing it was 2:45 p.m., but it didn't make any sense. Yet my keen sense of knowing something was wrong would not let me give in, no matter what my watch revealed. There is no possible way this could have occurred, because she would not have gotten a ride home without at least calling me. She has never done that before. Her casual response summed it all up, leaving me more confused than ever. John, I didn't call you because I knew you had a difficult time last night getting sleep, so I didn't want to awaken you. Secondly, since I knew you were sleeping on the couch, I thought I would come back through the back door and stay in the bedroom trying to remain as quiet as I can to allow you to get your rest. I realized everything she told me made perfect sense, it all sounded reasonable. But I knew with every fiber of my being, I never went back to sleep. I stood there retracing the events like an old detective trying to find the flaw in this strange Sherlock Holmes weirdness. I told my wife repeatedly, I know I did not fall asleep, I am very confused right now. She just laughed it off saying, you must have and just didn't realize it. Remember you were very tired? Her response made sense, but I knew it was not correct. I knew something was wrong, very, very wrong. I scratched my head trying to assimilate every detail, every thought, event or movement to try to analyze what had just happened. I then walked out of the bedroom and slowly entered the living room as I passed the dog and leaned over to pet her, saying, I think Daddy may be losing his marbles. Girl, you know that I never fell asleep, right? As she sat there looking at me with impartiality as to what in the world are you smoking, old man? I marveled in my mind how strange this event was. I had never experienced anything like it before. I then decided to accept the verdict and go on as if this was just a unique one-of-a-kind weirdness that I would never have a good explanation for. I then walked out the front living room door to check the mail, which usually came around noon. And yet I am still thinking it is in the morning, but now being assured it is mid-afternoon, and voila, the mail was there in the box, obviously right on schedule. I recalled trying to get the mail out of the box was quite difficult. There were some letters, but inside the box there were also cassette tapes for some sort of seminars. I didn't really look that closely at them. And they were lodged tightly inside. I had difficult time removing them. I guess I had ordered them because I had some vague memory of them, but at that moment everything was very foggy in the mind. I then went back into the house and stood there staring at walls looking like an idiot trying to figure out what in the world was going on. I knew I had to accept the event, but it was not setting well with me. It was then I heard noises coming from behind our place where this old lady lived that had tons of cats. It sounded like teenagers listening to music and making a loud racket. I then went back outside. As I was walking down the steps I saw our other neighbor on the front side of our house, standing on his porch, and I asked him about the noise. He said, it looks like we are going to get rowdy neighbors, and then he just shook his head back and forth in disgust while rolling his eyes, to reveal he was not happy about this. He continued to tell me that, these young kids have moved in next door, and they play music from their van, very loud. I then walked around the house to see who it was, and then it hit me. When did the old lady move? This lady was like 90 years old, and I knew she didn't have any plans to move anywhere. And now she is gone and new tenants are already moving in? This didn't make sense. Well, as I turned the corner and saw the off-color white van, I heard the music playing and I heard voices of the kids, laughing, joking, etc. I did not see them, I just heard them talking loudly over the music, which was blaring from the van. I thought to myself, oh great, that is just what we need, noisy, raucous neighbors. The problem was I was not buying into the fact that the old lady moved. Something was still not right. We had just talked to her the day before, and she was fine and she mentioned nothing about a possible move. I then returned to the confines of my home more confused than ever before. I yelled back into the bedroom and asked my wife, hey, were you aware that the old lady was moving, 'cause we got new neighbors? My wife acted as if everything was fine. She seemed to know about the old lady moving out, which I didn't, nor was I aware of it. At this point in time I really began to panic because, either I was off my rocker, or my little nap turned into a coma leading me into La La Land. I began to touch the furniture to see if I was dreaming or something. I knew it was ridiculous, there was no way this was a dream. Everything was real, my senses were responding to everything as in any given waking moment. I was aware of details, everything seemed basically normal except this nagging little voice in my head that kept saying, "Something ain't right here, John." It must have been 15-20 minutes after I first heard the noises coming from the back room. As I stood there in the middle of the living room I began to concede and give in, realizing this is just a strange phenomenon that I could not explain. And then something hit me. I began to know internally that this world was not my world, that this might be a parallel dimension. I had heard and read about these sort of things. I never had any experiences like this prior to verify these possibilities. Yet it became rather obvious that this world was not my world. It was close to being the same world, things were basically the same with a few troubling exceptions. It was then I knew I had discovered the secret. Somehow, someway I jumped dimensions in the mind, not the body, and I was existing in a parallel time loop. I was excited to report my evidence and views with my wife, who obviously was a parallel version of herself. Even my dog was a parallel version in another world. Of course, I stood there fighting through the insanity of it all, but I knew nothing else made any sense to me. Somehow, I entered another world that was similar but had obvious tweaks in my reality zone. As I called with excitement to my wife in the other room, yelling her name while repeating continuously, "I know what is happening, I know what is happening." She ran out in wonderment thinking I was losing my mind, yelling back and saying, "What are you screaming about?" I said, "Come here." I looked at her and told her, "I figured out what is going on. I do not belong here, I am not from here, this is a parallel dimension. This is not the world of my awareness." I continued, "This world seems very close to the same dimension I came from, but it isn't the same." I don't know how strange this must have sounded to her, because to me it sounded like I was ready for the white jacket. Her eyes were wide open as she stood there listening to what must have seemed like a loony bin escapee from the nearest facility. As she got closer to me, I reached out with both my hands and grabbed her arms at about her shoulders, and as soon as I touched her, I began to fade into blackness and I watched her disappear, as if fading away in a dark tunnel. And then the blackness returned to light again, and I was lying face down towards the cushion of my couch. It was as if this was all a dream and I did fall asleep. I quickly popped back up, turned over to see my dog sitting in the same place acting as if she still did not have a care in the world. And then it hit me, in this experience I had when I was alerted to the noise in the back room, I had a blanket over me in that realm. However, I never got a blanket, and sure enough I still did not have a blanket on me when reawakening. When inquiring of my wife in that other dimension, she brought it out to my attention that when she came home she saw me lying there, and she quietly placed a blanket over me so as not to awaken me. It never dawned on me when I was hearing these noises I had a blanket on until my wife of the other dimension revealed she placed it there. Now as I was back in my dimension, there was no blanket. And the strangest thing of all is when I looked at my watch, no time had passed from when I got back home and laid on the couch. It was still a little after 10 a.m. in the morning. There was not even enough time to have a dream. Somehow, someway, I jumped dimensions as well as time traveled 4.5 hours in the future. I will never forget about this event. These type stories have been written about for a very long time, for thousands of years, by people that experienced events like mine. It was then I decided to learn more about these events. Being raised in a strict Christian environment simply did not allow for these strange anomalies. Yet they are real, these events do occur. The question is why? How is it possible that I am living in two worlds at the same time? And yet this does not answer the strangeness of it all. If I was there in another parallel dimension, then where was the me in that dimension, if I, from this world, was the one that was there? Where did the other me go that should have been there? And did I just disappear, leaving my wife alone, causing her to wonder what happened to me? These and so many more questions became the topics of my thoughts. I wanted answers, and I needed to find out why this occurs. As time went on in my explorations, I began to discover the answers in personal experiences that I will discuss in the next chapter. I began to learn that we are multidimensional beings. We don't just exist in one world but many worlds, maybe even millions and billions unto infinity. Yet one must wonder how this is possible. How can we exist in other worlds and not be aware of them? It took me years to identify the problem and come out with a solution. And that solution is, these dimensions are of the mind of our spirit, our father and mother. As Christ said, "In my Father's house there are many mansions," that is many dimensions. And what is the true revelation of the Father's house? It is the mind of the Father and Mother coursing through many consciousness awareness levels. It is then I began to be aware that what we think is real is not real per se, it is a portion of the mind experiencing different thought energies. The Father and Mother through their probes are experiencing many worlds of the mind consciousness. Sometimes we connect to these worlds like tiny fibers of thread overlapping with one another. And when this occurs, we simply enter the consciousness awareness of that thread that is parallel to our own. Therefore, I had some memory of the cassette tapes in the mailbox, but my mind was foggy because I was trying to relate to two or more dimensions while I had awareness of only one. However, in my dimension here there were no cassette tapes at all. It is possible the reason I linked to this parallel world occurred because the same exact events happened simultaneously in both worlds, creating a common link or thread. Both situations had myself in a state of being very tired, and both situations had both me's going on the couch and trying to get some needed lost sleep. At the very moment that this event occurred, we must have interlocked minds, and somehow, I became aware of this other dimension where I also existed in consciousness as a separate probe soul. And somehow, we overlapped or combined awareness. This is when I discovered that all of what we experience is nothing more than the mind. There are no bodies, there are no matter worlds, it is all a simulation. Our mind can interact with other simulated worlds that our consciousness has been fragmented into. However, and let me be clear about this, there is a difference between the simulation we are living in here than most all the other simulations we also exist in. That difference is we are locked into this simulation via some sort of frequency lock or connection, that is the silver cord, whereas all the other dimensions are more like a dream where we bounce in and out of. Unless, it is a time loop, where we are experiencing a life that we lived at another time when we were reseeded. Our soul in this realm has been connected to our body by a frequency connector, and it holds us here to keep us locked in. In a practical sense, we are plugged in. You might say this dimensional experience is likened unto an anchor. It grounds us in one specific simulation while experiencing the others via the part of the mind that is asleep. As I said, we are not limited to a few dimensions, we exist in more dimensions that we can even count. These are what are called parallel dimensions of the mind. We are accessing knowledge not from a few areas, or even a few worlds, but millions and even billions. Think about it, if a computer can maneuver through thousands of files in an instant, and if the mind can maneuver through millions of files in an instant, what do you think your true spirit self can do? We may possibly be aware of an unlimited number of files per second unto infinity. What goes on inside our minds every waking moment? We have thoughts running to and fro, moving here and there all the time. These are thoughts, are energies. These thoughts are our lifeline to experiencing simulations. Many times, these thoughts produce what appear to be real live experiences in dreams. A single thought can be choreographed into visual and other stimuli senses of the mind. Now at our level of awareness here we can see and visualize how our thoughts are unlimited and are mostly out of our control. They often seem more like a potpourri of confusion than governed organized thoughts. That is because the soul itself can duplicate the spirit's activity at a local level. Yet it is usually confined to that level, whereas the spirit has no limitation. One of the concepts I have taught over the years is about imagination without limitation. Our Father and Mother, which are our higher self, is unlimited and unrestricted. We, however, are just a portion of this reality, and everything to us is micro-limited from a macro mind, even our awareness. But imagine if that awareness could tap into our other awareness levels. Imagine how seemingly unlimited everything would appear to be. If we could tap into worlds of unlimited horizons, imagine what we could comprehend. We really do operate like this from the spirit realm. We are unlimited beings without restriction. The only limits and restrictions we have is when the spark of consciousness, called souls, are sent out to gather information. Each soul is confined to a limitation by necessity. Everything is organized by the spirit mind to access fields of awareness from various dimensional worlds, like a file in a program. We are in a sense like the mind of the Father and Mother as it peers into these worlds, but they allow each soul or mind to fragment to experience it and interact with it while our spirit keeps themselves purified. It is like watching a movie, peering into the movie but never becoming part of the movie. We just watch and observe and learn. The spirit portion of us is not actually a participant in the movie, whereas the soul is one of the actors in the scene. Now, if we had the ability to experience multiple fields of awareness at the same time, wouldn't we do it? As an example, we go to school, and in school we have what is called classes. Each class is a study of a field of awareness, whether it be math, science, history or social studies. Each class is a world of its own, and we can adapt where our minds can portion these classes into various organized fields of thought. Each field of study represents a mind field, and each one is unique and different. And even at our level we can access many fields of awareness. However, we are limited to how much we can perceive at the same time. Therefore, we organize these awareness fields by topic and genre. Yet with our limited vehicle of awareness we can see how the mind can be in multiple worlds at the same time, or at minimum be part of multiple worlds at the same time. As an example, when in math class our mind is totally absorbed with mathematics, this is not the time to be going over your history lesson. Now, of course, sometimes we daydream, and we leave the topic as the mind begins to become aware of other thoughts permeating our consciousness. Yet we realize when we do this we lose consciousness awareness of the topic of study and often lose ability to gather proper information. So, if you are daydreaming during math class and the teacher asks you for the answer to an equation, obviously while being absorbed into another mind realm you won't have the foggiest notion what the teacher wants, nor will you have a correct answer for them. Just use your imagination to see how many worlds you can enter. Watch what occurs in the processor of the mind. Imagination can literally bring one into a unique world all their own. If we can do this at our limited awareness level, imagine a spirit of incorruption that has no limitation at all. It can be all-knowing, all-aware, all-present at the same given time, that is omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent. This is who we really are at the highest level, so it only makes sense that we have access to these portals of influence even while existing in the limited realms. It should be of no shock that we at some point might interact with others of our various similar probe minds at the same time. It is amazing to realize who we really are at the highest level of consciousness awareness. Yet of ourselves, these lowly portions of the mind can do nothing, yet we are connected to everything. The soul of itself, or the son, daughter has little power, it is simply a portion of omnipotence that has all power and glory. However, at this moment, we cannot perceive who we really are, but when the time occurs where we merge back into our higher self, we will then become like the Father and Mother as the Son, daughter being equal to the Christ. Now getting back to this experience, I have not finished revealing the most remarkable part of this story that came from this little dimensional slip I participated in. Obviously, I told my wife in this dimension what had occurred. I also told friends of mine what had happened. People around me heard about my dimensional story. So, it is of no shock that they would be aware of what happened to me. Little did I realize that my troubling story did not end when I had reawakened. About a decade and a half ago, my wife and I moved and traveled across the country. It was a move of faith that took a lot of guts. We had no money, our vehicle was falling apart, but I was told to leave via the spirit within. And we did, and we journeyed about 7,000 miles before we found our new home. This is a magnificent story of itself, but I am not going to speak of this today. What I am going to share with you is what occurred when we traveled to New Mexico during part of this journey. We ended up moving for a short period to a little place called Silver City. We ended up renting a trailer there and worked there for about 7 months. During this time, an event occurred that was incredible. One day I was taping a show on television. I had a VCR tape that had some shows on it that lasted about 5 hours on a 6-hour recording tape. I would always use that last hour to tape over with other shows that were not as important. The other shows that I added in the last hour would be more like watch them once and then tape over them again because they didn't hold as much importance. My VCR recorder had a digital readout, so it showed me exactly how much time was left after the last show was taped, allowing me the remaining room to tape 2 half-hour shows or 1 full-hour show and then continue to erase and tape over them again during this time slot. Well, I had been doing just that, taping and re-taping over that last hour time slot. However, this one day would prove something strange was afoot. Therefore, the theme song was running through my mind, "Who you going to call, Ghostbusters?" When I set the tape at the correct digital number readout and began taping, it immediately stopped and began to rewind almost immediately. I jumped up since I was there at the time and said, "Whoa, wait a minute, why is this thing rewinding?" I thought maybe the VCR was messing up. So, I took the tape out of the VCR, looked at it, and everything seemed fine and normal at first glance. I put it back in and fast-forwarded it to where the digital readout left me 1 hour left on the tape. I double-checked to make sure the taping mechanism was set for a 6-hour taping. Everything seemed fine. I then began taping again, and once again immediately the recording stopped and then began to rewind. I then stopped the tape and took it out of the VCR, and that is where I noticed that there was no more tape left as it had come to the end of the reel. I was perplexed to say the least. I just stared at it wondering what was going on. I then decided to watch the last show I had on the tape, which was one of my permanent shows. I rewound the tape back to the beginning. I then fast-forwarded the VCR while it was in play mode, so I could see visually the shows that I taped and when the last show ended. It didn't take long before the last show appeared and then ended as the credits were showing, and I then immediately stopped the tape. To my horrid shock, there was no more tape left in the cartridge. I knew for a fact that there was 1 hour left. I had been using this tape repeatedly. I sat there scratching my head as to the weirdness of it all, and at that moment I decided not to think about it and I went to the restroom because I needed to fix the bathroom doorknob. I assumed doing something normal would take my mind off this weird occurrence. When we rented this trailer, it had no doorknob in the bathroom door. There was just a hole where the knob would go. Also on the frame of the door there was no latch plate, it was also just a hole. I had to buy a doorknob and the latching brace and bracket unit to fix it. I began to put the doorknob on, getting it set in position for the latch to align with the frame so the door bolt could enter properly and lock. However, it was a tad off. The hole for the frame latch was not correct to align with the bolt. So, I had to carve out more space so the latch and door bolt would line up correctly. I finally finished it and placed the latch plate in the door frame and placed the screws to tighten it down. I then placed the doorknob in there and set it to where it fit properly as the door bolt would easily fit in the latch as it moved back and forth. I was just about ready to place the screws for the doorknob when I went to ask my wife something. I didn't get back to the job for a couple of hours. I ended up getting distracted. Finally, I decided I needed to get that done, and I went back to finish the job. I got back to the door looking at the latch plate and realized it was just a hole in the wall again. There was no latch plate there. I went over to the sink and noticed the latch plate was still sitting on the sink. I thought, what in the world is going on here? I already put the latch plate in. I wondered if I was going bonkers. I walked out of the bathroom and asked my wife, "Did you for some reason remove the latch plate I installed in the bathroom door?" She said, "Of course not, why would I do that? That is your thing, not mine." I realized she was right, there is no way she would have done that, but someone had to. The plate was removed. I sat on the couch and just contemplated whether I was sane or not. I kept asking myself, "You did put the latch plate in, right?" I said to myself, "Of course I did, just how was I able to align the bolt with the frame and the plate if I didn't?" Things just moved up another portion on the strange meter. I finally went back to the bathroom, and as I walked in, dreadfulness struck. I looked at the hole where the latch plate was removed, and like some sort of sci-fi flick, the latch plate was back on the frame completely screwed in as I had remembered doing in the first place. I was not drinking, I do not take drugs, and all this was with a clear mind. What in the world was going on? First the odd incident with the VCR tape and now the door. Nothing changed after that. The VCR tape remained the same from there on out. It was completely full and there was no more tape left in it, even after only 5 hours on a 6-hour tape. The door remained having the latch plate in it as well. From there on out, whatever happened, it seemed like something changed and it never changed back. My wife and I talked about it often, how it is like our dimension was altered and whatever dimension we moved into, we never left it again. Somehow the dimensional lock changed, or at best our awareness of it changed. It is as if we never went back to our original dimensional time setting. Now if you think that is weird, wait till I finish this story. Several years ago, my wife and I were talking about time travel, dimensional travel and out-of-body experiences. As we sat there talking about it, I said, "Yeah, it brings back the memory of the time where I jumped dimensions, the time when I wanted to fall asleep on the couch and then I heard a noise coming from the back room." I looked at my wife and said, "Do you remember me telling you about that?" She said, "Of course, I remember it, like it was yesterday." Her comment right there seemed odd to me, because when I first told this story to my wife explaining what happened to me moving into another dimension while she was at work, she never really responded much to it, as if she couldn't really identify with it. She thought it was strange and all, but she never really seemed like it was all that important to her. Now suddenly, she is telling me that she remembers this as if it was very important to her. I asked her, "You mean that you remember me telling you about this, because it seemed like you never really thought that much about it?" She said, "Oh, I definitely remember it. I remember how strange you were acting when you got up and came back into the room and saw me ironing clothes." I responded with a sudden gulp, taking a deep breath. "Huh?" "Yeah," she said, "that was the day you were very tired and after you took me to work, I ended up getting a ride home from work with a co-worker, and then she provided the name of her driver, so I would not awaken or bother you." As I am sitting there looking at my wife thinking she lost her mind, I said, "Wait, you are confused, you are telling me what happened when I shifted dimensions, because this is what I told you as to what occurred. I am talking about the event from our point of view here, not there." She replied, "What do you mean when you told me about it? I was there. I was ironing clothes in the back room. You came in and wondered what I was doing in there, and I told you I got a ride home with so-and-so, and you kept saying that you never fell asleep and I tried to assure you that you did. It had to be the only explanation." Okay, I was thinking, now what the heck is going on? I asked her, "Why are you telling me the story from the view of the other dimension? And secondly, you never told me who took you home until right now. How could you of this dimension know this since I never knew?" I then asked her to describe our bedroom in the other dimension. I didn't mention this in the story about how the bedroom was not quite right in the other dimension, along with a few other details, so that I could add it here now. I asked her to describe our bedroom back when we lived there. The reason was that more happened when I went back into this other dimension. First, I noticed something seemed odd about the room. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something was strange. The closet doors looked different to me, and the wood of our dresser drawers looked different. I did not know what that difference was until I returned. Our actual closet doors were made of wood. The dresser was old, and the wood was very light in color, almost beige, as if it had faded. In the other dimension, the wood of the dresser was dark brown, and looked almost new. Another event happened when I was in the other dimension. I looked out the back window from our bedroom, and I could see towards the street, which was odd. In our dimension, I was unable to see the street as other people's homes blocked the view. Yet here I could see the street, and I noticed something odd. A car was parked out on the street highway in front of our drive. Cars can't park there because it is a thoroughfare. While in that dimension, I asked my wife, "Why is that guy parked over there?" She said, "I know. I saw that also. It is strange." The problem was in my dimensional reality. You can't see the highway from the back bedroom. Therefore, I am asking my wife to tell me what the bedroom looked like. She began describing it the best she could remember. When she got to the closet doors, she said the closet had square-foot mirrors all over. I said, "Stop right there. Are you joking with me now?" She said, "Why would I be joking?" I said, "Because you know that I told you this from the dimensional slip that I experienced. We did not have square-foot mirrors in our dimension. It was a wood closet, period." She said, "No way, it had mirrors." At this point I am becoming spooked. Either my wife is pulling my leg or something crazy happened between then and now. I then asked her, "Do you remember when I put my hands on your shoulders and told you I came from another dimension?" She said, "Yeah, I do, and I just thought that was weird." Then I said, "Well, did I disappear?" She said, "No, of course not. You just decided to go back to sleep because you thought you were so tired that your mind was imagining things." I told her, that is not what happened. I decided to ask her one more question, knowing full well we could not see the street from the back bedroom. I asked her, "Do you remember the guy that was parked on the highway?" She responded, "Yeah, I do." I thought that was strange. Now anyone reading this might think that my wife was either pulling my leg, or I imagined all of this, or because of what I told her, her memory changed to accept that as the reality when it wasn't. Either way, I do not blame you for thinking this. I had to wonder the same thing. Was my wife just repeating what I told her and it became her new memory? At this point in time, I really believed I made this whole thing up, because how can my wife remember what happened in the dimensional shift where I remembered coming from my world into that world? Either I planted the seeds of these thoughts in her mind telling her the story and it just became part of her reality, or she is really remembering what happened in the other dimension, because that is where she was located. However, there was a piece to this puzzle that made me realize it was all valid. All of it had occurred because my wife never told me who brought her home from work when I had jumped into the other dimension. It was one of those details I never asked her about. All she just said in that other dimension was that she got to ride home with a co-worker. I never asked for a name because it was not that important based on everything else that was happening. However, this was part of the puzzle she did recall that I could not have possibly known. It was the glue that brought it all into realism. My wife of the here and now knew exactly who brought her home and why. That was a detail I could not have given to her, nor did I ever know about. In this realm, I picked up my wife at the end of her shift. No one brought her home. However, in the other dimension she got to ride home with a co-worker. She then finally revealed it was a guy who brought her home. A guy I had never heard of before. A guy she did not work with in this or my dimension. I am sure these events happened to teach me the mysteries of our world and beyond. Having to deal with these things on a personal level really stretches the imagination. Obviously the two dimensions were so similar that an overlap could occur without serious repercussions. Yet what is so strange is the woman I am with here and now was a dimensional overlap, and she had belonged to the dimension I entered for a moment of time. And I belonged in my own. Now it appears we are both in the same one. Somehow, someway, either I jumped back over and never left again, or she jumped here. And the result of this jump may have been the strange occurrences in New Mexico that I was having with the VCR tape and the bathroom door lock. One thing is for sure, we are the same soul even if we belong to a different dimension. My wife here is still who she always has been but having different memories due to different experiences, and that is all. Our bodies didn't shift into different worlds, our minds did. This is just the beginning of my journeys, as you will learn in the next chapter. That we truly are multidimensional beings and our mind is the starship and dimensional travel mechanism that maneuvers through the dimensions of time and space. Chapter 7, Dreams, OBEs and NDEs. Part 1. The mind is a powerful weapon. In fact, the mind is what is truly real here even though we are either partially asleep or completely slumbering. Our consciousness awareness is what we truly are. Everything else is an illusion. When the mind has been poisoned, everything else begins to fail. It is like the machine where it fails to function because the circuitry board has shorted out. What I am about to expose most people are not aware of, and yet they have all experienced this in one form or the other. But experiencing something and being truly consciously awake to identify with it is quite different than simply being aware of it. I am going to begin this topic of out-of-body experiences and begin to show how I was revealed this strange ability that we all have due to this illusory world. I was just a child when I started having out-of-body experiences. Of course, at the time I had no clue what was happening. I just thought they were strange dreams. I knew enough about what was occurring that I could separate whatever was happening from an actual dream, thus the reason I called them strange dreams. As a child, I knew I was somehow detaching from this physical body while exploring the world around me. I knew I could not be seen, heard or touched by anyone of this world while in this state. I began playing in my own personal world of ghosts and goblins. Yet I never knew that what I was experiencing was another vehicle of awareness kept hidden from the masses. I had the ability to fly out of my room through closed windows and/or walls, and I could fly around my neighborhood, fly into other people's homes and witness what they were doing. I was amazed that I could witness all of this and no one could see me. I was invisible. Yet I still did not understand what was happening to me. I hadn't come to really comprehend that I was truly leaving the body. I knew this is what it appeared, but I couldn't bring myself to believe that this is what was occurring, wherewith I began to maneuver all about in the world around me as an invisible spirit, thinking it was only a dream. Then one night, as a child, I couldn't have been any more than 10 years old, I decided to fly over to my friend's house. I always went over there during the day to play ball or some sort of sport. We had lost so many balls on his roof, we ran out of balls to play with. We had lost baseballs, softballs, golf balls, basketballs, soccer balls, even tether balls on his roof. Every time we lost a ball we just located a new one from somewhere else and continued playing whatever game we had invented at the time. Well, one night I decided to fly to my friend's house during this strange dream thing that was occurring, and fly on my friend's roof through one of my adventures. To my astonishment, I saw every ball we had ever lost up there. I saw where the softball was, the basketball, the baseball, all of them, and I knew exactly where they were located. Later, when I went over to my friend's house during the day, I discovered that my friend's dad was getting up on the roof using a ladder to check something out with the air conditioning. He climbed up there and I decided to follow behind him on the ladder due to my curiosity and overwhelming desire to verify if I had flown on the roof during one of these strange dreams. I was curious if I could see the balls up there that we had lost over time. Sure enough, as I climbed the ladder behind my friend's dad. I lurched up and peeked on top of the roof. Roofs in this part of the country were more flat in the southwest where we lived. So, if a ball goes up it isn't coming down. And to my bewilderment and utter surprise, I saw all the balls that we had lost over time, and it revealed a very shocking, most disturbing truth. Whatever it was that I was doing at night was very real, and now I had the proof on the roof. As I looked over I saw each ball setting exactly as I saw them when I had my strange dream. I could not have known this by fiat just because we lost them up there. I would have had no idea where they may have rolled and landed. This shook me up. In my own mind everything I was doing was innocent and I never thought that what I was doing was possible or even real. Now I knew, whatever I was doing was happening, and it became frightening to know that I may be doing something no one else could or would be able to do. Yet here I am staring at the balls on this roof, setting exactly in the same places where I saw them in my strange dream. I then knew for a fact, these were not ordinary dreams. Somehow, I was separating from the body and was able to move around as an invisible spirit. You must understand, I didn't dare tell others about my strange dreams. They were my own fantasies of my private little world. I just could not conceive of them being real, yet I was afraid they might be. I thought it was just some sort of imagination gone wild and I was having a time of it, but deep down something told me it was very real. As I stood there looking at these balls all placed correctly, I then realized, wait a minute, if this is really happening then everything I am doing where I am spying on people as an invisible ghost is really occurring also. This idea that some part of me was separating from the body and moving around as a ghost did not fit in the mold of my religious upbringing. I simply could not figure out how this was possible, but more than that, I could not figure out why my parents, the church, nor anyone else spoke of these things. It was as if I knew something no one else did, and it now became my forbidden world. And then of course the feeling came over me, uh-oh, is this some sort of evil demonic thing I am involved with, that my church often spoke about? Understand, I was just a kid, I didn't think anything about what it was I was involved with. I went to bed and these things happened naturally. I just thought they were weird dreams. I knew this is how it would be evaluated by those of my family and the church. Yet I could not understand how it was evil. I was not trying to do anything wrong. I just discovered it was happening and I went along with it. I didn't think I was harming anyone else. As for spying on neighbors, I never believed I was truly doing this. And when I realized it, I stopped it. I was old enough to realize people would not take too kindly to a secret invisible invader in their homes watching what they were doing. I then decided I needed to talk to someone about this because I was afraid. Finally, one morning as I was getting ready for school I decided to plant the thought into my mother's head without really telling her much or divulging all the strange events that were happening to me. So, I looked at her, and said, "Hey Mom. I wanted to ask you a question about dreams." I elaborated, "I have been having dreams that seem like they may be real, like I am really there or something. Is that possible?" Now here I was sitting there getting ready to eat my cereal. I was thinking, uh-oh, what did I just do? Am I going to get in trouble now? Is this some sort of evil that I am involved with? Shockingly, my mother was very supportive and she answered the question quite honestly. She said, "Johnny, there are many things that occur in life that we don't understand, and God doesn't tell us everything, and there are mysteries we do not understand yet." Well, granted, that was not much of an answer, but I took it. I felt it was at least an attempt on my mother's part to tell me that I may not be crazy after all, nor was it an evil adventure that I was involved with. However, I still wondered, was this a dream or am I really doing this, even after I proved it? Yet I couldn't understand how I could be leaving my house and flying in the air, even though solid objects. How was any of this all possible? Years went on and I continued to have my strange dreams, but they were slowly diminishing in time. They did not happen as frequently as they once did. It wasn't until the early 80s one summer day when I had been drinking too much the night before, and I woke up at a friend's house, not feeling my best. I was lying on his couch and then suddenly I began to fly around my friend's house, and then I flew out in the street right through his living room window as if it wasn't there. It all came back to me again that when I was younger this happened to me all the time. Somehow due to what I was going through at this time after drinking too much, it triggered the event again. Yet what was odd, I thought I was truly awake when I did it this time. It was that real. I had been sleeping on the couch and I woke up. It was no different than when had I woken up thousands of times before. I then realized something very odd was occurring and I wanted to get to the bottom of it if I could. But who do I speak to about this? How do I tell them what is happening? And where would I find information on this subject? Well, they would not occur for another decade at least. Eventually I would discover what was happening to me and how it was a common event, but most people like me were afraid to discuss it openly. Eventually books started coming out on this subject matter dealing with the concept of out-of-body experiences and soul travel. I then began to read many books on the subject, some even revealed in detail on how to exit the body at will. It led me into several years of training and experiencing this amazing protocol. I would then discover that what I was doing when I was a child could be manifested by my own decree, and that I could replicate these events nearly at will and begin to become consciously in control of my surroundings while I was traveling outside this physical realm. The day I had my first controlled experience changed my life forever. I remember reading books like Adventures Beyond the Body by William Bellman, and there were techniques provided, written within the pages to help anyone achieve separation. I began to use these techniques to where I could successfully leave the body at will. I will never forget my first controlled event in leaving the body by command. My first experience using a command protocol was one I will never forget. As I was using the techniques described in some of these books on how to prepare the mind and then use various commands to exit the body, I was having trouble at first in accomplishing this feat. Even though I was delving into this area where some might call taboo, I believed there was important lessons to be learned. Therefore, I wanted to include the father and mother. I wanted to make sure that what I was doing had the highest approval and that I could not be allowed to open any doors of dark forces or negative spirits. It was then I had learned one could traverse out of body from the dream state as well. If one became lucid, or aware they were dreaming while dreaming, then they could use this mind realm to help them separate from the body. This one night I asked the father and mother to help me achieve separation and to teach me what it was I needed to learn as being a student in type. I felt as though I was a student learning incredible mysteries, and I was seeking the great teacher to help me. I was using the techniques one night until I became very tired and went to sleep. It was then I began to dream. I had a sequence of dreams where I was in school. The first school that I was in was elementary school. Yet I had not become lucid, so I went through the dream and was unable to accomplish separation. I then had another dream. This time I was dreaming I was in high school. It is funny how the father and mother were revealing this to me using schools inside the dreams, because I desired to learn and to be taught how to achieve separation as a student. It was then inside this dream I began to become aware that I was dreaming. It finally dawned on me during the dream that I was no longer in school, in my waking life. I had left school many years earlier. This became a trigger to help me realize I was dreaming while inside the dream, which means I became lucid. As soon as I recognized I was in a dream, I used some of the techniques I had learned in books to command myself to leave the body. I then began repeating, "I am consciously aware, I am leaving the body now." I kept repeating these commands, and then suddenly I began to float above the kids in the classroom while still in this dream. I remembered them looking up at me and I waved goodbye. The next thing I knew was I began to black out. It is important to realize, when changing dimensions of the mind, an event occurs as a realization called blacking out. As the mind changes its awareness, it changes the frequency of the world you are in, like a radio station as one is changing channels on the dial. And during the change one blacks out and then enters the new mind realm. Yet while in the blackout mode, one doesn't lose consciousness. You are still aware of what is happening, even while being totally blacked out, but you are not aware of anything visually beyond your thoughts during this moment. The five senses at this point are completely disconnected and one enters back into the soul-mind world. As I began to become aware again, I realized I had left the dream and was back in my bedroom, but now I was floating above my body, which I could see plainly below me lying in bed. I then commanded myself silently to float back down onto the floor next to the bed. As I did this, I saw myself lying in bed, and for the first time ever, I realized that the mind and body are two separate vehicles. And although I appeared to have a soul body, it was a mind realm body, created from the mind realm of the fourth dimension, and it was being projected into the third dimension. I could touch my soul body as I was caressing my arms in this state of awareness. The skin felt like some sort of nylon elastic. It did not feel like skin as we know it. I would learn over the years that this feel was equally the same with all souls who were traveling beyond the veil. I then slowly walked over to my human body, which was lying in bed, and I saw something very strange. The body lying in the bed, on the same bed I went to sleep in, was young, probably no more than 20 years old. I had a full head of hair, which over the years I had lost. It was me when I was younger. I was thin, and seemingly well-formed, all of which the years had taken a toll upon me. For the life of me I could not understand how it was possible that I could appear as a young man, when I was much older and bodily changes had occurred over the years. I was not yet aware that this world is an illusion. How was this possible? As I got closer to my body, I looked at it and its eyes were wide open, not closed, which was odd. What I saw spooked me a little, because the eyes looked like doll's eyes, having no soul. They were soulless black eyes. It has long been known that the eyes are the window to the soul. But here I was staring at this body of mine and it had soulless eyes. Immediately I realized it was because I was the soul, and I was standing outside of this bodily environment. I remember patting the body, and saying good job. But my connection to this body seemed lacking, as if I felt no real connection to it at all. I realized the real me, the soul, was now free and the body was just a biological doll that I wore. This out-of-body experience didn't last very long, but it changed my life forever when I became aware that the human body was nothing but a doll body inside an illusion. Like a computer being operated by some other power or force, no different than a person who is driving an automobile. My entire spiritual and physical reality changed in mere seconds. I wondered for a very long time why it was that my human body was completely different that day, looking at it in bed, than what it was in life. I began to learn things in my own personal adventures beyond the body that began to help me better understand. I learned over time that what we see in the fourth dimension is the blueprint dimension of what is occurring here in the third dimension. You see, we are all constructs of a computer called DNA. The human is a DNA matrix program, and within its DNA is the RNA reader program. The RNA over time, while existing at this level, can change to adapt to the local environment. As it changes, the DNA changes. Therefore, we can lose our hair, become larger or smaller, show defects that may or may not have been there from its inception. Thus, our bodies age, which is impossible for the soul to do. Over time, the RNA picks up information from the surrounding environment as well as information defects from the original blueprint that was handed down from the parents, and thus changes can occur. What I began to realize was that the changes that occur may not necessarily occur in the fourth dimension, even though it is projecting it here. Meaning whatever the blueprint was, it can remain the same even though the third dimension reflection is changing. This is not always the case, and there are reasons for the discrepancies. Let me explain it this way. The body in the fourth dimension is in a state of flux. It can change back and forth or even disappear or become someone different instantly. As the mind changes, the body changes. In the third dimension, the change is brought on slowly. As the mind changes, the body changes very sluggishly. An example, one may gain weight in this dimension. This usually occurs over a period, as the RNA is reviewing the situation and the DNA is compelled to change. The slowly a change can manifest. However, if you want to lose weight, it is going to take some time to create the change by following some third-dimensional protocols. In the fourth dimension, the same person can pop back and forth being fat or skinny, at will. When the blueprint diagram projects into the third dimension, it can then change the projection via an illusion over time. As I revealed earlier, aging is an illusion. It is not real. It is designed to deceive the soul that one is dying. What we see in the third dimension can change from its original blueprint, but the blueprint doesn't necessarily change unless the mind believes it totally. The biggest reason is the soul mind can change things at the speed of thought within the fourth dimension. The body which I saw lying there is what I really visualized myself being from the level of the soul awareness. From the fourth dimension, the blueprint is from the mind. It is created out of the mind. It then projects into the third dimension from the fourth dimension using thought energy. As an example, the DNA construct of who I was to become in this world was already set. In that dimension, it always remembers who I am from the inception. No matter how many changes occur in the physical world, the DNA inception is always remembered. I would say this memory occurs between the ages of 16-25 when we come into our full adulthood, as the DNA was designed to reveal. So, to simplify this, what I saw when I looked at my human form is what I believed I looked like from its inception. And since this is what I believed, this is what I saw. Mentally, I saw myself as a 20-year-old when I was in my best fitness and form. And therefore, it projects back to what I looked like when I was younger. If I had envisioned myself as an older person with all the changes that occurred, then that is what I would have seen. This is also true when we see loved ones on the other side. They often appear as they see themselves. I have seen both my dad and the mom long after they had passed on, and sometimes they were older and sometimes very young, and sometimes they appeared totally different. It is what was being projecting from the mind about themselves. However, and be warned, not always are these entities our loved ones. The fallen angels, demons, aka aliens, can often change their appearance to be likened unto a loved one to deceive us. In fact, this happens more than most would care to believe. Yet some may ask, why don't we appear as a baby? Isn't that the true beginning of what we look like? The answer is emphatically no. There are no real babies. These are just souls being brought up through a computer program that is based on the DNA growth process. We see children all the time in this world, but children are not really children. They are souls living in bodies, and the bodies have not yet matured via the DNA process. This was part of the program where our memories are removed. It is done via the brain, which is neutral in the body that carries the soul mind. The neutrality of a child's brain is fourth-dimensional. When the soul enters this new environment, the brain begins to kick in slowly, whereas it is basically empty. It is neutral. Just like a new computer. It has all the necessary hard drive components to operate it, but it lacks software, experience. Somewhat akin to when we were placed as spirits in the neutral fifth dimension. The child after being born becomes aware of the soul realm it just came out of, via the soul mind as it is developing into this new body. This can occur for many years until the brain has developed to such a point that the knowledge of the soul mind is all but blotted out via the human brain taking over. Therefore, we are made to wear these children avatar fig leaves. It is the vessel that creates the waters of forgetfulness. In layman's terms, we are not to remember who we are or where we came from. Young children all the time have experiences from the beyond, like their invisible friends, as well as many remember from where they came from. This is all because the brain has not yet developed with enough physical information where it eventually blocks out awareness of a higher aspect of ourselves. The more we learn in this realm, the less we recall where we came from. The brain, although being magnificent, is very limited. And where it is limited it has a hard time acknowledging anything beyond its own regulatory five senses system. The five senses were designed to keep control over us like walls of a prison. Everything we know to be valid is beyond the five senses, however the brain choreographs the illusion of the third density to deceive us. As an example, take a box that is empty. The emptiness in the box is like a newborn baby's brain. It is ready to begin to take on knowledge and awareness, but it will only take on what is going to be programmed into them from here on out. Now take this box and realize an empty box is filled with air inside, and then call the air heaven, within the fifth dimension where your soul is being projected from spirit. Therefore, children are aware of things most adults have forgotten. This is also the true revelation why Christ said, "Become you therefore like a little child." He did not mean to become unruly, uneducated, and childish. He meant one needs to begin to recall the time and place where the soul really came from. This is the beginning of the first steps in the process of becoming spiritually awakened. A child, since their brain is still filled with air, or soul knowledge, can recall and can remember things. The controllers of this world wanted us to start out the process as a young undeveloped mind. This was done on purpose to create a transition so the little uneducated mind of the child, even though it has soul memories, the brain and body function are so super limited that the child could not really affect change in their new environment. Even though they may be partially awake, the computer processor via the human avatar limits their ability to create awareness unto others, and the child is unable to interact with any appreciable effort to effect change. It is kind of hard to express oneself when all that is coming out of the vehicle is goo goo, gaga. Now take this same box and begin to fill it with dirt, with earth, that is physical information from the five senses, that is matter. Fill it all the way up. The dirt is the matter world of consciousness, or what is called an artificial reality. Now fill the box all the way to the top. The box now is completely cluttered with matter energy. The air is nearly gone because there is no room for the air or the soul's awareness level, and it becomes hidden or trapped. Thus, the brain as the box is being filled with another awareness, and once this occurs the old awareness is unusable like old files that were replaced with new ones. The child begins to forget, as well as they are prodded by family and friends that what they thought was real, from the world they came from, is now being slowly removed from their consciousness by being told, it is their imagination, none of it is valid, that this world is what is real, and to forget about these other crazy ideas. Over time the child is educated and reprogrammed, and before long they are mimicking the company line. And they begin to believe the virtual reality is real and the air, or soul world, is but a crazy mental illusion. Most children, as they grow into adulthood, spend their time removing the air and installing the dirt. However, some begin to awaken slowly, realizing something isn't right. And they meticulously begin to shift the dirt, and of course once the dirt begins to be shifted or removed, the air returns to fill it up. From the very beginning, when one leaves the womb of the mother, they then are set in the process of eliminating their true awareness and filling it with dirt or the artificial spirit. The problem is, our fourth dimensional awareness is still not the true awareness. It is a dream-like awareness, as the soul is asleep or not completely consciously awake, even if the soul appears aware. This is accomplished over lifetimes of constantly leaving this realm and returning. The soul never has a chance to fully awaken. What the soul remembers is still not its origins. Most of it has been forgotten due to the overlay of this dream world matrix. I have had out-of-body experiences over the years that are truly mind-boggling. I have been to other worlds, visited other planets. I have been to many realms. I have seen many amazing things, but all of it is mostly an illusion unless I could break through the corridors into the fifth dimension reality zone. The key principle is, having an out-of-body experience is like having an e-ticket at Disneyland. It truly is an amusement park in the fourth dimension and beyond. It can either be exciting or very frightening depending on your mindset. You can experience all of this and yet still stay attached via the silver cord to the human mind-body, and therefore you can always come back. One such time I had an amazing experience that I want to share here. I wrote about this in a previous book many years ago, but it bears repeating. One night I was sleeping on the couch. I was not in the bedroom because I wanted to go out of body and I did not want to bother my wife while I made commands. It takes a lot of concentration. I was on the couch practicing my command protocols, and I did this for about 15-20 minutes. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. I bet many of you have experienced this and never knew what it was. Upon awakening I felt that I was paralyzed. I couldn't move my body, my arms or my legs. I couldn't even call out and make a noise. At the same exact moment, I felt like there was someone else there with me. I could sense a presence. It is very frightening. It feels like you are being attacked by a monster or demon or some strange entity. There was this overwhelming feeling that I was not alone. However, since I already experienced this many times prior and I already knew what this was, I tried to remain calm. This is what is called soul separation. Now that you are separated from the body you become aware fourth-dimensionally. However, at the same exact time, the you who has separated is no longer in control of the body, but you are still inside of it but have separated from the human brain controls. The feeling that someone else is there with you, is because you are feeling the body presence at the same time you feel the soul presence. Both are together and yet separated. Chapter 7 Part 2. When this happens, it is not the time to become frightened. You are already separated from the body, you just are not aware of it completely. This is the time to make the command, I am leaving the body now. This one night that this occurred I could control my fear. It is difficult to do because the experience is so non-human. If you can control the fear and then use this opportunity to separate, you will be shocked as to what you might indeed discover. When I began making my commands, I was sure I would separate from the body. I mentally made the command since I could not speak due to the paralyzing effect. I simply thought the words, I am out of body now. I mentally said this multiple times and then I broke free from being paralyzed. Boy, was I upset. I missed my opportunity to leave the body at a most convenient time to separate, because I was already separated by the sheer fact I was paralyzed. I regained my body senses and was free to move. I lay there thinking about the opportunity I missed out on, and then I began to feel this overwhelming feeling of being hot. It was during the winter, and it was very cold where we lived in Ohio. We used a kerosene heater to warm our home, which was rather small. I then noticed that the flame in the heater was on full blast and I thought, I wonder if it is overheating. I became concerned and walked over to the heater and began to fidget with it. I then was afraid there was something wrong. However, I left it alone and went back to the couch. As I lied back down, I then took one more glance at the heater and to my shock the flame was out. I thought, whoa, how did that happen? I then got up quickly and went over to the heater trying to figure out how it just shut off, and when I touched the heater casing, it was cold. Okay, I had to reassure myself that I was not losing it. Yet I wondered, how is it possible that the heater turned itself off and became cold within seconds? I was at a loss to figure this out, but I was very concerned now that something was indeed wrong with the heater and I better leave it off. I then began to turn around back to the couch when I noticed at side glance that our living room door was wide open. It had to be 20 degrees outside. I thought, this is crazy. How did that door get open? I then went to close it, thinking maybe the cold air propelled in and blew the flame out in the heater. These were the thoughts that were running through my mind as I was trying to figure out what transpired. I then shut the door and turned back around and started heading back to the couch. However, I took one more glance back at the door to make sure that it had remained closed, and to my absolute astonishment, the craziest thing in the world that I could never have imagined was the door was indeed shut. The problem was it was not our front door. It was some large mahogany door, with a glass-colored pane in the center. I thought, holy cow, that ain't our door, what in the heck is going on here? I then realized immediately that my little command protocol had worked. I was already out of body and didn't realize it. So, without further ado, my excitement took over and I just ran to the door and flew outside and began flying around the neighborhood. I then took off and began flying across the country. I felt like my own personal aircraft. I don't know how far I went, but it was miles and miles. I then entered a truck stop located who knows where, and I flew down to see what was going on. It was very early in the morning and still very dark outside. I landed on the ground and went inside the truck stop restaurant after a trucker had walked in and I followed behind. I could describe this place with absolute detail. I could see the people in there. I watched them talk to one another, eating breakfast and drinking coffee. And the waitresses wore a blue apron over a white shirt and blue skirt. I heard one of the truckers tell one of the waitresses after she poured him a cup of coffee that he was heading to Philly. When I first walked in, I noticed that the counter in front was designed as a horseshoe counter and then it leveled off as it went towards the back of the diner. And then when you got past the counter, it went into a small little dining room that had about 4 tables in the north end. Also, there were booth-like tables on the opposite west end of the counter. I walked back in the dining room and I saw this lonely-looking girl sitting back there all by herself at one of the tables, the rest were empty. I asked her if she was all right. She seemed very sad to me. I thought it was quite rude how she didn't respond to me at all, she didn't even look up. Obviously, I had forgotten that she couldn't see or hear me. I was a ghost. I then decided to take off and fly somewhere else. I left the diner and began flying west at what seemed like a very long distance, and then I came back into my body after experiencing some other amazing events. I was so excited about this journey I bounced off the couch and saw my wife in the kitchen getting a cup of tea and making some toast. Morning had arrived. I had to tell her what I had just experienced. I then came to the kitchen and began telling her my story. Amazingly, like the girl in the diner, she was not responding. I said, "Come on honey, say something, let me know what you think." Again, she acted as though I was completely transparent, as if I wasn't even there. And then the next thing that happened literally blew my socks off. She came to the edge of the kitchen looking back into the living room staring at the couch where I had been and she said, "I wonder if he is having an out-of-body experience right now?" She was obviously very aware of my practicing techniques and so forth, so she wondered if I was succeeding. I literally said, "Oh my God, my body is still on the couch, I never woke up. I am still outside as a soul." I was so shocked by this I zapped back into my body instantly and I must have bounced 2 feet in the air saying, "I am okay, I am all right." The reason I got a little freaked out was, it hit me if she came over to me while I was OBE, she would see my soulless eyes and think I was dead. So, the sheer shock of it all made me bounce into my body and I popped up instantly. Unbelievably, my wife was nowhere to be seen. I wondered, could I have been imagining all of this? There is no way, it was all too real. I then went into the bedroom and saw my wife, after I double and triple checked to make sure I was in my body this time. As I spoke to my wife I asked her if she had been in the kitchen any time recently. She said, "Yeah, why?" I said, "What were you doing?" She said, "I was making toast and tea." That was a confirmation. Then I had to know. I asked her, "Did you say something out loud while you were in the kitchen?" She said, "No." I replied, "You didn't say anything?" Again, she said, "No." I stood there for a second and wondered if all of what happened was just in my mind. Yet it was so real. Then my wife blurted out, "I didn't say anything, but I did wonder if you were out of body while looking at you on the couch." I looked at her in total surprise and said, "Did you say it out loud?" She replied, "No, I was just thinking it." Wow, now I learned another valuable lesson: you can hear people's thoughts from the other side. Let me tell you, her thoughts were as clear as her speaking the words. I do not have time here to reveal all my journeys. This is not the real reason for this book. I wanted to share some of this to help you realize that our minds are linked to awesome abilities beyond what we realize in this world. Out-of-body experiences can take you into multiple dimensions, other realities, worlds and concepts of the mind. You can relive roles that you have seen in movies. You can become characters and so much more. You can even witness monsters and ancient laws coming to life, all from the mind. Some can be very frightening, others can be amazing. The key is to understand it is all coming from the mind awareness, even if the soul is sleeping. The difference between out-of-body experiences and a near-death experiences is that total separation is occurring in a near-death. The silver cord is cut in death, however, sometimes due to the soul returning here it will remain joined as a near-death experience or NDE. It is no different than breaking away from one program and then returning to it. The NDE is removing the soul from the programmed illusion, and thus the controls kick in when this happens. Often what occurs is a tunnel of light opens and begins to grab the soul, almost akin to a vacuum cleaner sucking up something. It is likened unto an alien ship abducting the soul via conical-shaped light, and it lifts the soul into the ship. The conical-shaped light looks like a tunnel of light. Most of the time the soul is so unaware it just allows itself to be pulled into this tunnel if it is being processed. Otherwise the soul will enter the mind realm and remain there until it is to be reprocessed in what I call the waiting room. Sometimes the soul is under such a state of shock, possibly due to how it died, that it begins to mentally see itself back where it came from and then dislodges the controls of the tunnel of light and causes the soul to enter a deeper mind realm. Remember earlier I stated that when one changes dimensions of the mind, there is a blackout effect as one enters another zone. And then it can become aware again in the new zone parameters. With the tunnel of light this is in type the blackout effect. But in this case, it is illumined in bright light like the sun. The tunnel of light is the connection between one dimension and the other. This connection, however, is under supreme control of the demonic rulers of this world who are stationed in the fourth dimension. It is the dimension of light, or Lucifer's awareness. The truth is, once you go back through the tunnel of light, you will be getting a return ticket to come back here, guaranteed. The world within the tunnel of light is a programmed mind world to keep souls locked into the program. And unless you are awakened, there is little chance you will escape the tunnel of light one way or the other. The entrance back to the fifth dimensional neutral realm cannot manifest via the tunnel of light. Once you go through this tunnel you are locked in. The deception of this tunnel is it appears to be benevolent. Many witness seeing their relatives and friends that had passed on earlier. Many are led back into the tunnel by virtue of it feeling like a spirit realm of evolving and learning. And many contend they are greeted with a loved one, and the love they feel is so powerful it just must be right, in their thinking. I could spend weeks warning one about the tunnel of light, and as soon as they pass on they will still go in that direction. It is because a soul must awaken first somewhat, it cannot on its own return home without fulfilling its mission, part of which it must awaken. A soul will either go into the tunnel of light, or go to the mind realm, which is a place of their own making to unclutter their mental creations. This can be a type of hell or even a type of heaven. And some will bypass this realm altogether upon awakening and return to paradise of the fifth dimension and then beyond as they go back to rejoin their father and mother who sent them in time. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever had a dream where you were living in a life, doing things as you would be doing in this life, but it is not the same life? Your friends are different, where you work is different, where you live is different. And yet the whole time you are there in the dream. You do not even realize there is a major difference between the life there and here. Doesn't this seem odd? The reason this may be occurring is because your soul is asleep, and most dreams are simply manifestations of the soul in many different dimensions, all experiencing something unique. Just like when you awaken from a dream, the dream usually fades away and is forgotten. If you are not trained to be aware and remember the dream, it will but all be lost in your consciousness awareness at this level. Now souls that are trapped in the mind realm, which get stuck between worlds, are because many of them recall their life here and are believing they are still connected. This connection is maintained because your mind believes you are still associated with this world, and thus it is recreated in the mind realm. We often have dreams also when we are living in what appears to be a similar world as this one. Same friends, same job, same activities, same mental constructs. This is because the consciousness here is overlapping the other dimension as another probe, and creating the same type world, or close to it. When a soul dies that is still very attached to this world, and often this occurs due to a tragic end to their life, they often keep these final memories with them because they are seared into the consciousness. Thus, when the soul dies that has this issue, it automatically begins to recreate the last memories of the world here into the mind realm. Many souls get stuck for a time until they can work through this dilemma. Some souls are so attached to their earth journey they refuse to move on. Some sort of hang around what may be called the in-between world. Half in this world, half in another. Children who grow strong ties with their earthly relatives and friends, often will return because they are not ready to move forward. And often they make themselves visible to the earthly participants. The problem is, people see them as children. No soul is a child as they are here, unless they desire to remain in that vehicle of awareness for appearance sake. Children often deal with the other side of the veil better than what we would call adults. We must remember, though, they are not really children, they are souls that have had many lives, and have been fathers, mothers, uncles, aunts, kings, queens, princes, and princesses, etc. Due to fear, some mistakenly believe a child is being left alone to fend for themselves. It is important to comprehend that all spirits are children to our Father and Mother. We are all but babes. However, none are lost, none are in harm's way. We are alike in many ways, just having different experiences along the way. Now when a child passes onto the mind realm and decides to keep their appearance the same and often even their demeanor, they are not a child at this point, as we might perceive. They are a soul dealing with issues often in a very adult way, but they choose to hold on to their exterior form. Now, as with dreams, most of the time we dream, nearly every single night we also go out of body, and most of the time we are unaware that this is even occurring in our local consciousness awareness, because often we forget what happened after we wake back up in this illusion. This is due to the blackout effect I have been speaking of. It takes great training to remember events beyond the blackout. Every single time you awaken from a dream, you pass through a mind dimension and move through the blackout to awaken or appear as if you have awakened. You could go into another world, another dimension, but when you change dimensions in whatever form, you must go through the blackout, which is the switch. Once you do this, it is very hard to retain information from the other plane of awareness. And most of the time your memory is zapped and there is little to no awareness of what just happened seconds and or even minutes earlier. This is what happens often when we pass on to the other side. The very act of passing on creates the blackout stage as we change from one dimension to another. When this happens, many will have a difficult time in retaining the memories they made from this world. However, when one is working with out-of-body experience protocols on a conscious awareness level, they can retain some or even much of what they experience. What is happening when we lose information? A part of your soul is experiencing something, but when it returns it comes back into the confines of the brain control, which is the box filled with dirt, remember? It is the filter. Once you return to a heavy-laden brain filled with dirt or information from this environment, whatever extra you may have brought with you, in consciousness, slowly fades away as the air. Soul consciousness is being pushed out of the box to where the body/mind consciousness then takes over all controls of the mental awareness. It is difficult for most to remember their dreams. In retrospect, what is occurring with the tunnel of light is you are switching channels, and when you go through the tunnel you will forget about most everything you knew from this world, except that which they want you to recall. Now some have stated that the soul-mind experiences an electrical shock that disorients the soul so badly it loses its memory. I am not sure about this. Nevertheless, it is as good as an assumption one can make about the process as any other. However, the blackout effect seems to the job quite nicely. In some of the Oriental spiritual beliefs, it is understood before one dies to prepare themselves mentally to awaken. They understand that if you do not awaken on the other side, or at least become aware of what has happened to you, then you will be deceived to follow something your soul may not enjoy. Losing the memory of this world is partially how they can convince us to return for our own good and better development. We tend to forget the mundane hell we go through when we are viewing it from a higher perspective and overall picture. So many of the details that we endure evaporates like steam when we go beyond the veil. As an example, you remember something that happened 10 years earlier, but all you can recall were the most obvious elements of the activity. The details are simply not there and have no real use in your memory. Therefore, the only thing you will remember is what is then being allowed to remain in your conscious awareness at this new level inside that realm, by what is called a redirect memory, or a mask or cove memory. This is when you are being told what to remember, and without any real memory of the event you will go along with it as if it is valid, simply because you can instantly reform any memory and make it appear real, right before you. Just like a dream, a single thought can recreate an experience in the dream world filled with detail and characters. You may even be shown a real-life memory replacement that appears real, but it is all a concocted illusion via the controllers. It is easy to understand how entire real moments of the past can be switched or masked by some exterior controller, which would include some of the most relevant aspects and events of your life and the world you just left, causing you to feel everything is all copacetic. Often the little nagging details are amiss, as the devil is in the details, but suspiciously missing now, making your memory recall of the event in a different way than it occurred. We do this all the time, even in this life. You would be shocked how deceptive the brain is when trying to recall memories. It can be made to change an event or moment in time to become something totally different, and you would swear it was valid. Just like a dream, we often only remember in parts. We do not often remember details, and that which we remember gives us an awareness of the dream, which in truth may not have even been close to what the dream was really all about, but it is all that is left over in the consciousness. I realize this may be difficult to comprehend. However, unless you experience these modes of transition from this awareness level, it might be difficult to grasp everything at your level of awareness at present. Just like entering a dream that is totally different from the world you are living in. Most of the time you do not realize this until you have awakened that your dream world was totally unique, unless you became lucid and you knew that you were dreaming while in the dream. Most of the time you really believe this new setting is your normal reality, when in truth it is not even close to the same. This is because it is a fragmented consciousness probe. It is part of you, but experiencing a different situation. And while you are experiencing it at the level of this other fragmentation, it seems totally normal until you return and say, "Whoa, where was I?" I could spend a long time talking about what will happen when you enter the tunnel of light. That once there you will not realize who you really are in totality, only in bits and pieces, but you'll retain enough memory to make you think all is well. The realm within the tunnel of light provides the awareness of its own jurisdiction, and it is not of this world. Think about that. Every time you enter another dimension, it retains the knowledge of its own world and forgets much of the world you just left. Being able to comprehend these things is why we can change perspectives and even worlds and never know that it happened. As an example, you could blink from this world into another world that is totally different and unique. You could be a different person, living a different life, having different experiences, etc., and chances are you will not even know that you are somewhere else experiencing something else. Now, if that doesn't spook you a little about the realms we are visiting, it should. Beyond the tunnel, and sometimes even before, you will be given life reviews of past lives, and many believe that when this happens you are awakened. Again, more deception. All past lives are virtual lives and there is nothing real about them. You are simply reliving the illusion to help orchestrate the deception. What you won't learn via the tunnel of light is where we really came from and where we need to return. This information is blocked so that we are constantly being prepared for a new life in the virtual world. And especially we will never learn about our true father and mother. Sadly, though, one may not return or become aware of their true reality until they overcome this world and all its illusions by the fruits of the Spirit. The fruits are your only connector point to the worlds beyond the fourth dimension and back to our divine heritage. Once established via the fruits, then the tunnel of light will not play any role in your future. You will be awakened and the most likely get angelic help to assist you out of this illusion. Elsewise you will continue to pass through the tunnel of light and keep coming back here, always believing it is for a benevolent reason, but in truth, you are trapped, and will remain trapped until you awaken and realize we must overcome this world, and not play along with it. What I am saying is, we must bring an end to the game. It reminds me of the movie War Games. In it a computer was programmed to figure out the possible winners in a thermonuclear war. It went through every possible option as to who would win if this ever occurred. The computer named Joshua finally realized after millions of attempts to find a victor where there was none. Joshua finally concluded the best way to win this game is not to play at all. And this is the summary that every soul will eventually come to at their awakening. Therefore, going back into the tunnel of light will remove your awareness and much of what you have learned. Just like awakening from a dream you can no longer recall. It cannot, however, remove the fruits of all your good works, of which is being stored in your true spirit self for all eternity. Yet it will remove all the bad works in time, and put you into a situation where it appears you are starting all over again in this little tiny body called a newborn. The problem is, the bad works we have allowed to infest our soul. If they attach like a parasite, even though it is blotted out of memory, it is still with the soul and will rear its ugly head continually, even in the new life. We are told that having to go through these elements help us overcome and evolve. This is part of the lie and part of the truth. We are told we are placed back into this situation where the problem will exist again, giving us a chance to overcome it. Again, it is a crafty deception. Without memory of your faults, you are destined to repeat them because the body is programmed to follow the will of its corrupt nature. As an example, you do not send an alcoholic to a bar to learn how to recover from their problem. Or give a thief a job at a bank. Nor place a child molester inside a school of children. You don't send a soul into a situation that allows for the soul to be tempted in the same area they had problems with previously, but then remove their memory so they do not even know this was the case. This is tantamount to lighting a match while you are drenched in gasoline. Every time we return to this world it is like the very first time, because we are literally starting out all over again. This is in reality a type of eternal death, because it is a time loop. However, those that are linked to the Father and Mother are constantly being given aid and help from their higher source to overcome this world, no matter how many times we have been here. It is up to us to respond and listen. No matter what anyone else says or does to us from an outer awareness level, we are still divinely connected to our Father and Mother, and they will never forsake us nor ever leave us. They are constantly helping us to awaken to realize who we all really are. Yet they cannot force this upon us. We must willingly begin to respond to all that they are doing to help us. And I assure you it is incredible the things that are giving to us from our divine awareness. We must choose to return to our divine parents for help in all things or remain trapped in the illusory world of mind games. Chapter 8, Time and Dimensional Travel. Time is like a river, it flows from its origins unto its destination where it ends. It is like a leaf floating in the river, moving ever so gently from one place to another, from one event to another. Time is a feature of the virtual reality. Time and space truly do not really exist, it is simply a caretaker of the virtual worlds as a game clock. All rivers begin and end. Time is no different. It runs in cycles. Time is like a record player or DVD, it has on its surface the information of everything that has occurred between one point and another. When the leaf is flowing down the river, it experiences its journey its own way, like a tape recorder. As it moves, where it turns, all the things that might occur along the way, the leaf is experiencing the journey among many other leaves. Eventually the leaf will end up at its destination, where it cannot move forward anymore. Time will eventually run out. The clock will appear to have stopped. Yet as we perceive the movement of the river from its beginning to its end, we do not fully comprehend the majesty of how it all works. Thus, we must look at the character of the space-time continuum, where satellites are rotating around its star. The planets in our solar system move continuously in a motion that is somewhat like a spiral loop. Yet even our sun is moving around its own star, the constellations are all moving around in an orbit spiraling through space at great speed. And yet it is nothing more than the dynamics of a timepiece, it is all an illusory construct. It is a huge clock keeping time from beginning to end and then starting all over again. If we go back to the illustration of the river, one can view time as the river and the participants as the leaf moving ever so vigilant from one time event to another. And yet if you could maneuver your way out of the river, and onto dry land, the movement of time would continue for all of the other leaves, but time for you would have changed perspectives. It is somewhat like what happens when we pass beyond the veil. Time is no longer our guardian and we are now outside looking down upon all time. As you maneuver from one place to the other on land above the river, whether forwards or backwards you are moving alongside of time. You will perceive nothing about time at all as it concerns you, you will have abandoned the prison of time. Having the ability to stop time, or to travel forward, backwards or even sideways in time will be as simple as moving around the riverbed. Now imagine taking a very large rock and throwing it into the river, causing the river to rush around the sides of the rock, changing the flow and possibly even the direction of the water. Other leaves will now have to proceed to move around the rock. You would have changed the course of history. Time always appears fluid, and yet at any given moment time always exists as what appears to be static, which means motionless, not moving or changing from a fixed position. Yet time is not static, it is always moving and at any given period can change its course by someone who can move back and forth and interrupt the process of time, creating a new journey. Everything we experience in this world is in the mind. Nothing is real, it is all a mind illusion. Therefore, to enable one to move out of the flow of the river and onto the bank, to enable one to move forwards and backwards in time, is also all in the mind. The mind controls time, not motion. The appearance of motion is based on the mind moving forward from one event to another. Everyone's experiences are different and unique even though they appear to travel the same period. The mind sees what it believes to be valid, and it stamps it or photographs the single point in time as a memory, like a snapshot. We take mental pictures all the time. This is the mind taking a single snapshot from the data collected that is constantly flowing. If 10 people were to view a single point in time and then take a snapshot, the pictures would all be unique and somewhat different depending on their perspective. For no two people recognize the same event the same. Therefore, time is an illusion. Just like I said, aging is an illusion, and all these are proofs that we exist in a fabricated universe. To travel back and forth in time is nothing more than refocusing on any earlier or later event. When you think about it, a river is from the point it begins until it empties into its basin. And yet at any given period that the river is witnessed, it is still everywhere else at the same time from beginning to the end. Example, just because you may be at the end of the river, doesn't mean the beginning is still not flowing and active at that same period. So, what is happening right now in the 21st century is occurring at the same exact time as what happened 10,000 years prior. But you cannot see the river flowing from the past while you are consciously aware of the now. Whatever events occurred in history or the future is all occurring at any given time, all at the same time. Unless someone can maneuver through time and change the events, which would affect the outcome. But no one living within time would know that a change occurred unless they were consciously aware somehow. When events change in time, then a new consciousness awareness is instantly adapted into the mind of the participants in this continuous stream of energy. For most, they won't even know that anything had changed, just like blinking from one dimension to another. Now some speak of the time paradox. They ask the question, what if you went back and killed your grandfather? That would mean you would never exist, and thus if you never existed you could not have gone back and killed your grandfather. This is what is called mind games to challenge a consciousness that is unaware. The truth is so simple. If any event changes in time that would reconstruct the future in a major way, it changes the flow of the river. If you went back and killed your own grandfather, the river would change the flow and a new timeline would be created while the old timeline still exists. As an example, a river is moving down the bedrock, and then you come in and create a fork in the river. The river at that point will divide into two unique, but very parallel streams. It didn't change the flow of the original current, it just added a completely new segment to the river. Let me try to explain it this way. If you go back and kill your grandfather, a new dimensional mind zone is created. And from that point in time neither you nor your father would have ever been born in the new timeline event. Conversely though, you were born, because all of it is the experience of the soul. So, a very close timeline or dimension is created instantly right next to yours. In this new dimension, you nor your father ever existed, but you do exist and so does your father, simply because you are in a parallel dimension now. Now what would happen if you went back in time and made it possible for your grandfather to obtain $1 billion due to some knowledge of an investment you learned about later? And he retained it and remained wealthy, and the wealth was eventually passed down to you. You may still be able to reap the benefits of the wealth, because the events of the river had changed, but you would still be part of it, unless the wealth created a different process in the decision-making of your grandfather of which you were never born, or the wealth didn't pass unto you for a myriad of other reasons. Otherwise that part of time could have been modified and yet remain on the same timeline wherewith you could end up with the wealth passed down. You could wake up being instantly wealthy and never know that you might have been poor unless somehow this fragmented consciousness remembered it. Therefore, time travelers can indeed change the course of time and the events of time and most never know it happened. A single leaf might experience an event in the middle of the river, and now that leaf is at the end. But the river is still there and still moving and flowing where the leaf had once been. The river doesn't dry up as soon as it is experienced. It always remains even after the witnessed event. The key is to understand whatever changes are made in time of the past, it will continue to flow on the same timeline unless the change is dramatic. Making slight changes would not necessarily create a new timeline, it would just be modified or be reconstructed into the old timeline, and yet both processes would still be recorded for posterity's sake, and yet could still be the same timeline, revealing that you were both rich and poor in the same timeline. And the only difference is consciousness awareness. Just like my dimensional slip from the earlier chapter, that could have been on the same timeline but a slight change was made, creating a different dimension in the same timeline. That is why it was possible to instantly enter both timelines. This could explain some events surrounding déjà vu and other strange memory bursts. Déjà vu may simply be two dimensions overlapping the same timeline, and the mind becomes aware of both. However, the mind may not be able to hold on to the memory burst because it is not from your dimension. Thus, one can travel back and forth in time and witness all over again what had occurred or what will occur, and they can even change the events. The leaf is only the mind experiencing the same history repeatedly except where changes occur. And when the change occurs it will still remain the same event in the consciousness even if it had changed. The last chapter I spoke of out-of-body experiences. I spoke of the mind leaving the body and can see beyond this world and all its operations. Time is no different. Once the mind leaves the body apparatus, it then is like walking on the bank of the river. It is no longer imprisoned in a flow of time, it now can be aware or view any place in time throughout the flow of the river. And with skill one can even influence and change events of time, as well as one can even maneuver back and forth through time in their perceived physical body, because it is all an illusion anyway. I experienced this once upon a time via the mind traveling through time. I was living in the year 1995. I was meditating one night about a time I met a good friend that had become like a brother to me. I even recalled the year and date I met this friend. It was June 3, 1979. The reason this meeting was so special is it marked the time I was going through major changes in my life. It marked a time of renewal, a time where the course of my river changed. It was also the time I met a girl who would become a mystery and enigma throughout my life, until I would realize that I had crossed paths many times with her over previous lives. This began a time when I began to become awakened. And even though today, many decades later, years later, I no longer am in communication with this friend or this girl, it will always represent a time of great change. Sadly, as of this read it, my dear friend has now passed away. During this event in 1995 all I had was a recall of this moment in time, June 3, 1979, when these events occurred. My memory of these past events was so strongly embedded into my consciousness, I could even recall the smells and fragrances that emanated from this period. It was a nostalgic memory period. This was a powerful time in my life as it was just 1 year after my mom had passed away. I was very close to my mom as she was my strength in life. She was my kindred spirit. And yet she was taken away from me so very early. But it also represented a new beginning for me. You see, after my mom passed on, I met her in the afterlife via a dream vision. She came to me to tell me something that was bothering her. I was very confused because I knew she had died. I had no knowledge of the afterlife then. The church that I was affiliated with believed when a person was dead they remained dead until a resurrection. Little did my church nor many other religious groups understand that we are all dead, all asleep, and the resurrection is the awakening, not the inhabiting of the flesh again. For what we did not understand was this idea of returning to the flesh was going on all the time anyway in what we call reincarnation. Yet it did not reveal an awakening, yet. At the time my mother spoke to me from beyond the veil, and from that time on I would end up speaking to her at various times. As well as after my dad passed on I would speak to him also. This was a renewal for me, an awakening in type revealing to me that everything I had ever been taught had holes in it. And it was going to take decades to unravel this information to where I could finally understand and then teach it to others. This experience on June 3, 1979, marked a very important time for me. And meeting this friend and this girl at the same day and time represented the beginning of my own awakening. I desired to travel back in time to witness this connection again. I wanted to meet my friends again who I had long left behind due to our varied directions and our changes in life. For what I would learn was my awakening was not necessarily theirs. And thus, a difficult and emotional separation occurred that would never be restored again, in this life. I decided to see if I could use the same methods I used when going out of body, to train my mind to walk ashore of the river of time to go back to this period and relive it in spirit. I didn't know if it would work, but I believed it could with all my heart. I decided to lay down on the couch and try to bring back as many memories as I could that involved the day I met these two friends, one male and one female on the same day within the same event. I sat there digging through my memory of the time and events of that day as they had occurred. I tried very hard to relive the events in my mind. To recall fragrances, emotions, anything that could restore the memory. Conversations, actions, and any activity I did were all very important to this process. I would visualize it all as if I was there. I truly believed I was there. That I had gone back in time in my mind. I then turned over to my right side facing out from the couch, and kept repeating, I am back in June 3, 1979, I am there, I am really there. What is interesting about what I was doing, was somewhat alike the script of the movie that Christopher Reeves and Jane Seymour played, in which had been made into a movie roughly the same time that I was traveling back in time. It was around 1979 to 1980 when the movie was made, and the movie was called Somewhere in Time. What is interesting as I look back, I know that I never saw that movie until after 95. So, it was sort of odd that I was doing what Christopher Reeves was doing in the movie, when he tried to go back in time to the year 1912. So here I was training the mind to travel back in time. I didn't know what would happen. As soon as I rolled over I kept repeating that I had returned to June 3, 1979, repeatedly. I slowly was fading out as I was getting ready to fall asleep. Within seconds is when it all happened. Just prior to me going to sleep, I began to hear a voice. It was a subtle distant voice. It was as if I was between the waking world and the dream world where a dream was unfolding. I listened to the voice and then it became clearer. It was obvious this was the voice of my friend I met June 3, 1979. I then slowly opened my eyes and voila, I wasn't in Kansas anymore. As Dorothy of the Wizard of Oz would say. I was lying on a couch that was not my couch. I was in a room that I had never seen before. I jumped up and sat up on the couch to witness the most amazing thing I had ever observed before. I was sitting in another living room in someone else's place. I was no longer in the confines of my home lying on my couch, or at least in the sense that my mind was no longer there. As I sat up I looked off to my right and sitting in a recliner chair was the friend I had met June 3, 1979. However, there was a problem. Something was amiss. I knew where my friend lived and what his home looked like, and this wasn't it. Secondly, there was another problem. He was too young. His hair was darker, more salt and pepper and in the form of a crew cut. This was him, but years before I would ever meet him. When I met him for the first time his hair was thick and almost all grey, even at his young age. I sat there wondering why he was not jumping out of his skin as to how someone appeared from nowhere on his couch. The problem was I didn't rematerialize into human form. I was a ghost. Just like Kenobi, I was there in mind only. I had human form. I could see myself but he could not see me. I sat there reluctant to say anything to him due to the fear that he might get frightened out of his wits. But if he couldn't see me he certainly couldn't hear me either, right? Well, maybe he could. I then began to walk around his place. I was looking at the family pictures they had on their shelves, also their furniture, everything. I was looking at the items they owned, like a small pendulum clock and a television. I could see the dining room and the kitchen. I was able to learn the layout of his place, having never been there before. Finally, I went and sat back down on the couch. I sat there until I noticed two women walking down the steps behind where my friend was sitting. One of the women I had never seen before, she was a white-haired lady and seemingly quite elderly. The other woman that was with her, well, I knew her. She was my friend's mother. However, she was much younger and sprier than what I remembered her being. Her hair was completely jet black and smooth, instead of the woman I knew, which had a large mixture of grey in her hair and it was brittle. Instinctively as I watched these two women come down the steps, I automatically, as an impulse, waved at them and said hello. Strangely my friend's mother looked back at me and smiled and waved as she replied saying, hello, in return. I thought, wait a minute, how come she could see me? Well, the two of them walked into the living room and then walked into the kitchen, and I believe they went outside into the back through a sliding glass door. At this point in time I could tell this was an apartment unit, not a house. I then wondered, since my friend's mother heard me and saw me, could my friend see me also? I then tried to make my first contact with him. I simply said, "Hey, what year is it?" He did not reply. He sat there reading a magazine. He never said anything. But he became agitated as if he did hear me, but not from the physical senses but more like via his thoughts. He then put the magazine down and he got up from the recliner, and he began to walk upstairs, and I decided to follow him. I kept asking, "What year is it?" I knew something was wrong. I knew this was not June 3, 1979. Finally, he began to mumble something while saying things as if he was talking to himself. I wasn't sure whether he could hear me or not, so I said it again even louder, "What year is it?" He then chuckled, and replied as if he was again talking to himself, but this time he spoke loud and clear. He said, "What year is it?" "It is 1936, and then he chuckled. I knew I was somehow communicating with him on a different level of awareness. I believe he was hearing me in his thoughts. I replied by saying, "I know it is not 1936, what year is it?" I realized this was not going to work. By then he had turned the corner and walked into what appeared to be his bedroom. I then looked around and noticed some newspapers on the dresser. I thought, wait a minute, the dates would be on the newspapers. I noticed he had a bunch of newspapers as if he didn't throw the old ones away. They just piled up on his dresser. I walked over to his dresser and looked at the top newspaper. I figure it had to be the latest. I also noticed it was in color, and I remembered back then very seldom did we get a color newspapers except on Sunday. So, I basically figured out that it had to be on a Sunday that I was visiting. I then got as close to the paper as I could while leaning over the dresser, trying to read the date. To my shock, it was printed in bold ink, June 3rd. I was dumbfounded. However, the actual year was incorrect. It revealed June 3rd, 1973, 6 years before I would ever meet this guy. Now what is ironic is, June 3rd, 1979 was also on a Sunday, as I would learn this later. What a coincidence. In the entire decade of the 70s, June 3rd landed on a Sunday only twice, once in 1973 and once in 1979. This revealed something to me about the flow of time astrologically via celestial mechanics, which are involved with the movement of time via planets and stars. So now I realized I had overshot the event by 6 years. And I went back in time before I ever met my friend. This told me that one can enter a time field no matter what date and time it was. And one did not necessarily have to be alive or around during that time to witness the events. This time travel event lasted for a while longer and some other things were learned, which I shall share in a bit. It was then I went back to the couch and I blacked out and became aware that I returned to my time in 1995, 22 years back to the future. I proved to myself that time travel was possible, and that one can use the mind to go backward or forward in time. The interesting thing about this story is when I saw my friend's mom back in time. The woman I saw was totally different. She was happy, spry, and full of life and energy. This was not the woman I met 6 years later. I do not know who the white-haired elderly woman was that was with her. It could have been a friend, her mother, or for that matter even a spirit. I just don't know who she was. The other woman didn't acknowledge me. However, my friend's mother was a surprise indeed, because when I met her in 1979 she came across as a broken woman. She was not happy and she most unquestionably was not brimming with life. She was heavier and much less active, and this was not the woman I saw in 1973. And then I recalled something about my friend telling me about his mom and the trials she endured in the past. She was taking heavy pharmaceuticals to downplay a problem she had. I then recalled the problem that he had revealed to me years prior. My friend told me of her past that in about 1974 his mother had a total nervous or mental breakdown. I had asked him what the problem was. He said, well, she had a problem with seeing things that were not there. I quickly replied, what do you mean? He said, well, she saw people that were not there, and she would communicate with them, etc. Obviously, he was not comfortable about talking about this. He didn't want to get into a long conversation about it. At the time, I thought how strange. He went on to tell me it got worse and worse until she had a breakdown. Sadly, the breakdown occurred because she was made to take brain-deadening drugs to stop her from seeing things that were not there. Of course, looking back, I find this very sad, because one thing that hit me during my time travel trip is that she could see me. She waved at me and said hello, whereas no one else could see me. And I was there in soul body, so it wasn't a figment of her imagination, nor was she mentally unbalanced. And what is odd and strangely ironic, who would have ever dreamt that I would be one of those invisible entities that she would have seen that would later destroy her life, prior to me ever meeting her son, wherewith we became good friends almost like brothers, and then to learn of her disheartening story. I do not understand everything, but the Father wanted me to know something about our illusory world that few will ever witness firsthand. I do know one thing, when his mother saw me in 73 she was not ill, she was very happy-go-lucky. She had life in her, which I did not see later. And she appeared very healthy. Sadly though, it is the people living in ignorance to the real knowledge of living under the delusion and illusion that cannot accept what is valid and instead they accept the lie. I believe this is what the Father was teaching me about our world and how the people in it are so very deceived. I believe it was more important to the will of the Father and Mother for me to skip the date I was seeking for, to end up meeting my friend's mother years earlier so that I could witness firsthand how so many people are being shoved to the wolves of deception because they will not believe anything beyond this wacky and demonically controlled illusion. They are willing to claim someone else is unbalanced and has mental health disorders, to force them to take the so-called medications that destroys the outer awareness, via the illusion. And instead of accepting that these people might be speaking the truth, and they can see beyond this dimension, the doubters end up frying their minds so no one else becomes aware. Just like we do to children that have their invisible guides and friends. We make fun of them acting as if they are somewhat screwed up in the head. We call it childish behavior and punish them for it, making them appear unbalanced and then create a mental scarring in their lives, all because they claim to see the invisible world, the air, spirit that has been replaced with dirt, matter, and that is the moral of this story. And yet if we would take the time to listen to them, we would learn amazing truths and lessons. I am not saying all experiences are good, some could be part of a demonic intrusion, but we must try and test the fruits of the Spirit, and prove that which is good versus that which is evil. We are souls living in bodies that are designed to block out the very truth of who we really are. And through time, being under the law of delusion we are subjugated to the lie wherewith we deny the truth. I have had amazing journeys of traveling through time and dimensions, and even speaking to those who are no longer among the living. I have had communications with both of my parents. I have learned many things. My dad gave me advice that I have never forgotten. When I met him beyond the veil, he and my mother were talking to each other. They appeared sad to me. They also looked much younger than what they did when they had passed on. My mom was very thin, and had very long shiny black hair, but when she was alive prior to passing on, she had mostly grey hair and somewhat in a bouffant style. I believe I was seeing my mother from her early years as pictures I had seen later confirmed that fact. My dad also had pitch black hair and he looked like he was 25 years old, whereas he had a mixture of grey and his black hair when he passed at 63. I remember asking him if he could give me advice in this world that I am still experiencing. He did give me advice. It was simple, to the point, and it took years to truly understand what he meant. He said, "The only advice I can give you is, beware of nothing thoughts, for they will plague you later like they do us now." This became my most important advice mantra that I would ever receive in life. My dad was conveying to me that this world lives a lie, and people refuse to discern and think through the error of what is occurring, and instead they follow rather than observe. And this is going to bring great harm on their soul when they pass on and realize they failed once again. And now they must return. My dad was a well-respected minister in my church for nearly 27 years before he passed on. Humanity has one problem and it never seems to change. Humans are like sheep being led to the slaughter through every generation, and it never seems to fail. They continue to walk through the same mind-numbing games of control, and they refuse to discern the world that they live in and instead accept it and ignore truth and deny their origins. Everything we are experiencing is of the mind, including time travel, dimensional travel, and even out-of-body or near-death experiences, as well as even living in this world. It is all in the mind. None of it is real. It is not the perfect paradise and dimension that we were sent to originally before we fell from that realm, all because we wanted something else that was inferior to what we already had in abundance. And now we are being plagued by our decisions repeatedly, until eventually we will muster the strength to return home. And then we can enter paradise and beyond, where we can go back to our true spiritual domain. These are things I have revealed are not spirit objectives of life eternal, they are simply part of the same program we have been indoctrinated within. However, many things are left out of our awareness because the controllers do not want us to realize we are sleeping and being controlled against our will. Going out of body, time traveling, or even near-death experiences are not real either. They are all part of the programmed system of the mind control. Just because we can learn from these areas of extra knowledge, doesn't mean it is the end objective. It is all part of breaking through the many veils of deception. Chapter 9, Fifth Dimension Neutral Realm. I truly believe the fifth dimension is heaven, or what we call paradise. It is the real version of our universe in its perfection. We were energy beings in this realm, yet we could take on form. But what does this mean? I believe the fifth dimension is our original Garden of Eden. This is where we were planted into paradise of perfection. This is where we fell from and then entered the fourth dimension and then finally retrograded into the third dimension. I believe in fifth dimension exists the real earth and planets, stars and heavens as they were originally created. It is a glorious place, but it is not anywhere close to the ultimate higher dimensions where it is only consciousness with no form at all. We are in fact sparks or energies of light, moving at the speed of thought, yet we can stop for a while and enjoy the worlds that exist at present. Living in this fifth dimensional realm, even upon the fifth dimensional earth, is magical. The beauty, the colors, the sounds are all perfect. We as energy beings can transform into anything we desire. Many have transformed into the human we see here, and exist in this paradise realm living peaceful, joyful existences as one desires. Wow! I just had a flash memory during this read-it of this book, bringing me back to the time I had lived in this higher realm, and I remember choosing to go to the lower realms to experience thoughts. Incredible. It is difficult to explain living in a perfect world. No one can steal, defraud, harm or deceive anyone else. Everyone is aware of everyone's intentions, and if the mind does sway against this realm of perfection, the soul that is garnering any thought contrary, simply falls to the next dimension, which also will have much of the same perspective, but now at a lower level where perfection is no longer the reality. Now it becomes an illusion. The fifth dimension is reality, and the fourth is a mirror reflection of reality, and the third is the projection of matter from the mirror or illusion, or shadow. This is where our spirit that we call our higher self, or the father and mother are first sent to begin their journey. The fifth dimension is the middle realm, utopia, and paradise. From the projected souls from their spiritual counterpart can travel upward if they are of the correct vibrational spirit, or downwards if they desire to experience illusory worlds. The earth in the fifth dimension is a perfect world. No war, no crime, not even the thought of it. And the greatest difference is, the universe in this realm is real. It is a permanent fixture. It is not fake, it is not an illusion. It is not decaying or retrograding in any way. It is Holy Spirit. Any spirit or soul that has the proper vibration can enter this realm and be part of it as they desire. The plants and flowers are real, the colors and sounds are real. The lakes, oceans and rivers are real. Mountains are real and eternal. It is an eternal everlasting domain. It cannot be corrupted, it cannot die, and it cannot cease to exist. Everything is life eternal. You can communicate with everything, whether it is a rock or a flower or a plant or an animal, everything has consciousness there and it responds. We only have an illusion of this here, whereas there it is all real. We can only imagine what drove us from paradise to come to a world like this. As with anything else, children fail to appreciate the glories, beauties and wonderments of reality, and often seek for other things until they mature enough to realize they had it all to begin with. Imagine living in a world where everyone cares for everyone else as if they were their own children, or at least a friend or family member. Or existed in a place of absolute peace and tranquility. Imagine a world where you could take a boat ride if you so desire in the ocean and the whales and sharks become your friends and they will converse with you. Imagine a world where you can go into the forest and make your habitat among the lions and tigers and all sorts of ferocious animal life and all them will become your friends and they all have the nature of peace and kindness. Imagine a world where you can travel to local villages and cities and everyone will respect and honor you as you will them. They will not attempt to harm you nor could they. Imagine traversing across the planet at the speed of thought, or enjoying a trip to other worlds and galaxies that are like Earth but with their varied differences of design and uniqueness. Imagine being able to do anything. This is our heaven, our world of origination, but it is not even near the highest of dimensions. Imagine there is no need to sleep unless you want to rest for enjoyment. Imagine not having to eat unless you want to for pleasure. Imagine a world where there is no jealousy, hatred, wrath or greed. Imagine all have the same desire towards everyone's success as they do their own. Do you remember living in this world, living in a state of absolute perfection? Chances are no, but if you can imagine it, then you have almost returned. Imagination is the greatest power we have even while existing in this realm. It is what makes us who we truly are. What is the difference between fifth dimension and the fourth dimension? Isn't the fourth dimension a dimension also of imagination, a place where we can think it and it can appear? Not really. The world we come from, that is paradise, is a world that was already created. Everything good, proper and right was already designed for us. You do not have to create anything in this universe, it is already there. And there are many other worlds also that have been created by the grand design, in perfection. And most likely one day in the great future, we will also create our own permanent galaxies and worlds from our imagination of perfection as new universes, and it will also be eternal for anyone to visit as they so desire. One might ask, wouldn't it get boring? Isn't there something else? Well, that is exactly what happened, because as souls we did not appreciate the beauty, the design, the perfection. We wanted something else, we needed to pursue other avenues. Just like humans always want something else. They do not appreciate what they already have. After ages of separation, living in worlds of darkness, and evil and despotic kingdoms, with overlords and gods who demand things beyond what most can give. Eventually we will realize that the world of perfection really did have everything we desired and or ever needed. Chapter 10, New Heavens and New Earth. If you had the power to know every intent, to move at the speed of thought, to instantly be aware of everything you need to know, what would you be lacking? What is wrong with the heavens and the earth that we witness age after age? We see the beauty in this earth. We are mesmerized by the glory of the star-filled heavens. There is so much that surrounds us that is magnificence filled with majesty, splendor and glory. And yet what is wrong? We witness deterioration. We witness destruction and evil. In all that is splendid that surrounds us, there is the opposite which is destructive. From the superstar athlete to the ill-laden souls who inhabit hospitals. From the genius to the morbid ignorant. From the wealthy to the poor. Everything within our realm is based on a duality. Good and evil, right and wrong, and perfection and imperfection, as is the law of this domain. There is one word that can explain the lack we witness, as it seems to interlock with possibilities. There is one word that defines our world and everything in it. It is strange when you begin to analyze it, and understand the depths of its nature. This one word is limitation. Limitation, restriction, an imposed restriction that cannot be exceeded or sidestepped. A disadvantage or weakness in somebody or something. Throughout this final book of this series, we are beginning to learn a truth, an amazing piece of knowledge, that the world we exist in is limited. We learned about sin, which can attach itself to the soul temporarily and yet never take hold, as it can be released upon the body of death. We learned that it is representing missing the mark of perfection. We have peered through new eyes that reveal endless possibilities of the mind. And yet, as we stagger to comprehend the truth of it all, one thing keeps us harnessed like the weight of balls and chains, and that is, we are all limited. We are all restricted to access what by rights should be as easy as your next thought. Limitation is the self-imposed enemy we have placed upon ourselves so we could journey into this world. As simple as it sounds, it truly is the revelation of all things that occur in this world and beyond. We have spoken of the mind realm, fourth dimension, as it pertains to thought activation, and yet its power has a negative effect when it enforces great limitation. What if everyone had no restrictions? Each could accomplish everything as they so desire. Everyone would be aware of each other's thoughts, motives and actions. Would there be any crime? Could you pull the wool over anyone's eyes if they already knew in advance what you were planning on doing and had equal ability to stop it or counteract it or to assist in helping create it? The truth is, everything we experience in this cosmos is directly influenced by what is called limitation. What if you had the ability to peer into atoms and fly through space? What if you could travel to other worlds and instantly be in two or more places at the same time? Ask yourself the $1 million question: what if you were a god of unlimited power? What force could deny you your desire? Why do we have limitation? Well, this is the most amazing part of it. We chose to have limitations so we could fall into these lower worlds and experience them at this level. Let me try to explain it in ways we can better understand. If you were a god and desired to play the game of golf, what challenge would it give you? If everyone that played could hit a hole-in-one on every drive, it would be extremely boring. However, what if you drew up some rules to give it more challenge? What if you decided that you would remove much of your power and ability and allow for weakness and limitation as a direct effect in playing the game, as to make it appear challenging when it is not? One might wonder in retrospect, does this make sense? Why not adjust the players based on limitation and allow for mistakes and faults? Allow for a lack of perfection. Now we can play the game without it being boring. Yet, do we really need to limit ourselves to enjoy reality? We can manipulate the rules of conduct to allow for error. And really, what is limitation? It is error without perfection. If you could travel from one place to another at the speed of thought, there is no limitation. If you could somehow limit yourself to traveling at a much slower pace, then limitation is the resulting factor. If you can truly limit yourself to movement that is no more than about 5 to 20 miles per hour, and then you limit yourself to how much energy you can use, suddenly what you have is restriction on movement. Therefore, the mind seeks for every possible alternative so it can experience movement faster and faster. We then design vehicles to help us move at greater and more efficient speeds, yet we are still limited. When you really think about it, it is sort of wacky, ridiculous, and crazy. Here we already have these abilities and yet we limit ourselves, and spend the rest of eternity trying to access what we already have by using limitation. We stare up into the stars and wonder what it would be like to travel to a distant moon, or a planet, or even a galaxy. Something we could do prior without even breaking a sweat. And now we use all of our limited brain power to discover ways of creating rockets, and ships and other vehicles of transportation to get us as far as we can possibly go, and in all honesty, it offers us nothing compared to what we had. We will magnify the possibility of danger or disaster all because we created limitation, just to accomplish what we can already do. We limit ourselves in our own beliefs. We stagnate because we believe the limitation is real and we forgot it is a self-imposed doctrine upon the soul, just to experience these lower worlds. We had to enter self-operating computerized avatars just so the world we exist in would become limited based on our suits we wear. When you think about it, it has all the basics of a virtual reality. To play in these worlds we had to somehow release the knowledge and the mechanics of who we are while jumping into these spacesuits so we could play the game of limitation and never knowing we are not limited because being forgetful of our true reality was also part of the limitation that was added. Everything in our world and in our universe is limited. It is corrupt. It decays, and it is destructive yet only because there is a self-imposed law of limitation. It is almost like a bunch of kids got together and decided to create a game, so gods could be changed into something inferior just to give the game challenge so in turn they could become gods. Everything is backwards here. We see it all the time in video games. Each participant is given a set amount of lives, and everyone must maneuver through the game levels while at the same time having to keep their energy levels up so the player can remain in the game of limitation. Often these games parallel life as we know it. To advance you must get jobs, so that you can purchase your food and other entertainments and constructs of the game, which allows one to progress. In these games, we battle, fight and maneuver ourselves until we can dominate the entire game world or we lose one of our many lives to try again. And often it is to become a god or a warlord, or the ultimate power. We see this also in life. We spend our many lives trying to win the game. We want to be wealthy, we want power and fame. We want distinction. Yet we must jump through all the hoops and often we fail to realize that some in the game have mastered it to the point where they have changed the rules to such a degree that it basically makes it impossible for the average soul to even move forward. Yet the impossibility only drives souls more to play the game because they see possibility even though they doubt it will ever happen for them. Humanity is a strange concocted brew of ignorance. The heavens and earth we have jumped into with our space suits to provide limitation is the realization how we have fallen from perfection. So, we come to realize what these worlds we have entered within really are. It is a desire to be limited while doing everything we can to stop being limited. If this is not the definition of insanity, what is? We enter a world that is governed by Lucifer. What truly is Lucifer? He is the light at the end of the tunnel that we spend all our time and energy trying to reach, but the light is a false reality. The light is a created limitation being part of the game, and it is unreachable by design. We already have the light within us. We are already part of perfection and have no limitation at all. But here we are in this construct of a game, which offers limitation so we can spend eternity seeking for something that only exists beyond the game. The problem is that it never happens per the game plan. Because there is an opposite force, an adversary in this game called Satan, to block our every attempt. So then, what truly is Satan? Well, the ancients knew it meant adversary to the soul. Satan is the illusion of the game. Satan becomes the body we wear, that which holds us back from achieving our goals. Satan is limitation. Satan is the ball and chains, the weights that cause us to struggle. It then becomes restriction, and Lucifer becomes the light at the end of the dark tunnel that constantly lures us time and time again as we seek for the unreachable star, just to send us back into the prison yard once again to replay the game. and all that is a self-imposed creation just so we could play this ridiculous, stupid, nonsensical game. This constraint by its very character of definition becomes the word evil or darkness. Something that opposes the light or goodness is restraint. However, the light in this procedure is a false light, because it only serves to keep us locked into the restriction. It is simply the polarity which represents the duality of our worlds. All the false light does is keep our attention on winning or losing the game. It never helps us to get out of the game. The duality of good and evil, darkness and light is the game. It is called the game of limitation. The problem is, it is never ending. The Bible speaks of the dual, new heavens and a new earth. The fact is, they are not new, but ancient. It is only new from our local awareness because we have been in the false light of limitation for so long we forgot about the worlds of perfection. What is so ironic about this game template is that we spend our entire time seeking for the world of perfection and glory within a game that is designed to make sure we never find it. That is what limitation is all about. You eventually recognize that the game itself is limitation, and if we are beginning to crack the code of the game, then a greater, more compulsory limitation is installed to make sure we fail. Why? Because the game all along is about limitation, the desire to feel limited so we can have challenges that normally are not possible. We allowed the journey into imperfection to become more important than the destination itself. Everything we seek for, work for, pray for, and constantly strive for is what we already had all along. But we decided to play the game of limitation, and now we exist in a fake heaven and a fake earth, all because we thought, wouldn't it be exciting if we limited ourselves and then spent our entire time seeking for what we gave up? It is all insanity. Now we know why the Gnostics revealed that the God of this world was mindless. Chapter 11, Superconsciousness. This discourse is not about telling you what is right or wrong, or answering all your questions. It is about unlocking the missing formula of the game constructs. Wouldn't you love to have the game cheats to figure out this craziness where you are no longer subjected to it? Each one of us has the game cheats installed within us that could never be removed no matter how much limitation we set for the game protocols. Each of us that are the true seeds of spirit that belong to the Father and Mother were given the keys to the code to release us from this prison of the mind. I want you to think about what I just said, release us from the prison of the mind. What I am about to show you is incredible. It is the greatest gift I can offer you. It is worth more than all the gold on this planet. Everyone has it, each soul can access it at any time. And it will free you from the game constructs. In fact, it is so simple you will refuse to believe it at first. I am sure you desire to know what this easy protocol that can free you truly is. I have been speaking about it all along. Are you ready? Well, hold on, don't get too excited yet. I want you to realize how important this key to the code really is. But for you to truly comprehend it, you must begin to understand what is wrong. We now know that the name of the game is limitation. Limitation is created by wearing a fake covering in a masquerade using a phony space suit in a game that is operated by controls. Yet we must ask, how can one be truly limited? How can the soul be unaware of this limitation? Let's go back and begin to unravel this equation. When we fell into these worlds, we did so to experience limitation so we could have challenges. Somehow, some way we had to convince ourselves that we were inferior, that we lacked perfection, that we were somehow lowly beings that had very little power. To do this, one had to convince the consciousness awareness that we lacked something, that we did not have omniscience, and we were not omnipresent. Somehow, we had to convince our awareness that we were not who we truly were. We became part of a virtual reality. A game template that allowed for us to enter within by falling asleep so that we could not figure out that we were being controlled by another force of mind instead of our own. To do this, we had to entrave our bodies that had its own computerized programming via the brain. and the soul which separated from the spirit had to interlock into this new awareness and allow it to control the consciousness awareness. We were part of the superconsciousness of our father and mother, but as sparks of light consciousness we were sent away to learn as a parent sending their child away to master the worlds beyond. However, the parent gave the child everything they would need. We were also given free will choice outside the governing realm of our divine parents. We could make choices in our personal discoveries. We came to see ourselves as being separated from the superconsciousness, and we began to develop our own consciousness awareness. In time, we would discover that as a thinking module of the higher consciousness we could enter worlds and experience things by choice. No one was there to dictate unto us what we should do or how we should do it. As we were existing in perfection, our thoughts began to run wild. We began to ask the ultimate question, what is it that we cannot possibly do if we could do anything the heart desired? The answer was stunningly precise. We did not have limitation. There was nothing we could not do. As child of the Supreme Creator, we were given all that the Creator had, nothing was refused within the boundaries of perfection. Therefore, in our quest to define ourselves we discovered there was one thing we could not do, and that was to be limited. We then put our minds together and we decided to enter a world that allowed for limitation, and then we became immersed within this world without having any memory of who we really were. And thus, we separated from our reality and entered illusion. Yet how was it done? We allowed for a new consciousness awareness that was so different from our superconsciousness that we got locked into another awareness dimension. And we simply forgot that we did this. If limitation is the true governance over our minds and experiences, then we must go deep within to examine how could limitation exist within unlimited beings? Now granted we eventually were deceived after we fell because we were tricked by others who knew exactly what this force of limitation would do us. Nevertheless, we wanted to be part of it and they allowed us to believe we were the central core of it all. How can a fallen consciousness exist unaware when it is connected to a superconsciousness that is aware always? To answer this question, one only needs to go within themselves and seek for what causes them to be limited. If you can answer this question, you will begin your trip back to paradise. The answer is belief, that is faith. You believe you are limited, it is that simple. This belief was created by this false world, which is limited, and you exist within this world in a limited body with a limited mind portal. If the problem is that we believed we were limited, then how can we stop being limited? The answer is, stop believing you are limited. I have said all throughout this series of books, of ourselves we can do nothing. This is the supreme degree of limitation. If we can't do anything, then we are limited to the utmost degree. Now it is time to finally learn the ultimate mystery. Jesus taught it to us but few ever understood. Now let's put the code together. Step 1, of myself I can do nothing, it is the Father within me that can do all things. Step 2, I and my Father are one. Do you get it? Are you able to put it together? Step 1 is revealing, we are separated from the Father via a retrograde of consciousness. And because of this separation, we are limited now, so limited that we can do nothing of ourselves compared to what we could do prior. Example, one could travel at the speed of thought and go to another galaxy at will. However, the human body is so limited one can barely make it down the street without losing energy. Can you be in more than 2 places at the same time by just thinking about it? It is difficult enough making it to one place. Are you able to have power over healing, power over anything that could be a threat to you simply by thinking about it? We do not even know how to heal the common cold. Step 1 reveals at this level, we cannot do the things we once did. The very fact we are located inside this fake humanoid body reveals our lack of ability. And the result of this limitation reveals that we can do nothing. What about step 2, I and my Father are one? If we are one, then how can we possibly not be able to do all things ourselves? The answer lies in the fact that we are not the body, we are the consciousness, We of the body can do nothing of ourselves, we are extremely limited. But the we of the mind can do all things, because I and my Father are one. Christ said, the Father can do all things within me. This means the superconsciousness is able to do all things even within the soul that is locked in the body frequency. And he said, I and my Father are one. What was he trying to reveal? He revealed the secret of the ages. That when we interlock back into the superconsciousness we can now do all things via our higher mind. Therefore, we must begin to realize there are two of us, the lower consciousness that was created by result of this limited realm, and the higher consciousness that is by result of who we are really connected to. Our real glory and power is not of the constructs of this limited cosmos, but of the constructs of the unlimited consciousness. The father and mother within us is the superconsciousness, and the son, daughter beneath is the lower fallen consciousness. And that is the difference. Therefore, what is our lack? It is our disbelief. If we see limitation within us, then we add to the unbelief which is translated as a lack of faith. Doubt and fear are constructs of limitation, which results in a lack of faith. Doubt and fear are the arch-enemies of faith. Lacking faith means we are not connected to the conduit of all that truly is. We are separated from the power within by our false belief. Everything that I am explaining to you reveals one key point. That faith is the connector to the superconsciousness and our disbelief is the disconnection of that same consciousness. Now we can understand why it's stated, without faith it is impossible to please the Father, because faith is the only element that we must have to reconnect to the superconsciousness. What this means is, how we perceive ourselves in everything we are part of is directly affecting the world around us, including ourselves. We know we are limited of the body within this realm. However, those who reconnect back to their superconsciousness have no limitation, because faith is knowing that we are unlimited. It is the substance of the things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Therefore, the mystery of the ages is our missing link to perfection. The lost ingredient that created limitation is within you and always has been within you. The answer is so simple it will drive you crazy. If limitation is your belief that you are limited, then you must eliminate your false belief. And to do this requires you to operate in another mind, another consciousness. I and my Father are one. What is that other consciousness? What is the other mind? Well, if we come from perfection where there is no limitation, then we must begin to think like this even while existing within limitation. Our minds perceive limitation as a state of fact. The mind accepts we are limited in this restricted value creation. We believe we cannot do anything beyond the boundary of the parameters of this lowly world. If this is how you believe in your thoughts, then you are separated from your higher consciousness. However, if you believe that as Christ said, I and my Father are one, you then begin the process of eliminating limitation. Ask and you shall receive, seek and you shall find. And how do you begin this process? Imagination. Imagination, the ability to visualize, the ability to form images and ideas in the mind, especially of things never seen or experienced directly. The creative part of the mind, the part of the mind where ideas, thoughts, and images are formed. Creative act, an act of creating a semblance of reality. Imagination can peer through all the constructs of this fake world and begin to visualize there, all. But to get there you must believe that what you can imagine is real. If there are no limitations, then the imagination can achieve any height of awareness. And what did Christ say? With the faith of a mustard seed one could move mountains. But remember, it is not you, the lower consciousness moving the mountain. It is the Father and Mother within you, and your belief is the connecting power. You see, even falling to the state of awareness we have now first began because an unlimited superconsciousness used its imagination to create what was not possible. That being, for unlimited beings to become limited. Imagination is the only vehicle which used properly that can tear down all vehicles and constructs of illusion and bring you back to the mind of the Father, your superconsciousness. Imagination brings possibility out of seemingly an impossible world. Imagination can defy all laws of the lower dimensions. Imagine in your mind right now that you are sitting peacefully on a shoreline of a beautiful pristine blue lake, surrounded by a forest of green trees, and behind you is a snow-white capped mountain edging gloriously into the deep blue sky, and the sun is shining down upon you bringing its warmth. And everyone there is peaceful and supportive. Did you feel this imagery as you read this? Were you there? Let me tell you a little secret. What you did was more real than the life you appear to be existing within every single day. Imagination is the real power of the superconsciousness, because there is no limitation in imagination beyond what you command. If you can imagine it in perfection, it is real. If your imagination lacks perfection, it becomes an illusion. A physical mundane life living in limitation is as fake as can be. Nothing about it is real, because it removes the imagination and replaces it with limitation. As I have stated before, do you really believe you are aging, that you are getting old? Well, we peer into the body, and as we watch it fall apart over the years, as well as the mind loses its ability to recall, as it once could, it really does appear that we are aging. Everything around us, everything that is external via the law of this dimension is dying. Everything is retrograding. Everything is falling apart. Yet your soul does not age. Whether you are 6 or 96, the soul within is still the exact same age as it ever was. It is eternal youth. Aging is a lie, and it's part of the construct of the program. If you want proof that this world is an illusion, look no further than from the concept of aging. Therefore, we have come to adopt and articulate a concept, and that is, the spirit is willing but the flesh is weak. But ask yourself the question, who is more powerful? Who is really in control? Isn't it the spirit? And yet the flesh continues to appear more powerful and to win out in this game of intrigue. What we have been believing in, as insane as it sounds, is that the weakness of the flesh is more powerful than the spirit of divine creation of all reality. The flesh is telling the soul that it is limited, therefore the soul believes something that is impossible. Therefore, belief is the eternal barrier or release mechanism of this false reality. When there is no limitation, nothing can be withheld from you that your thoughts create. However, if your thoughts enter imperfection, then this is limitation. Anything that results in the act of imperfection is by result of limitation, even if it was construed from imagination. So, imagination has the power to allow you to become unlimited in perfection, as well as it is the power to create limits within imperfection. Therefore, imagination is your true power, and the only way you will ever understand this mystery is begin using it at any level you desire and watch the results. Imagination is the secret so many seek for but never find due to the fact they believe they are limited. So, the ultimate imagination is, I and my Father are one. Do you believe? However, our imagination is not to be used to excel within this limitation, it is to be used to finally break free from limitation to enter back into perfection. If we use our imagination to become greater within the limitation, then are we not creating great restraints against the soul to keep us captive to the lie? Chapter 12, The Crown of Truth and Life. My Crown Vision. Something amazing happened to me years ago, and the more I realize it, the more it is really hitting home. Over 33 years ago, at the time of this first writing, I had a dream vision. I have written and spoken about this many times, but I never understood its meaning. In fact, because I didn't understand it, I forgot some of the pertinent details in the vision until recently. I realize this was a powerful vision I had, and nearly all of it has come true, but in ways I would never have been able to conceive of back then. I did not understand the vision, I could only faintly tell what it may mean, and the most of the time I failed to really grasp the significance. I have a friend that remembers me telling him the vision 25 years earlier. That is when it was still clear in my mind. Also, my wife remembers it from what I revealed to her after the event. It seems that this vision was outlining my life and what I could do in the future, and how it may greatly affect many people. Now the vision is starting to become clearer as to what it may mean. I am remembering tiny details that I had forgot so very long ago. Here is the vision. Somehow, I had either left my church or I was removed from it. I was standing outside of my church feeling rejected, feeling like I didn't fit in among the people I loved. Feeling as though I was not accepted. I felt like I was barred, blackballed, banned, and so much more. I felt empty and lost. I was behind a building that my church had its services within. I was unable to speak to anyone. I was all alone outside and was shunned. I then began to walk around the building. I walked around 4 times very slowly. I had forgotten this part of the vision for many years. I couldn't remember how many times I walked around this building until recently. After I began to recall how many times that I walked around the building when talking to my wife and friend, they both agreed, yes indeed. When I first told the story to them, I revealed that I had walked around the building 4 times. The problem is it made no sense to me, at least back when this vision occurred. Here I was no longer connected to the church of my youth, feeling rejected and having walked around the building 4 times. The final time I ended up returning to the back of the building, where I had started. In type, like someone going back to their beginnings. I could see there was a back door that led into the building. Next to this door was a garbage bin. In all the times I had walked around I never recalled seeing this garbage bin there before. However, this time I saw it and it stood out like a sore thumb. It was filled with trash. It was so filled with garbage that it was falling into the street and piling up. I noticed something peculiar on top of the trash pile that had fallen into the street. This part I had completely forgotten until recently. What was on the trash pile was blank pages of books, like the pages that are printed, but I do not recall seeing any writing on them. I am sure they were all blank. Again, this did not make sense back then. Why were the blank pages of books just scattered all around without words, as if being torn out of books and then thrown away? The reason those blank pages didn't really catch my attention is because what was sitting on top of the blank pages on this trash heap. It was a magnificent golden crown of jewels made up of emeralds, rubies, sapphire and diamonds. I have spent years trying to find anything like this crown that I witnessed back then, yet I could never find one, until recently. I was searching and I finally saw the crown, or at least one that looked very like my memory of the crown in this vision. I remember when describing the crown jewels in my vision, they had emeralds, rubies, sapphires and diamonds. However, the sapphire was not completely accurate, it was more like a blue benitoite, which is much rarer. 4 basic gems that are either very rare or very valuable in monetary terms. I remember thinking, wow, someone just threw this away in the trash. I then felt like it had to be someone in the church. They just cast this crown of jewels out the back door into the trash, acting as if it had no more value than refuse. As if they were rejecting it, or maybe they didn't understand what they had in the first place. However, when I found it I knew it had great value. My problem was I was looking at it as having monetary value. Because this is what stimulates most people into accepting that a person or their works have value, as relating to how much they were worth or what kind of business they operate. So often it was never about the spiritual aspect of a person, only that which they excelled at in this world. And my first thought that came into my mind was, now the people in the church will bring me back into the fold and will accept me as part of them, because now I am wealthy. You must understand, when I had this vision I was very much involved in a Christian church. I was part of it, agreed with it, and I got along with the people for the most part that were in it. This was not some dream of wishful thinking or fanciful delights. I would never have believed I would ever leave my church in a million years when I had this vision, so it did not make sense to me at the time. It wasn't until a year or 2 after this vision that all of that would begin to change very slowly. And eventually, 10 years later, that events happened that revealed the vision coming true. I was on the outside looking in for the first time in my entire life since I was a baby. I was locked away from the church and the people within it. I was very lonely, and extremely sad. I was banned and marked via an excommunication. I was ousted from my church for good, and then I began the slow methodical research and learning of the codes and keys that I have so painstakingly brought forth in this series of books called The Divine Secret Garden, and all my renewed spiritual education began one step at a time. I would become the guy in my vision that was outside the church looking in, feeling rejected, feeling as if I was abandoned. There is no way I could have seen this in advance to know or project this dream vision. Yet it did come true, even down to the emotional level, which I experienced in the vision. Back to the vision. After I picked up the crown, I decided to go back into the church and see if I would then be accepted. I walked through the back door. Little did I know at that moment, not only would I not be accepted, I was scorned even greater than before. I realize now that the church in the vision represented the religions of the world, which declare they have the truth but are deeply embedded into society, and often they immediately reject anything new that is presented due to pride, ego, and the belief they already have all they need and need nothing else. It just so happens that my vision was built around my own personal experiences rather than it being a general vision. This way I could relate to it as it described my future. And going back into the church did not mean I would return to my church. It meant that what I had discovered as value, as the crown, would be shown to them, most likely through a back door. Like people spreading the information via a book or word of mouth. I then took the crown back into the church through the back door during this vision, which represented I took something back into religion that they either tossed away or rejected. At the time, I thought it was great wealth. Well, indeed that was partially true, but it was not the wealth I had perceived that would be rejected by the people, but a spiritual wealth. When I went back in, I could see the people, and witness how they reacted, and most of them were angry with me and the crown. They didn't like that I had this crown. It was then I realized this crown represented something spiritual, not physical. And the people were angry at the crown and of course at me for carrying it. It was spiritual wealth, which is usually attributed to knowledge linked with wisdom and truth. I could hear the people's thoughts as if I was discerning how people in general think. They did not like the fact that I was the one that carried the crown. They obviously knew it was important, but did not want to accept it, because it didn't fit their dogmatic mold of the messenger that was carrying it. I remember some of the thoughts I heard, such as, "He hasn't amounted to anything in this world. How can he have this knowledge? He is a loser in the world's eyes, he has no money, he doesn't wear nice clothing, he is not accepted as someone important. Why would God use him?" And even though not all of them felt this way, some acted like they accepted me, yet they all reacted the same way in the end. None of them accepted the crown even if they appeared to on the surface. They were all afraid of it. This building I was in was sort of like a temple. It had a corridor hall that stretched round the outside of the inner temple, like in a huge circle. This is where I was seeing all the people, mostly those I knew, and a few that I didn't know. It was then I decided this was a losing battle because these people are not going to accept me no matter what I say or do, or for that matter what this crown may be revealing to them. It just ain't going to happen. I then decided to walk into the inner temple. I noticed there were double doors that surrounded the inner temple from the outer corridor all the way around the inside of this building. I walked into the middle aisle of the temple and stood there in the back of the room, where I could see the people behind me walking to and fro from where I was in the outer corridor, and I could see the people in front of me sitting in the inner temple, peaceful and quiet. I then began to look around for an open seat. I couldn't see one anywhere. It appeared that all the seats were taken. It was also very dim in that the lighting was very low, so I could not make out who the people were. I just knew they were both male and female images. As I stood there in the center at the back, I kept looking over the crowd searching for a seat, until suddenly, every single door around the temple shut miraculously, separating the inner temple from the outer corridor. I knew what happened was spiritual and not physical or mechanical, because they all shut at the same time without any human closing them, as if being a sign. It then hit me. Not a soul that was in the corridor came into the inner temple. They simply never came in, and I knew they were now locked out. I also realized if they had entered there were no more seats available anyway. It was as if they didn't have reservations, and were cast out. I felt bad for them, thinking this was their chance and they blew it. I still didn't know why I was there nor what this crown meant, as I was still holding it. The next thing I knew was the building I was in began to separate at the ceiling level and in the front where there was a stage. All of it opened like a planetarium to view the stars in space. The entire building opened right in front of everyone's eyes to witness this event. As it opened we could all see into outer space where it was dark outside as if it was the midnight hour, and the stars were shining brightly. We all sat there as well as myself standing there mesmerized at what was happening. I then noticed within deep space I began to see what appeared as some sort of movement of what best could be explained as energy. It seemed to rummage through the stars along the way. As it continued to move, the energy became stronger and we could hear what sounded like a whooshing noise as it moved to and fro in deep space. It moved from one end to the other as it continued to get closer and closer to us on Earth. Finally, this very bright light energy came into the Earth's atmosphere and then through the building we were in, and it went directly into the crown I was holding, moving right through the center aisle as I was standing in the very back. I stood there holding this crown at about belt level with both hands clutched around it and grasping it, and this energy went through the crown and through the jewels. And then like sparks of light from the jewels this energy began to pour all over my body until I literally turned into a light energy being. I was no longer human. And out from the jewels also, this same energy spread over onto everyone sitting down in the seats, and they all turned into glorious light energy beings, of this amazing white light that is hard to explain in human terms. Immediately I began to float through the middle aisle and then began to be pulled upward. As I floated through the center I was passing the people there, and as I passed them we all somehow linked together and floated upwards into space. It was then I could recognize each of them by form and appearance. Amazingly enough, I didn't know any of them from this life. It was as if they were all strangers walking the same path I had traveled, yet we did not know each other until the harvest time. It was then for the first time I could see their faces, and every one of them looked so relieved, like they won the battle and it was hard fought, and there was relief that it was all finally over. The biggest thing I recognized was that the spirit of joy filled everyone. And then we disappeared from this world in the blink of an eye. After all these years, I now am beginning to realize what this crown is. And with help from my friend, because he has said for a while now that John, these books are the fulfillment of your crown dream, these books are the jewels of the crown of life and truth. And as you have redited them time and time again, you are simply polishing the jewels to make them as perfect as can be in this world. I listened, but I was not convinced at first. I also never really understood what this vision really meant. Then when I began choosing the cover for the books I ended up going through multiple covers, not one of them pleased me from an inner sense. Something was never right. I could not put my finger on it, but something didn't fit. I first made it appear like planets and stars, and then changed it to the oceans and sunsets, and then changed them all into a solid black with a scene of beauty. It still just didn't feel right. I then decided, why not use colors to separate the books, like a color code? I then chose green for the first book as it revealed the garden scene. I then chose red in the second book as it represented the war-mindedness of the alien gods. I then chose a bluish color for the third book because internally it just felt right. I then tried to figure out a color for the fourth book, and all the colors I had chosen did not work for me. I chose black, I chose gold, I chose purple, and I chose all different colors until finally this thought hit me, just choose white. I thought white is bland, white has no color, white just doesn't seem colorful enough for me, although it does show purity and it does reveal righteousness, cleanliness and most of all perfection. I then thought, that is not a bad idea. Finally, in designing this very book 4 that you are reading right now, I used the color white for the main color of the book cover, and for some reason I said, now that fits, this is what is needed. Now I have the 4 colors, green, red, blue and white. Each one of these colors came to me for several reasons, but in the end, I realized what had miraculously transpired. As the crown vision came back into my mind as well as what my friend had been telling me, he kept saying, John, these books are the jewels of your crown. He continued, this is your work to fulfill this vision. It is obvious. He told me that when he reads these books he knows it is coming from the Father and Mother, that this is the fulfillment of the harvest, where the children of the Father and Mother will change into energy beings of white light, in the twinkling of an eye. It then hit me like a ton of bricks. The jewels on the crown were emerald green, ruby red, and sapphire, and last but not least, white diamond. Wow! These were the jewels I saw, and in the crown and the picture which can be seen above closely resembles what I witnessed in the vision. This was the basic appearance of this crown, having the emeralds, rubies, sapphire and diamonds, all set within a beautiful golden crown. I told my friend, if someone would have told me I would write 4 books in less than 9 months as a fulfillment of this crown dream 33 plus years ago, at the time of this writing, there is no way I would have believed it. Yet these books are the fulfillment of everything I learned in my entire life and the many past lives. And then I told my friend, I wondered about the pages of the books in the trash, which had no writing on them, as they sat underneath the crown. My friend said, back then John, you didn't know what the crown was. You had yet to learn this information, so the pages of the book were empty. The crown represented the future when you would share this knowledge with everyone that the Father and Mother awakens. However, when you would discover these truths over the next 4 decades, the pages would become full. Then you would be able to share the crown of life with the children of the Father and Mother, who would listen. And this work as their jewels, would be shared in these 4 books. After these revelations, I can come to no other conclusion than these 4 books are the crown that I was holding in the temple when the harvest came. The same crown that those of the religious ilk rejected and cast aside and threw away, due to pride, arrogance and jealousy. It is sad that most in religion will not walk into the inner temple. They will willfully remain outside, half mixed in this dimension and half mixed with the other dimension, sort of sitting on the fence, never making a solid choice or decision, being angry at the truth and accepting the delusion. All of them will get their chance at another time. This is the divine mystery of the secret garden. I realize it is not just about books, but it is the content that reveals the mystical keys that make them so powerful. For each true soul seed has this crown within them as the coded keys that the Father and Mother implanted into us before the foundations of this world. I firmly believe now that these books represent many discoveries of what is wrong with this world and where we came from ultimately as the real gospel of the good news. However, it can only come from within you as each soul uses the keys internally. The books of themselves won't provide them, but they help unlock them. And even though I do not claim perfection, because no human is without error, there is enough truth here that can substantiate all of life's mysteries. Because it is the only thing that reveals the true mystery of this world and beyond by using your own keys to decipher the code. Book 4, as you have come to the end now, is a powerful conclusion to this crown, and thus the final chapter is the completion of the crown vision. It is the diamond in the lot. However, the rest of the books are needed to understand the diamond correctly, or it will have no value. It will seem almost New Age-like, without having the foundation of the other books. I assure you, this is not New Age. I have been watching videos from other sources and people that claim to have the answers to all questions, yet they miss the mark, and these 4 books address all of this. It only takes becoming aware. Everyone thinks they have the answers, but when you scrutinize it, all they have is half of the story, either the left half or the right half. No one has both halves together. Everyone is in a battle of wits thinking they must be right over someone else, but that is not how it works. And thus, they are constantly battling the other half and not realizing each has truth and each has error. If you take it all from any one source, you will be compromised. Conversely, if you accept both halves and then use the decipher code key within you, and begin to remove the error and hold on to the truth, then one can understand the crown of life within them. And this is the revelation of these 4 books. It is not about being perfectly correct, it is not about being right versus whoever might be wrong. And it is not about me. It is about weeding through everything until one can find the spark of light, of their own spiritual likeness to the Father and Mother. I do not answer all questions, nor can I just reveal the key within you to answer what is necessary and important for yourself, without allowing yourself to be controlled by others. In the early 80s I had this ground dream. I now believe the 4 times around the building represented the learning process I would go through, which would then have materialized into 4 books through 4 decades of time. Those that know me and have read what I told them prior know that I had no intention of writing 4 books. I have never had any intention to fulfill the crown vision because frankly I never understood it. As time went on, I was first going to write 1 book, it then led into another, and then another. At that point I decided to make a trilogy and quit. And then readers told me you can't quit at 3. I then decided I would write only 1 more book because there was important information I needed to convey about the higher worlds. I realize now, it took me quite some time to learn this information, and it took me 4 books to reveal it. Thus, the 4 times around the building. The building represented religion as in type, or as such, controls in all forms. Outside of the building represented the illusory world. The trash represented the world where the truth had been thrown away mingled with error, and it takes the keys to crown of truth to decipher all of it. The truth mixed with error originally had been used to feed the masses without restraint, until the crown could be extracted from above all of it and then used to rectify the error. A large percentage of the people won't accept what I am revealing, or what is being revealed, either due to fear, false indoctrination, or simply a bad seed. I believe the people I saw in the inner temple were only those that were brought in by the fruits of this labor. Therefore, the energy came from the crown jewels into those who sat in the temples awaiting their prize. It did not represent all people to make the harvest, I don't believe, or at least I hope not, only those who would prevail by the result of this labor of love and faith. I have written these 4 books in total faith that the Father and Mother will distribute them as they are needed and by whomever needs them. I am not promoting them nor advertising for them. Nor am I making any money. All costs are publication costs to third-party vendors. However, these books are being distributed at my website for free. I also am not even seeking for contacts. Everything is up to the Father and Mother. I take nothing from this work other than the hope it awakens a few souls before the harvest. I represent no group, no religion, and no political party. I stand for all and stand for the one. It is up to the people to decide, are they going to continue to remain in the trap and be under deep delusion, or awaken and learn the code? And if they do choose to understand the code within, then they are going to stand up very shortly and peer through the looking glass of deception and see their true image beyond the veil called the divine secret garden. The soul seed of hope, faith and everlasting life eternal, while being homeward bound, reuniting unto your Father and Mother. May you awaken quickly. Amazingly, after these books were written, I was inspired to write 3 more books, which I now call the 7 Books of Thunder. I decided to write this same message in a science fiction novel series called The Time Loop Chronicles, so people who are not drawn to overtly religious items, due to so much rampant deception in this field, may desire a work of fiction instead. They can receive the same message without really being hammered by religious or spiritual overtones. And then I was inspired to write the most revealing book of all. The Forbidden Legacy of the Gods, the most critical biblical expose ever. I hope you enjoyed these works, and I pray they have found a home in your awareness to help awaken the key within to crack the code of eternal life. Remember to always separate the wheat from the chaff in all works, including mine. And hold on to that which is good. Your beloved brother, John.